processes need attention. B, operational objectives to be prioritized. And C, the board to use a survey tool to provide input regarding priorities. And the final bullet point, there were to be quarterly discussions, midterm feedback, and a formal annual evaluation to be held. Regarding the closed session last night, May 15th, item 1.1. There were two components to this. I will report out on the first, and the vice chair will report out on the second. Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation. County Administrative Officer, no evaluation was held. Supervisor Leutwiler.
Item 2, County Council annual evaluation of County Council is complete. This item is determine what aspects of the evaluation process can legally be released to the public. And the report out that we gave at the end of that meeting and are repeating here. Supervisor Leutwiler, assigned to work with CAO, produced a document reflecting more details regarding what took place in closed sessions related to County Council evaluation and RFP processes. This will include the template that was used to gather feedback from supervisors and staff. This will be provided in conjunction with the June 6th meeting agenda. The board also voted to issue this statement at the end of that meeting. The process for establishing and implementing a county council evaluation process involved healthy discussion and debate regarding options. Supervisors were unanimous in the final decisions regarding this process. Supervisors agreed that the process of discussing county council evaluation and a future RFP was valuable and productive. Supervisors acknowledged the following facts regarding Chair Cox's notes that were shared via the recent Public Records Act request. 1, they reflect homework done to address potential outcomes of an evaluation and RFP process. 2, there were not reflected in closed session discussions beyond our initial March 7th closed session. And 3, no names of outside attorneys were shared by Chair Cox during the closed sessions. That's the end of the statement.
All right, thank you. With that, we will move on to presentations. We're going to take our presentations out of order today to accommodate those who have time restraints. So we are going to start with item 1.2, Clerk of the Board, and receive an update from U.S. Forest Service representative regarding matters of interest in Trinity County. This morning, we have with us our detailed Deputy District Ranger, Ben Sundahl. Ben, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
All right. So good morning. So I just have a few notes here from Tara Jones, the District Ranger for the South Fork and Trinity River Management Units of the Chefchaouen National Forest. So these are in bullet format, so bear with me as I kind of scroll through these. I got them late last night. So some hiring updates. We filled our rec program manager position. If you guys know Mike McFadden, he accepted that job. So Mike is our rec program manager for the West Side, and he is currently reviewing additional applications to increase the rec staff on the West Side of the forest. We're looking at hiring 3 additional foresters and 3 additional biologists. Those positions have been advertised and certs should be sent to us for review here shortly. We expect the fill of the fire ecologist position for the South Fork Management Unit. The fire ecologist position is the vice fire planner position that sat in that office. The fire ecologist position gives us a little bit more flexibility in their job duties to carry out some of the needs on the South Fork Management Unit. We're also working on hiring additional front desk staff in Weaverville and Hayfork. This will be able to provide us the capability to consistently meet customer service and then the increase in customer service that we see at those 2 main offices. The permanent Deputy District Ranger position should be on USA Jobs any day now. So once that is flown, it's usually flown for a week or 2. HR will review the applications, make sure they qualify, and then Tara should be getting the cert for that shortly after that announcement closes. And ballpark, hopefully a permanent deputy district ranger for the west side of the forest in position August, September, latest, hopefully October, so you'll have 2 full-time permanent line officers on the west side of the forest again. And we wanted to express our appreciation for the invitation to participate in the Trinity County Job Fair held last Friday. It was well organized, well attended. Lots of great feedback, not only from our staff, but from our staff interacting with all the other booths that were there. So awesome job on that hiring event or that career fair event. We really appreciate the invite on that. Some timber updates. McFarland, we are actively logging in the McFarland fire print. So that's good news. We're developing a large contract for the August fire footprint, the Petty John's Fields work, and hazard trees associated with National Forest Systems roads in that area. The roadside hazard tree NEPA document from Region 5, that should be released soon, and we are currently evaluating hazard trees along our roadways where we can implement that NEPA document and reduce those hazard trees and take them down. A contract for stand exams is in development to inform the current condition on the Big Ranch project. And the Big Ranch project, if you guys are familiar, is that Burnt Ranch, Big Bar over to High and Palm area. A large swath of land over there is the Big Ranch project. Some planning updates. We are currently working through planning documents for both special uses and to finalize a couple larger documents. So Weaverville Community Forest Phase 2 planning should be complete by the first part of June. August Phase 2 planning should be complete by the end of June. And we continue to process rec residence permits for rebuilding at the Forest Glen track. And if you've been down there, quite a few folks have started clearing land and putting in some new foundations. So it's looking really good down there, and glad to see that progress moving forward. Fuels treatments in the fuel shop. So far this fiscal year, we've been able to burn 938 acres between the South Fork Management Unit and Trinity River Management Unit. That's a significant increase from last year. And the vast majority of that burning has been pile burning due to weather, staffing, but mainly weather with the wet winter we had. The understory burning was just not, there was just no windows for us to accomplish that effectively to meet our objectives of those burns. So 938 acres so far on the west side, primarily pile burning. And we've had a lot of great partnerships and partners helping us out with those burns, specifically RCD, the Resource Conservation District, and the Watershed Research and Training Center have been helping us out with those projects. So awesome to see that collaboration there. We will resume burning in the fall when conditions allow, based on weather, fire season and such. So we'll look at picking that back up this fall. The emphasis now is to start our manual work through chainsaw operations and then mechanized fuels reduction using mechanized equipment along some of like the ridges and stuff like that. So we can kind of prep those and treat those for fuels acreage. On the fire side of things, for fire suppression, we were unable to fill some of our fire suppression positions, but we are still looking at our staffing and our strategies on how to staff those positions. And we also are still in a constant state of hiring. So even though some positions have gone unfilled at this point in time, we are still in a hiring pattern. So fingers crossed, we see some of those positions filled here in the near future. But just like last year, with Mill Creek Station last year going unstaffed, we're able to order resources from out of the area to cover that station, and we will be looking to do the same this year as well. So even though we may be down an engine, we'll have a cover engine assigned to that station to provide that coverage in that general area. Currently, fire resources are actively in training and preparing for fire season. We have staggered onboarding for the next month. So each module has staggered tours. And as their staff comes on board, they're completing their 80 hours of critical training to be certified for the 2023 fire season. Currently, all engines are on a 9:30 to 6 staffing schedule. So we have gone to our summertime daily staffing schedule. And then yesterday, if you weren't aware, we did have a small fire in High Palm that was successful. Not much to it, but it was a good response from us. Pretty cool. Recreation, the TRMU campgrounds are open or will be open next week, except for Upper Hayden Campground, which will open mid-June. South Fork Management Unit has all campgrounds open except for Scott Flat. There have been a significant and ongoing amount of hazard trees in campgrounds, and we are working our way through those campgrounds to mitigate those hazard trees. Trinity Camp's project scoping period is currently open. Critical trails work is underway, and we've added an additional backcountry CCC crew to help us clear those trails. In addition to partners are assisting us with clearing trails. A lot of work to be done out there, a lot of trees down across the trails. And at this point in time, from the reports I've been hearing, it's a slow go, just a lot of manual labor to get those trails open. And then some trails are still under snow. So hopefully by the time we get up to that current snow level, it'll be higher up in elevation and get more of those trails open up in the Alps and other areas around the west side of the forest. Additional hazard trees are being felled and decked at the Scott Flat Campground as we prepare to open that campground. Partnerships. We had a good couple of very productive field trips. We had a field trip into High Palm with the Trinity Collaborative, Trinity County Collaborative Group. The scoping letter should be out in the next couple of weeks for that project. And then once that scoping letter is out, we will have a public field trip out to that area. A Bowerman Fuels Reduction Project. We've had one Trinity County Collaborative Group field trip, a second one is planned. And then last Saturday, we had a public field trip to the Bowerman project as well, which was, from what I heard, well attended. We appreciate the Watershed Center's participation in these field trips as they are taking the lead on preparing the NEPA document as a third party for that project. And I'll kind of close out with this, barring any questions. The Wildland Fire Crisis Strategy Landscape. Those priority landscapes touch the Shasta National Forest and the Six Rivers National Forest within Trinity County. So both forest supervisors have requested a National Incident Management Organization, a NEMO team, to come in and help inform our process and decision-making for out-year planning around that landscape. NEMO is comprised of individuals recognized as leaders in their fields. They'll be using the best available science and technology around fuel modeling to help us identify the most strategic and effective locations for treatment on the landscape. At the direction of the forest supervisors for the Shasta Trinity and Six Rivers National Forest, there's going to be an emphasis on collaborating with partners, stakeholders, and the public to help develop these strategies for the landscape. So more to come on that. I think the NEMO team has been here for about 2 weeks now, and they're still wrapping their head around what it's all going to look like and the product they deliver to us. So more to come on that. That partnership, that collaboration, their approach will enable us to work together for a mutual benefit of reducing risk and improving forest resiliency and reducing that risk around the communities. Something we are working on here in the near future is we'll be scheduling open house meetings for the month of June and early July on the South Fork and Trinity River management units. These meetings will be held in the evening or on the weekends to maximize public involvement. Expect to see a schedule or a flyer for these meetings. Meeting locations we are planning for are Burnt Ranch, Junction City, Weaverville, Coffee Creek, Hay Fork, and Harrison Gulch. The Bowerman scoping period closes today. High Palm scoping will start in approximately 2 weeks. We're still working through contracts and agreements, G&A. They're submitted timely, working their way through the process. I thought I heard an echo. These agreements represent considerable financial investments in our local partners. Additional hiring is underway to help the agency meet the demands of the moment. Not only the demands we currently have with our program of work, but the demands of the priority landscapes as we unfold with those. We currently have another hiring event coming up for forestry technicians. There is an effort to add up to 16 additional forestry technicians to support the work on the west side of the Shasta Trinity National Forest. These positions will be spread across both the South Fork and Trinity River management units. So there's a lot of great work going on, a lot of good partnerships, a lot of good collaboration. We will continue to do that through the summer and continue to keep you guys updated at the monthly meetings or whenever you guys want to call and chit chat. So that's the end of my report on behalf of the South Fork and Trinity River management units of the Shasta Trinity National Forest.
All right, thank you, Ben. Questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have a great day.
As well, thank you. All right, our second presentation, we're going to move to item 1.4 and receive a presentation. Its agenda is as Trinity River Restoration Project regarding the Trinity River project. We have with us today Don Bader. He is the area manager of the Northern California area office. Also in the room with us would be Mike Dixon of the Trinity River Restoration Program. So if there are questions that need to be directed that way as well. But Don, thank you for your efforts to be with us today.
Thanks for
The
inviting me.
floor is yours.
Mike, why don't you come up here? Presentation. Start.
Oh, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready right now. Thank you. I'm Don Bader. I am the area manager for the Northern California area office, which includes Trinity River Division. And we've got a slideshow prepared for you, an agenda I want to go through. And then we'll certainly going to stop and answer any questions you might have as we proceed.
That's throwing slow. Yeah.
That was the one that was in the email. This one.
That's.
That was from Craig, I think.
Yeah, that's item 1.
That's two presentations. Sorry.
That's right.
They both say Trinity County.
Don, where are you located?
I'm at Shasta Dam.
Okay, thanks. There we go.
Okay, I think we're ready. So we're here to discuss current operations of Trinity Dam and the reconsultation on the Trinity Dam division that Mike Dixon's going to cover. It's the reevaluation of the 2000 ROD environmental impacts. We're launching that effort concurrent with the CDP side, the Sacramento Valley. So Trinity has not been reevaluated since 2000. It is due for a good look. So that's where it's currently in progress. So we're going to go through that. Again, I'm Don Bader. I'm the area manager for my office. And then Mike Dixon, a lot of you know Mike. He's the Trinity River Restoration Program executive director here in Weaverville. Next slide. Okay, this is my creation this year. This is what I cover. Pictorial map here on the right upper is Shasta Dam, largest reservoir in California. And it is full right now. That is really good news for us. Below Shasta is Keswick. Sacramento River past Keswick Dam is uncontrolled. It runs into the San Joaquin Sacramento Delta. We do pump out of that into the San Luis Reservoir for off-stream storage south of the Delta. Upper left, higher elevation, of course, is Trinity Dam, Trinity Reservoir, the third largest reservoir in the state. Oroville being between Shasta and Trinity. Below Trinity, Lewiston Dam and the Trinity River, which then meets up with the Klamath and goes out to the Pacific Ocean. The 11-mile tunnel, Clear Creek, is depicted. It delivers water into the backside of Whiskeytown through JF Carr Power Plant. That water goes into Whiskeytown, then it gets diverted for the most part into Spring Creek Power Plant, into the Keswick Reservoir. So pretty complicated plumbing system that I manage overall. Mike manages for me the Trinity River Restoration Program. Okay, next slide. So today we want to talk about these particular items. The purpose of the Trinity River Division, which was authorized by Congress in 1955. I'm going to talk about things that have been of significant note for me, media, a lot of questions this winter. We had a winter construction project in Trinity Reservoir. I'm going to show you some good photos on what that project entailed. We're going to talk about the winter variable flows that we enacted this year for the first time on record. I'm going to talk about the operations history of Trinity Dam from the 2000 rod to today. And then probably most important for most people is where we are today on operations, because as everybody knows, California has had record snowpack on the Sierras, not so much in this area. So why hasn't Trinity Dam filled? So at these points on this agenda, Chairman, I would like to pause and then ask questions before, so we're not going to get to the end without questions, okay?
Okay.
Is that good with you?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, let's start off. Next slide, please. Trinity River Restoration, Trinity River Division. What is the purpose? The 1955 Act authorized construction of the Trinity River Division, which had a bunch of facilities built. Trinity Dam, at the time when it was completed, the largest, highest earth-filled dam in the country. As I mentioned, it is the third largest reservoir in the state of California. We also constructed Whiskeytown, meaning people before me, constructed Whiskeytown Dam, the diversion tunnels into Spring Creek Diversion Dam, all simultaneous construction in about a 4-year period. It's just remarkable, all the things that got done in that short period of time. So I'm going to read from the law. The 55 Act authorized construction of the Trinity River Division for the principal purpose of increasing the supply of water available for irrigation and other beneficial uses in the Central Valley, meaning it was built to divert water into the Central Valley project. Most all of our dams, the reclamation and the Corps built were for flood control purposes, first and foremost, supply, storage, secondly, and other purposes thereafter. Trinity River is really different. It was built for what I just read, the specific purpose of increasing the supply of water available for irrigation and other beneficial uses in the Central Valley. Provided that the Secretary of Interior is authorized and directed to adopt appropriate measures to ensure preservation and propagation of fish and wildlife on this base of the Trinity River Basin. Subsequently, in 1992, the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, known as CVPIA, added fish and wildlife purposes as a co-equal to water supply. So 800,000 acre feet of water out of the supply, CVP supply, was then dedicated solely to fish and wildlife purposes. Hydropower was authorized as a secondary purpose. So we do not deliver water to generate power. Power is always a secondary function of what our water deliveries become. Next slide, please.
Don, would you like us to comment between slides or at the end?
Let me stop at each agenda item, Liam. Thank you. So I had a lot of questions about our construction project this winter. This is Trinity Dam in November. Lake level, as everybody knows, was very, very low. This is the intake, top of the intake structure that feeds our power plant and two, we call them hollow jet valves next to the power plant. These are where we deliver the majority of our water. Is through this intake. We have to isolate the power plant and this system. There's a bulkhead that's parked at the top of this structure is about 200 feet tall vertically. So we had a contractor come out. We issued a contract to refurbish this bulkhead. It has never been refurbished since it was constructed and finished in the 1964 period. So about a $4 million contract was issued, and the contractor was required to pull this bulkhead out of this structure, And he's got a crane on a barge, take it off site, rehabilitate it, and then reinstall it early this spring. Next slide, please. So this bulkhead, it's a plug. It looks like a bathtub plug. It weighs 25 tons, 50,000 pounds. So that's and you can see the gentleman on the right, he's standing at the top of that structure, tied off, of course, because that's an open structure, 100 plus feet down. So they're pulling the bulkhead out. Next slide. Another picture of the bulkhead. It's being loaded onto the barge. Next slide. There it is, parked on the dock, on the trailer. It was originally intended to go up to Vancouver into a shop for refurbishment. The contractor was unable to secure permits from Caltrans. That's a wide load. That would have blocked I-5. Slow travel. They just could not get their permits secured. And you can see the snow. It's winter time here. Next slide. So they loaded on a truck, and that this semi is headed to Minersville Dock, is where they ended up doing the work. Next slide. There it is. They built an enclosure to refurbish this bulkhead. The seal is actually the bottom lip of this bulkhead. You put it down vertically, and that surface then seals onto the structure. That's how we can isolate the lake and then unwater the entire downstream of that. Next slide. Now they've refurbished it. They're reinstalling it. Now the lake, this is in March. The lake has come up. That concrete structure is now below the water level. The contract required them to provide divers to reinstall this. You can see a diver on the left there. And so that was the contract. The contract was required to be done before April, before we had our rod flows from the restoration program. We received a lot of calls at this point on this job, because to put this plug back in place required us to shut the power plant down, our normal way we manage water in the winter, and we'd have a secondary valve that we call the auxiliary valve, which is lower in the lake. That goes into the spillway, and at the end of the spillway, we have a jump, rooster tail jump, to dissipate the energy of the water. And we had a lot of concerned citizens thought we were dumping extra water to help facilitate this construction. It was the same amount of water which we normally would have been running through the power plant. It's quite a sight if you've been out to Trinity Dam and seen this rooster tail. So I received a lot of calls about, why are you guys dumping so much water? We weren't. We had the same amount of water going out. We put it into the other system to continue deliveries. Next slide. So the summary on this job. The work was completed on time at the end of March because we did not want to interrupt the rod flows. We want to generate power every point we can. The bulkhead rehab was a fully successful project. It was the contractor did a marvelous job. No changes in our flows resulted from the work, so everything that the restoration program had scheduled for flows was continued. As I mentioned, the auxiliary valve was used during the removal and during the reinstallation of the bulkhead. And then no additional water was released from the reservoir due to this project. So again, I can't emphasize enough how many calls I received on this project from folks out here in this area thinking we were purposely trying to draw the lake down to help the contractor. That is absolutely not true. We save every last drop in the reservoir for storage and when we are low. So at this point, I will pause and answer any questions on this project.
We go back to the first slide, Don.
The first picture? Or?
Yeah, the first slide just had like 3 bullet points. I think I had a couple, maybe questions.
Okay.
Statements. Maybe it's the second slide then. The first.
What's the first?
One more. There you go.
Okay.
So the Central Valley Project Improvement Act added fish and wildlife purposes as co-equal to water supply. Obviously, I'm going to have some difficulty with that, with the lake being 19% full last year and us enacting the winter variable flows. I'll leave that statement as that right now. hydropower authorized as a secondary purpose, although it is a secondary purpose. I've somewhat found it odd that during the interested parties meetings that we've had, that the general manager of PUD was not invited to give his feelings on the winter variable flows or the hydropower lack of or excess of that could be created because of this reconsultation.
Sure, I can answer that, Liam.
Go ahead.
We had an interested parties meeting on the reconsultation, which Mike Dixon's going to talk about. We had our first meeting in December. TPUD was inadvertently not invited to that meeting. It was an oversight on our part. We had a second meeting in February, which they were invited. I do not think Paul attended that meeting in February. We had our third meeting just last Friday that you're referring to. There was concerns from Paul and WAPA, our Western Area Power Administration, who transmits our power that gets generated within the Central Valley Project, that they felt more they weren't at the table during the first two meetings either. They were invited. As a result of that Friday meeting, we are going to reconvene the power customers next week for an interested parties meeting with them to facilitate their concerns, what they would like to see in the reconsultation. So we are scheduling a subgroup of power of the entire CVP customers, which is over 100 different customers. So we're going to send an invitation out to all those folks for next week, Liam.
Thank you. So I guess I'm not sure what the next slides are going to say, but I guess a couple question statements that I have is, when the lake was at 19%, 20% full last year, what was the Bureau of Reclamation's plans going forward if we had a dry or critically dry year?
Going into the third year of our current of the drought.
Say this last winter
Yes.
was not 100% of normal or above 100% of normal. What would the lake and the river and the temperature objectives look like and power production look like if we happen to fall into another year of dry or critically dry year? And what would be the outcome to our fish and power production if it did?
So let's park the calendar September of 2022, just last fall. We know the lake's very low. We don't know what the winter's going to look like within the Trinity River Basin or the state. The decision at that point was made for 0 diversions into the CVP for this season, that last winter. And that's what we enacted that. There was 0 diversions last winter into the spring for diversions. That decision was made last fall, knowing how low Trinity was at the time. And those 0 diversions are continuing this spring and this summer into next fall. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about post this next fall, what the Trinity River diversions are going to look like going into next year. But that decision to knowing how low Trinity was, Central Valley Project was going to get 0 water from the Trinity division for this season.
I guess the bigger question is with adaptive management, whether it's with TRP or BOR, it would seem to me that there wasn't any adaptive management prior to the date you just mentioned. We're going to manage things forward. You know, we had, and we knew, and we saw, and we were in the third year, 1,000 days of a world record drought in California. And we really made no changes at all to the way our water is managed in the lake. Now that we've fortunately been saved by Mother Nature this last winter, we get this narrow window to try to change some things. I guess my bigger question would be, why does it take 3 years? And thank goodness we had a wet winter this year to all of a sudden come to this, this opinion of, wow, we should look at something. It seems like after 1,000 days of the worst drought in California history, there would have been some foresight instead of hindsight to the lake that was clearly if we had a dry or critically dry year, water temperature objectives, power, the life of fish would probably not have been sustainable on the Trinity River.
So the decision to reconsult was made in March of 2022,
Mhm.
concurrent with our decision to reconsult on the CVP. So both the consultations were made with the notice of intent then. So that was our desire to reevaluate the 2,000 rod, which we found is just not sustainable during these record-setting drought periods. We can withstand one year drought, a critically dry designation on Trinity. It's the 3 consecutive years that's really just put us in a really bad spot. And so we recognize that going into last year, even into 2021, we recognize we're in a really bad situation here. And we've got to change the rule set to some extent to get us to avoid ever getting in a position like we got into last year.
So with that being said, I guess when I find myself in a horrible situation, I changed what I'm doing. We still have seen no active change, and we could be in a much worse situation besides luckily having a wet winter. So if 2 or 3 years ago, I'd have thought, geez, Liam, you're in a horrible situation here with whatever my life was in. I don't think I would have waited 3 years and possibly let the situation exasperate itself till finally sitting here and we're now going, well, let's see what we can do. We could be at, less than 19% with a normal or dry or critically dry year this year. And that alarms me that we are not proactively managing Trinity Lake in the wake of having, we'll say, several years notice that this was coming.
2,000 rod, we're following the 2,000 rod, which is our recorded decision.
Understandable?
We are going to reconsult on that rule set, Liam,
Understandable.
because we've got to do things differently than what that rule set has us do right now. So we've already got a plan in set for next winter, knowing where we're going to be to buy us enough time and buy us enough decision-making that the new rule set will support Trinity first and foremost, while still supporting the Central Valley project. So they work in tandem, but what we found out in the last 3-year drought is that both the Trinity River Division and the Central Valley project, which sustained its worst year ever on record last year too, we don't want to get either system in the same predicament that they're in. So we've got to change that.
Is there a mechanism in place to separate Shasta from Trinity, knowing that the refill rate of Shasta could be less than 1 year and the refill rate of Trinity would be about 2 point something?
And I'm gonna cover that here in a little bit.
I
Okay.
didn't know what you were gonna
Yep.
do there. So I'll have more questions as we go, but thank
Sure.
you.
You bet. So that was
We
my
have,
first part was the construction project. Any more questions on that?
yeah, we do. Go ahead.
Well, they're related to what you were just discussing, so I'll just go there. So one thing is, I'm just trying to make sure I'm following the timing. When you talk about the decision, March 2022. So am I doing it right that our first severe drought year was 2020, second was 2021. It was the spring after that you had this decision to reconsult. Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure I was following that.
Yep.
Okay. And then the other thing I noticed not in here is anything about recreation. And in our meetings that we've been having both with congressmen and town hall meetings and so forth, of course, that comes up a lot, from whether it's fishing down the river or it's the lake levels being so low that the marinas can't be used, so forth. I have had one constituent tell me that he has documents from the 1950s where someone from the Bureau of Reclamation spoke to the importance of recreation somehow related to this. I haven't been able to get over there and see it yet, but I don't see anything here. Is your understanding there is nothing that's official that says recreation should be considered in any way in management of the water? Just trying to make sure I'm clear.
I'll answer it in 2 parts here.
Okay.
55 Act did not mention recreation as an authorized purpose.
Okay.
The reconsultation will recognize recreation as something we need to analyze for impacts.
Great.
Is that fair?
Great. Thank you.
You bet.
So I guess I have just a side question. So when the Trinity Dam was built, it was, the premise of it was to sustain commercial, recreational, tribal, and some other fisheries. So there was some component during the 60s of having the dam that cut off the spawning ground to these fish. A component of that 60 years ago was to sustain the fishery for whichever people use it. So there's been, even though in 55 it wasn't mentioned, 10 years later, it was a big part and the reason for construction of the dam to make sure that we didn't lose any population of the fish from the Trinity River. So yeah, in that 10 years from 55 to 63 or so, or 8 years, it wasn't mentioned, but in the last 60 years, it has been part of the goal.
Mhm.
So it seems kind of odd, the answer that you just gave to Supervisor Lutweiler, that we are going to now start thinking about recreation or consulting about recreation, because it's actually been a part of the Trinity River for the last 60 years, as stated.
Right. Dam was completed in 64. There was a major storm event right before it got completed. It came through here. The idea being they could divert all that water without any detrimental effects to the fisheries. And they went for 10 plus years with minimum flows down the Trinity River. I think it was 150 CFS, which is just absurd to think that that was going to be year round. Year round flows of 150 CFS for 10 plus years. You can't do nothing other than shake your head on why that was the rationale at the time. So that propagated all the authorizations post 1955 into the completion of the Trinity River Division. 1984, there was an act passed by Congress, and subsequently the 2000 ROD. It's, you can hindsight this thing and just there's not an explanation of why anybody would have thought 150 CFS was sustainable for the fisheries for 10 plus years upon completion of the dam.
Mhm.
And I think too, based on the comment that you just said, that in 10 to 15 years, we're going to stand and say, I wonder what they were thinking when they were blowing the river with all of the water that we've been experiencing in the last, month the last month or so. I think that science is constantly evolving.
Mhm.
And like you said, hindsight's 2020, but I know I have some concerns. I don't know if this is the right place, but I feel like in the comment or in the reading of the law that it's supposed to work for wildlife and fisheries in equal parts. One of my concerns with that is single species management. We're suffering in our forests right now because of heavy single species management with the spotted owl. We are living in the ramifications of tunnel vision in certain ways, and I fear that may happen. We may be headed down that same path with our riverine systems. I think I'm going to get this right, but when the frogs start chirping, the eels come up the river. When the dogwood blooms, the sturgeons come up the river. When the crickets chirp, the salmon come up the river. And so when I see these massive flows during the times that other species are looking to come up the river or to start their journey, I hear from the local people that it's impacting different other species are being negatively impacted by some of these large pulses. And it just makes me recoil because I know what that kind of management has done in other ecosystems in our watersheds. And so my heart and my hope is that as we move forward, that we recognize that there are more things in the river than salmon, although they are major, it's a very important species to all of us. There are other critters and other mechanisms and other ways of the river besides just fisheries. It's really important to me that we begin to see the river as a component and a piece and not the only thing. I refer to the river as a female. I don't know why, but her flows are connected to every way of life. And as we manipulate those, we are changing and shifting everything that works around those waters. And so I think that humanity is important to consider when we are working inside of our river systems.
Thank you for that comment. We have the same discussions on the Sacramento River for single species management on the winter runs for salmon, endangered species, near extinction. So the dramatic cut last year for settlement contractors, senior water right holders was 18%. 90% of the rice crop didn't even get planted. And that was for winter run. Well, there's a bunch of other species that were impacted because of the lack of water in the system. So it's a very similar discussion that you just mentioned. Thank you. And that all gets analyzed. Mike will cover that more as we get through this presentation. Please.
Tomorrow?
I do have one question. I think that it fits here. It may kind of be repeating what Supervisor Gogan asked. I'm not sure, but it is a direct question from a constituent. So I'm just going to pose it to you and you can take it if you would. He writes, without modifying or changing the record of decision, does the Bureau of Reclamation currently have the authority to implement the flow schedule based on the following criteria? If April 1 snow melt estimates indicate lake levels will reach 90 to 100% capacity, then consider it an extremely wet year for flow scheduling. If 80 to 90% will be met, use the wet year. If 70 to 80%, the normal, 60 to 70, the dry. And if 50% or less capacity will be met, then use the extremely dry flow schedule. So I think, back to the question, without modifying or changing the record of decision, does the Bureau currently have the authority to implement the flow schedules based on that criteria?
I love that question because that's exactly what I feel should be done. Seriously, because that takes into account storage in Trinity Reservoir based, and that's the restoration. Right now, we would need to reissue a new record of decision to implement that. Right now, the record of decision from 2000 does not take into account reservoir storage. It simply takes into account the annual water year designation from the DWR B120, the April 1st forecast, which I think the person mentioned. So that would be a totally different look on water year designations. So that is certainly on the table. Mike's going to go through the reconsultation schedule in June. We're going to publish our alternatives that are going to be analyzed. There's going to be what we're going to call a red flag review out for public comment, and that'd be a perfect place for that type of question to be inserted into the public comment period.
Is it fair to ask, it would seem like in your position, you would have an awful lot of sway in this process. Is your sway equal to the public? You loved the question. And so I'm just wondering.
I love the question because it took into account carryover storage in Trinity as a component of our decision making.
And it just seems like carryover storage is a really important component to an awful lot of people. It seems like it pulls those conversations in. And I'm just wondering, I guess, if you have some kind of a sense of how maybe obvious that will be to a lot of people, or is this something that we would have to figure out how to really lean heavily upon from the public for that to be considered?
I think the opportunity is that red flag review period starting in June.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
So Don, during the reconsultation period, we will be talking about carryover storage.
We're talking about the reservoir targets that we would manage to. That's similar, not quite stated as carryover. It's targets in the reservoir, which is kind of the same thing.
So will the reconsultation allow carryover of raw water?
We're going to analyze that. We're not going to get pre-decisional here. We need to analyze it. So that's why the interested parties meetings was to gather ideas. And then we take those ideas, we put them in, we call them bins. And then we start doing that analyzing, and we don't get pre-decisional here. We analyze the impacts of all those ideas. And again, I'm getting into Mr. Dixon's discussion here, but I'm happy to try to do my best here.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So I'm not trying to be pre-decisional. I'm trying to be post-decisional, actually, that the lake was at 19%. How much longer do we wait in this, let's be not pre-decisional about things. Say we do have a critically dry year. I would think that yourself or Mr. Conant would have jurisdiction to enact things fairly immediately, knowing that our lake is going to be at 50% at best this year.
Supervisor Gogan, we follow the rules set in place. That's the law. And we are intending to get the reconsultation done in time for next year, next spring. So that's our schedule. It's that important for this to get done so we don't fall into another series of drought years that gets us into the same position. But the reconsultation is on schedule to be completed in time for decision-making next spring. So if we have a really bad next winter, hopefully we have a new rule set that we can manage to.
So prior to next winter, will there be a NEPA document for the winter variable flows?
We believe so, yes.
Yes or no?
That'd be a yes.
Okay.
That's a yes, based on the information I've been told by my, the DOI right now. That's the direction they're giving us.
And is there monitoring in place right now to see if the winter variable flows have been productive? Oh, the second half, I would say, have been productive.
I'm going to defer to Mike on that answer.
Step out.
He left you
Boy,
hanging.
he's got great timing,
He
doesn't he?
left you hanging, Don. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, can we bring that up during his presentation, Leon?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're good on
Okay.
all of those
We
points.
got
Thank
through my
you.
first bullet.
Yes.
So now I'm going to talk about winter flow variability. Next slide. I guess I'll get back to that point in our presentation. There you go. Next slide, I think it is. There you go. Yep. So this is a project, a concept. This is adaptive management. Everybody loves that term, adaptive management. This is adaptive management. We have a flow schedule per the 2000 rod, which really puts us late summer at 450 CFS base flow down the Trinity River out of Lewiston up until, I think it's October 15th. Then we dial down to 300 for the entire winter. Since 2016, the restoration staff, every TMC partner, scientific people have worked on a better schedule than what we had in the 2000 rod. This is what the winter flow variability is. It's a different schedule using the same amount of water. So I put it began in 2017. I think it's 2016, 2017. This was something we enacted for the first time this year. It wasn't just an idea that we just had an idea come up. We enact. No, this has been in play for 5 to 6 years. I'm going to go through this summary here. What this action did, it shifts more flows into the winter months. Not that 300 base flow, it's to add more flows in the winter months, which is how the river acted before the dams were built. You had huge storm events in the winter months that added a lot of flow to the river. Part of the flow variability is to piggyback more flows when we get storm events to kind of help some winter flushing events. Mike can add more to that. As I mentioned it, and then it adds to the base flow from February to April. That 300 base flow, as you all saw this year, there was more flows because of this action during that 2-month period. The other benefit of this is the summer months where the bulk of the flows were happening. The water was too cold for the fish to help develop. So we take the summer flows and they basically get moved to the winter months. So we're just shifting the volume of water, and it's a shifting of the timing. And so my last bullet is very important. This did not change any overall volume per the restoration water year designations, meaning the rod volumes were still enacted. We just changed the timing of that water.
Should I ask you questions now, Don?
Sure.
Okay, let's go back to that slide.
Okay.
Do you plan on dropping the flows in the summer below 450 at all?
Not at all.
At a base flow February through April, as Jill said, it's a huge economic loss to our community, which is part of what I have to do here. Fish, economic power, being a supervisor, I have to think of all of those things. It's being proven now that we're losing millions of dollars to the second half of the winter variable flows. The Trinity River has about 33% of all angling for steelhead in the state, Klamath Trinity system. When we knock off 2 months of prime fishing, not only are we seeing the economic downturn here, you are creating less opportunity for recreational use for fishermen in the state of California. Of the 20 locations where steelhead are fished for in California, Klamath Trinity does make up about 33%. And losing that opportunity combined with that economic loss, I think would be concerning to myself as a supervisor, you as Bureau of Reclamation, TRRP as someone who's trying to restore a functional fishery. And I guess calling it what it is a science experiment. And I'm not saying that in a belittling way, but I don't want to experiment with the economics of Trinity County at this time because of a winter variable flow scientific project. And I'm not saying that in a slanderous way, but it is an experiment. But the experiment, we know factually, is costing our county millions of dollars just in those 2 months. And Mike Dixon also said, and I'll just say this, he said, it's time for our guides to learn how to fish a more dynamic coastal stream, I think in one of his newspaper articles several months ago. This river is not a dynamic coastal stream at 1,800, 2,000, 3,000. It's unfishable. This is not something that that you adapt to. As the eel, Smith, any of those coastal streams, when they're blown out, they're blown out. You don't fish. Same thing happens here over 1,800. You can't fish it, which most of the flows were during the second portion of the winter variable flows. So trying to learn a new dynamic, I've been a guide, pretty hard to do, almost impossible to do. You can't try to fish a blown out river. It's just not possible. Nor do you want to take your clients to a place that is basically unfishable. These people will go somewhere else. They have gone somewhere else, and they probably will stay going somewhere else if we continue this flow schedule that will allow little to no fishing from February through April.
So let me point out that enacting this winter variability flows for this year was a vote by the Trinity Management Council in December. The vote was approved by the Trinity Management Council. That was recommended up through the Secretary's office in DC. So the Trinity Management Council supported the winter variability flows this year. That's how we got here. So this is not a reclamation only decision. This is a Trinity Management Council decision that includes all interested parties. So it's an annual decision. We will, to enact it again next year, we would bring it to the Trinity Management Council again for a vote. And and I'll go back to 2022, it did not pass the Trinity Management Council the previous year, so it did not get taken forward the previous year. This year it did pass in December, and that's why we did enact it.
So a little history on that, Don. In 2022, I did vote no against the winter variable flows. I think it was in December 7th or 8th. Sometime after that, and Mike can correct my memory if wrong, he came and gave a presentation to the board speaking on the praises of the winter variable flow, and the board members at the time overturned my no vote, which was the vote that, along with one other person on TMC, nixed the winter variable flows. It would appear to me that the board now probably doesn't have those feelings, and I'm sure that they weren't aware of the economic loss. I don't think it was spoken to them by the people from Trinity Restoration Program, that we would be suffering this kind of harm into the millions of dollars. I think if that part was brought forward, we may have thought a little bit differently about it. It wasn't, it is now. I know this board will be, the sitting board members come the next time TMC tries to enact this winter variable flows. And, you know, from what we're seeing so far, it certainly doesn't seem like it's working economically for Trinity County. And that's the history of it. So initially Trinity County did vote it down, got overturned. You missed the first half of it. We got the second half in February through April 2023. And we're talking about just the economic loss in the river, which is in the millions in those 30 days. So I would hope that certainly I will, and the rest of the board would consider the economic loss of Trinity County in this winter variable flow experiment.
And that's all part of the reconsultation,
Absolutely.
Supervisor.
I just wanted to give a little
Yep.
background on how that came about.
And I will point out that you did vote to affirm the winter variable flows in December 2022 for this year.
Was it December? When did I get overturned? December? Was it December?
No, December, we had the new vote for this year and you voted to approve it.
I thought it was like September.
Okay. Well, let's move on.
I thought it was earlier.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the vote was in December of 22, and that's when the county told you to vote yes for it. So officially,
Officially, yes, I did vote yes.
but there's lots of history.
What I was trying to get to
Yep.
was that history that initially I had reservations about this. TRP came to our board, like I just said, told them their side of things, which didn't include, you know, the economic loss. And my board, and it was their will to overturn my vote. Thus, we got the winter variable flows. So you're right. Technically, I did.
So as I mentioned, we've been to further the winter variable flows is probably going to result in a NEPA document, which you do analyze all these impacts, including financial impacts. So this decision is only for this year. Moving forward, we're going to take all those additional steps, all those additional opportunities to analyze impacts. So I just want to highlight that this is an annual decision, and moving forward, we're likely going to have to provide a NEPA document to enact this winter variable flows in the future.
So can I jump in for a second? I hear likely going to do so, but a few minutes ago, you said, yes, there would be a NEPA document done. My question at this moment, I'm going to hold my question while I make a statement.
Okay.
I think that Supervisor Gogan, because of his experience on the river, had insights he could picture, I think, what outcomes might be based on that decision. What I saw the day of the presentation and re-saw as I went back and reviewed the video and watched the presentation again, I saw charts and graphs and data that said what we've been doing in the past isn't working. How about we try to remodel this based on what nature more would produce? And so to me, if we're not getting the results that we need doing what we're doing, we should do something different. And when I saw the results of what that difference was, considering what economic development means to this community, that was really difficult to stomach. And so my question knowing that is I would like some assurance of what if the NEPA document isn't done in time? Does what happened this year, is there any possibility that that just gets carried forward because whoops, we didn't quite meet our deadlines therefore? What happens next year if nothing that we think should happen actually transpires as we wish by the calendar?
Two things, and probably many more. We're going to reconsult, and that includes the winter variability flows. So they will be analyzed. All the impacts will be analyzed going into this fall. Secondly, the TMC would have to reauthorize by a positive vote to take that action forward to our secretary. So
In other words, these flows, if they were to happen again, there would have to be yet another positive decision that is made that says, yep, we loved it, we want to do it again.
this is an annual decision, not until the record of decision would include it as an annual thing. Right now, it is an annual decision by the TMC to authorize.
So by default, it will resort back to what it was before this decision is
If-
made.
That's correct. Sure.
Thank you.
When did you say?
I need to clarify, so that, just for.
Could you use the mic because the folks won't be able to hear you? Thanks.
I just want to make sure that it's clear, though, that the TMC is viewed by Interior as an advisory body. So the TMC is going to have an opportunity to make a recommendation to the secretary. That is not to say that the Department of Interior doesn't hold the discretion to make a different decision. So just for the sake of, the TMC's recommendations on flows have almost 100% been upheld by the department, but there is the discretion held by the department to actually make that decision.
So even this last year, even though that the vote of the TMC was, yes, let's do those winter variable flows, you're telling me that the Department of Reclamation could have said, nah, that's not such a good idea, let's not?
The Department of Interior could have
Department of
said,
Interior.
yes, they could have chosen not to take that action. And conversely, the TMC could have recommended not implementing, and the department could have gone forward and taken that action. Because at the end of the day, the TMC is an advisory body to the Secretary of Interior.
Thank you for that.
And I also think some of that was being enacted when my vote was a no. So you're right. We're getting stalled out here. I guess what Mike was trying to say there, Jill, is that the county holds little weight in what they do to our economy. It would appear if they're going to overturn it for, we'll say, an experiment, when we have empirical data that says that this hurts our county, it would seem unwise to me to go to the Department of Interior and say, let's go ahead and crush this county economically, but let's try this experiment. But I know that was tried last year after I had to vote no.
So Liam, I think Friday you mentioned you had data during our interested parties call, and you were going to provide that to the right folks here. So I think that's an important step.
Right. And I am collecting it. It will be, again, hard to get. And this was a question I was going to ask you. What metrics do you use to gather? Mike had said at the interested party meeting, he was going to try to gather some economic dollar figures for loss this spring, April, March through April, February through April. I'm getting data all the time, data every day. It's accumulating into the millions. And I'm not even capturing the lake level and loss of recreation there, which I would imagine would be multiples of the loss of river recreation. But it's going to be very hard for anybody to come up with the exact number of dollars lost to Trinity County and say I did come up with the perfect number, exact right number. How do we make the county whole again when there's an entity of several hundred people that are not making a living because of the winter variable flows? There's several guides, stores, businesses, restaurants, you name it, losing money. So say we do agree on 14 million, 3 million. How does that get dispersed? How do we make these people losing this money whole? Is there something in your data collection and dispersal of funds that takes into consideration all the people and makes them somewhat whole again.
I'm not going to try to punt this, but that's part of the reconsultation effort that's yet to come, okay?
So Don, are you saying the consultation effort is going to include winter variable flows?
I think it's, yeah, we have a flow component. So that would certainly, yeah.
So Don, I just have one question. You mentioned the interested parties meeting. Is that open to the public or is that a closed to the
It's
quote interested parties?
It's open to anybody that's interested in participating. So that's open to the public.
Okay, and that just took place?
We had 3 meetings so far, December, February, and just last Friday.
So I just want to say, at least to me, when we had a town hall meeting, one of the things that we took as an action item was that we needed to do a better job of making sure that people were aware of these opportunities to provide input. Until you just said this, I had no idea that took place.
Actually, I want to jump in here because the conversation we had, those meetings, I was told were not open to the public.
Oh, sorry.
So the interested parties meetings, we emulated the structure that was already in place for the rest of the Central Valley project, which is getting groups of stakeholders that share common interests together to talk about potential components of alternatives. They're not advertised as public meetings. They're not public meetings in a traditional sense. We did at the last meeting have a request from the Trinity River Watershed Alliance to participate. And since they are actively organizing to represent a key group of stakeholders, they were, invited to participate, but they're not public meetings that are noticed or advertised. I mean, we're not going to bar the door and say you can't participate, but that's not really the intent of those meetings. They're supposed to be, these are meetings where agencies, power customers, water contractors, environmental nonprofits send a representative to participate in the discussions. It's not meant to be a free-form discussion for the public. And that's just the way that those meetings were structured. There are public meetings. And in fact, in my slides, I will get to those. There will be two public meetings coming up this summer where there's formal opportunity for the public to actually be part of those discussions. But that's not really what the interested parties meetings are. That's why, for example, we touched on the Trinity side of the CVP, power customers weren't engaged early. So we're going to have an interested parties meeting with power customers. So they're meant to be targeted towards key groups of stakeholders. We sort of lumped stakeholders together on the Trinity because it's a much smaller pool than the stakeholders in the rest of the Central Valley project. But they weren't public meetings in the sense that there's like a town hall question and answer component or anything of that nature.
Okay, but just two then notes, I guess. One is, I would encourage you to consider having more open. I think there clearly in this county, there's a lot of interest in people being heard. And I understand that there's an opportunity in the fall. The longer you delay it, the more pent up. So I think it could be good if we did that. And the other is just to give you a heads up that there is a group trying to officially form as a community-driven organization. Who should they be reaching out to make sure that they, like other groups, can say, hey, please make sure I'm included in those interested parties? Who should they reach out to?
The point of contact is Joanna Beck, but if you have my contact
Sure.
info and I can get her contact info to you.
Joanna Beck, but to you. Okay, thank you, sir.
So Mike, the interested parties were narrowed down to your scope of who you thought was interested, but not generally. I would think interested parties would be everybody, not just your side of who you may think is interested. It seems a little narrowly focused that you didn't let, well, first of all, the people of Trinity County were a very interested party.
Started making it. Thank you.
Didn't invite them, make it public knowledge or give them a heads up that they could participate or at least listen in and maybe have some valuable, as being interested parties, have some valuable input.
So I do want to take this opportunity to flag or make clear that neither the restoration program nor the Northern California area office are leading this reconsultation. So the reconsultation for the TRD and the rest of the CVP and the EIS that's going to look at the operation of the CVP in the long term, that all is being led by Reclamation's Bay Delta office. as Reclamation's manager in the Trinity River watershed, I've been trying to coordinate, these sorts of things, but it's not me that's making those decisions. This is a much bigger thing that's going on than just our side of the hill. I will admit that there were probably stakeholders that when we were brainstorming with all of the people who were coming together to talk about who would these interested parties be, we probably missed some people, Liam. But I'm not gonna.
Would it not come to the forefront of your mind to think that, hey, Trinity County people, interested parties? It wouldn't skip me.
Right, but
I get
Liam,
that.
you got to think about it at the scale of what we're doing on the same level when they're doing interested parties meetings for north of Basin or north of Delta water contractors or south of Delta water contractors or environmental nonprofits in the Central Valley. They're not looking to the state of California as the interested parties. They're looking for key groups of stakeholders who they're specifically trying to reach. So it's not the people of Trinity County that we need to reach with this, that we missed the opportunity to reach. It's who are the representatives of different basin stakeholder interests that should have been part of that conversation. Because again, these were never intended to be gigantic public meetings. These were intended to be targeted to groups of individuals that represented broader audiences. That's why, one delegate from the state of California was participating. One delegate from the Yurok tribe was participating. We had one person from the Friant-Kern Canal Authority. That it was very much like entities that were represented by a delegate at these sorts of meetings.
Thanks, Mike.
I will agree to disagree. Totally.
I'm going to give Don back his slides.
Go ahead.
So, and thanks, Mike. The reconsultation for the CVP had just been completed in 2019. We thought that was going to be good up until 2030. We got litigated. We decided, we being Reclamation and DOI, to reconsult again. And it's the same model that's been used throughout this. So again, Mike is right. We're not the leaders of this. We're trying to manage the best we can locally. But when I say we did not intend to include this, to not include any interested party. So when I said the public was, the Bay Delta office, interested parties is to solicit ideas to analyze through the reconsultation. So we're using the exact same model that's been used before on reconsultation for the first time, Trinity River Division being included. For the first time since the 20,000 run. So, good discussion. Chair, if you don't mind, if I can continue on with ops, and we'll finally get to the reconsultation portion of this. So next, if we can go back to the slides. Okay, winter variability flows. Again, this hydrograph, the gray on the left is the winter flows without the dams. So you see this is what the flows would have looked like without Trinity Dam and Lewiston Dam in place. We have seen huge inflows in the month of January. And the trace in red is what our hydrograph is with the releases out of Lewiston. And we're showing this that we're not changing, and there's a blue line embedded in that red line. So the winter flows didn't change our normal hydrograph flows out of, for the restoration program. We always have these big peaks in late April, but this was intended to demonstrate that the winter flows did not shift significantly the timing of the flows. It just shaved a little bit off the summer into the winter months. So Mike will cover some of that more on his presentation. So next slide.
Don, I have a question on the gray graph there. How is that data compiled?
So full natural flow is calculated by the state of California based upon the change in reservoir elevation, subtracting for releases. So it's at very,
so in
very
a
low
non-scientific way, how is that data compiled?
It's a simple measurement of how much
What gauges do we have at the various reservoirs that are coming into Trinity Lake to identify the accuracy of that?
We have a single gauge on the Trinity River above Coffee Creek. Those data are not driven by stream gauge data. which if you were to gauge a bunch of streams and combine them, you would multiply error across those streams. What this is gauging is the actual amount of water that's coming into the reservoir. So change in elevation based upon the bathymetry of the lake, based upon the shape of the lake, tells you how much water has come into the lake. And that, but for the dams, it's referred to as full natural flow because but for the dams, that change in reservoir storage would have manifested itself as flow past Lewiston.
So in January of 23, based upon the change in elevation that you just explained, did we see a change in elevation of our lake level?
That storm, well, there was a significant amount of inflow at that time. Yes, that's what's shown here.
What is the documented change in the lake level during that January 23 timeframe?
I don't know the answer to that question. We'd have to pull those graphs.
Yeah, we'd have that information with daily reservoir storage levels. We have hourly releases out of the dams. And so we can track that very closely. Okay, I'm going to move on to, I think, my next topic, which was operations, key to everybody's heart here. I wanted to do kind of the overview of operations long-term, meaning since 2000, 23-year period. I think Supervisor Gogan brought this up. We always hear refill potential on our reservoirs. And so this is to illustrate one of my second major topics that I've been asked about all winter long is, besides the winter construction project, which we just went over on, is everybody knows the Sierra Mountains, Shasta, 200% up in our area. And as you go south, 300% above Folsom, 400% at Friant, Fresno area. The storms did not hit Shasta like they did the rest of the state. So I get a lot of questions. I had several interviews as recently as last week. Why didn't Trinity refill like the rest of the dams in California did? Well, I'm going to compare Shasta to Trinity. Shasta Dam refills on average about every 4 to 5 years. We're full right now for the first time since 2019. And the reason why is the average inflow to Shasta is 5.7 million acre feet. This year we're at about 6.2 million, so we're above average, not tremendously above. In 2022, I think we were under 2 million acre feet. So again, it was just this drastically bad year of a 30-year drought at Shasta. That's why we were so low in Shasta. So 5.7 million acre feet, Shasta holds 4.5. So an annual average year of inflow fills Shasta Dam. We just don't get that 5.7 on average. It's either way below or way above, it seems like. Trinity, the refill potential is not good. It's only about 8 to 10 years on Trinity. So the average inflow in the 23-year period on Trinity is basically 1.1 million acre feet. That's average. Trinity Reservoir capacity is 2.45. So it would take 2 years of average inflow without any releases to fill Trinity, and it still wouldn't be completely full. So next slide.
So Don, just to clarify, it's
Sure.
the average releases that factor into it being 8 to 10 years.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
I'm just trying to illustrate
Yeah.
the basin here. Trinity Dam's a very large reservoir storage-wise, but it's an extremely small basin compared to the other basins in the state, including Shasta. Okay, so this slide, really hard to see, but this is clear back to the complete, on the left is 1964. The top line is full Trinity Lake, and the dips are the drought years. And you can see folks that have been around. I've been here I've been at Shasta for 15 years and pretty familiar with the history of this area. The big dip on the left is 1978, the worst year ever on record in California for storms. Shasta, that was the lowest level Shasta ever had, lowest level Trinity had. That's that single dip. 1978, that spring, both reservoirs filled. maybe not Trinity, but Shasta filled in 1 year from being down 240 feet. The next dip is the early 90s, 1992 timeframe, severe drought in California. And so in my time frame, I got here in 06, we've had 3 separate periods of consecutive drought years. 07, 08, 09 was considered the worst drought we've seen in a long, long time until we got the 2013, 14, and 15. That was even worse. And that's those next 2 dips. And then we got the 2020, 2021, 2022, which is the worst 3 years on record. So this is just to demonstrate how inconsistent the winters are in Northern California here. So I'm talking long-term operations, and let's talk about Trinity. Next slide, please. And this is a very busy slide, but this is out of Mike Dixon's restoration website. And I'll be happy to share this whole presentation just because it's hard to follow. But this is from the first year, 2001 through 2022. The second column is the water year types based on inflows on Trinity. How much inflow is for the year? That dictates the water year. We've got 5 water year types. Middle is normal. There's a volume water. Good years, we go to wet, we go to extremely wet. Bad years, we go to dry, we go to critically dry. So we've had, in the history, the 23-year history, we've had 5 critically dry years. Never had a back-to-back year, but we had 3 in a row, 20, 21, and 22. And the system just isn't built to sustain that with our rule set. So in yellow, what happened in 2014, which was a really, really bad year, restoration program gets a critically dry volume, and on the right is the diversions into the CDP, which were high. 2020 and 2021, same thing, critically dry years, but the diversions were pretty extreme, trying to help support the CDP with Trinity water. As I mentioned earlier, going into 2022, before we even got to the winter, 0 diversions were already determined. So we had very little diversions last winter through the CDP. Okay, this year, and so the rule set, when I say the rule set needs to be changed, is we can't afford to draw on Trinity during dry and critically dry years. That's what Mike and I both totally agree on. That's the input we're going to provide to our reconsultation efforts, is that extremely wet years, there's a lot of water everywhere. But these dry years, Trinity with the lack of refill potential, we just cannot sustain major diversions during future critically dry years. And I think Supervisor Gogan, that's where you were headed. What are we going to do to move forward here? And that is what Reclamation is strongly advocating at this point, is to not get ourselves in this position again on Trinity.
So Don, one question here. You said that in the last 10 years or so, we've seen wild swings in the actual type of water year that we've had. And I look back from 12 to 22, you've had 1 normal year in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dry or critically dry years and a couple wets. So it would seem to me that the trend is dry, critically dry. There has been a few swings in there, but we certainly have had a 10-year, we'll say, heads up that, hey, look, I mean, most of these years have been dry, critically dry, normal. 80%, 75% of them have been in the normal or subnormal range. And here we sit today kind of going, oh, geez, didn't see it coming. So just a statement I make when I look at those numbers there, which I've looked at in the past, and it seemed obvious to me that we were not in a getting wet scenario. The last 10 years, we were in a getting drier by the year scenario, which is now borne out by this graph. And even when we got 120% of normal this year, we're only going to refill to probably 50%. Just a comment.
And I think we're going to have more information on that. I think that goes back to the chair's question that was submitted that you read to me earlier about looking at reservoir levels to base our future water year designations. That's why I like that idea, because you just demonstrated, Liam, that we can't predict what next winter is going to be right now, but the trend sure seems to be the last decade that we're tending drier than we are. We're not hitting a bunch of extremely wet years. We're hitting just the opposite. So that's why Mike's going to cover that more. And so there's more to come on that.
All right, which I just want to just clarify goes back to my initial statement that we cannot predict the future, but we gambled with it at 20% full last year. We could have been critically dry, who knew? And we rolled the dice on hoping Mother Nature came to pull us out. And fortunately enough, it did, but that was no promise. In fact, the trends say that probably wouldn't have happened. And I think we all know, especially yourself and Mike, that another dry year, critically dry year, would have made probably almost every fish species in the Trinity extinct with the water temperature. So it seems unbelievable that we rolled the dice on that we're trying to restore this river and the fishery in this river, and we decided to gamble. Even when the odds weren't that good.
And we have the same problem on the CDP. If we would have had a critically dry year, again, we have species there would have been in peril also. So again, there's the same reconsultation going on the CDP to never get us into the situation on Shasta that we were into last year. We could not meet our needs. So next slide. I'll try to continue on. We've still got quite a bit to present, Chair, if you don't mind. So just overall, this is out of the Restoration's website. This is a pie chart of the diversions into the CDP, which is always near and dear to everybody's heart. On the left side is basically a 52% 23 average that got diverted. On the right side is the blue is the restoration volume, and the green is additional flows out of Trinity, specifically probably lower Klamath augmentation flows and a few other things. But it's 52 to 48%. That's the overall history of what you always get, how much water are they diverting over the CDP? That's the percentage that we on average. So next slide. So now I'm going to get into, let me pause there. Longer term, 23-year trend. I think, Liam, I think you just highlighted the trend seems to be drier than wetter. So I just wanted to give you the background to where we're heading into. What are we doing right now? So I'm going to talk about current Trinity River Division operations. As I mentioned, this year's inflows, and I think I said 6.2 million for Shasta. Now I think it's down to 5.8, which is just barely above that 5.7 annual average. That's good. If I got 5.8 million in Shasta each year, we'd be full each year. That's how easy it is to fill Shasta because we get very good year-end storage carryover. Trinity Dam, very good year this year, 1.5, 1.6 plus million acre feet. It put according to the 2000 rod, that's a wet year designation. We like that. That also means per the rule set, 701,000 acre feet is dedicated to the restoration program for the year. So there's no rule set right now to say, let's put some of that in storage, carry it over next year. That's all part of the reconsultation. We got to start changing the rule set so we don't get ourselves in these precarious situations with low storage. So we're still talking current. Next slide, please. This is really hard to see for the folks out in the audience. This is really near our darts. Where's Trinity going to end up at the end of the summer? The top little box, you go to the month of September, Trinity is at 1.26 million acre feet, which is 50%, just like Supervisor Gogan just mentioned. Last year, we were at 515, so we're more than double in the end of September of this year than we were last year. That's, my focus here is I'm going to try to trend on things are getting better here as I end my presentation before we get the mic. So that's really good news, is that Trinity is going to be going into next winter a lot better shape than we were last fall. Okay. We've already, as I mentioned, we're going to divert probably zero water the entire winter next year into spring, into summer, because Shasta is going to be really, really full at the end of September, meaning any winter at all, we're going to fill Shasta again. There will be no need to rely on anything out of Trinity. So that's a decision. That's a projected decision? Is it set in stone? No. But that's where the trend is really positive for Trinity, is because Shasta is going to be in such great shape at the end of September. We're going to be over 3 million, 3.2, 3.3 million acre feet at Shasta. That's 75% full going into the winter. That's really good. I love flood operations out of Shasta. I can do it all winter long because that means we're going to be full going into the spring. So right now, this just I'm trying to demonstrate the trend on Trinity is trending good right now.
And so a lot of these numbers looking so good is some guesses about what's going to happen with weather, but it's mostly about half the water that's been released over the last 20 years won't be being released because Shasta can handle it.
Exactly right.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
And this is all based when we get into this time frame, April, May, we know exactly what the operations looks like for the rest of the year. We know there's zero more storm events coming in for the most part. So this is pretty rock solid data.
So Don, with the lack of outgoing water, are you at all concerned about Lewiston Lake heating up to the point where it may be too warm for returning adult salmon?
Yep, we are. We're always concerned about Lewiston, and Mike's going to talk a little bit more about that. That's part of our reconsultation. We are doing an overall, they call it a modeling platform. CVP wide, they're studying temperatures in every reservoir, including now Lewiston and Trinity. So we want to learn more about how Lewiston handles actually diverting water through Lewiston, which Supervisor Golden is mentioning, into Whiskeytown. Then when we release that same water through Lewiston Dam into the Trinity, that water's colder because it's moving through Lewiston rather than sitting in Lewiston with very little flow. So, but that could be one of the things that when I say we're not going to divert water next winter into next spring, is we got to look at Lewiston temperatures. How we combat that is if we have good storage levels in Trinity, we have enough cold water that doesn't become an issue.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
What will that do to power production then if no water is being carried over the hill and we make power in so many locations? If that water's not doing that, then what happens with the power production?
And I'll go back to power as a secondary benefit of the CVP, the authorized purpose. So we would not be releasing water solely for power generation. It is only released to meet our ag and fish and wildlife benefits. So that's why we're going to have an interested parties meeting with the power customers to hear what they would like to see consulted on. But Shasta is never, our deliveries are never made around a power program. They're always made around water contract deliveries or fish needs. And the power then gets that volume of water, then they schedule accordingly. It's the same on Trinity.
Okay.
And I think just related to Supervisor Carpenter Harris' question, if I'm remembering what Paul Hooser said, it was something effective. We can generate power on 100% of water that goes through diversions and 20% of what goes through releases down Trinity. Is that about right?
Yeah, and I'll give you the simple answer. Everything comes out of Trinity for the most part goes through the power plant, except the really high flows. If it goes down the Trinity River, Lewiston's a very small power plant. So it's basically you get Trinity regeneration for water that goes down the Trinity. That'd be the 20% that Paul Hooser's talking about. If it goes through the diversion, it goes into JF Carr power plant. That's at the backside of Whiskeytown. out of Whiskeytown, and then it goes to Spring Creek Power Plant. That's 2 more generations. That goes into Keswick, and then it goes through Keswick Power Plant. So water out of Trinity Dam that gets diverted gets generated 4 times. And that's why the CVP was such a vision back in the 50s that, hey, we can bring excess water over to the CVP and we can make a lot of generation too while we're doing it. And I'm not speaking that I'm an advocate. I'm just saying that was one of the visions of the whole division.
As this water travels through those 4 hydro plants that you just talked about, what's the difference in temperature between where it begins and where it ends?
It does heat up a little bit, but then at Whiskeytown, we've got $1 million temperature curtains in Whiskeytown. So Whiskeytown's about 200 feet high, the lake. We've got a curtain hanging down about 170 feet. And for the water to pass, it has to go underneath it. So we would grab the coldest water out of Whiskeytown into Spring Creek, into Keswick. And that helps the Sacramento temperature needs because this is colder water for the most part, obviously coming out of Trinity because it's higher, it's snow fed, it's higher elevation. So that's another key benefit of the diversions for the Sacramento ESA needs on the SAC.
How much water do we divert annually from Trinity River to Clear Creek?
Clear Creek's like 150, 200 CFS. It's very small.
That's what how many acre feet?
Oh, I'd have to get back to you on that, sir.
Wild guess.
200 CFS a day. That's 400 acre feet a day. 400 acre feet a day times 30 would be what, 12,000 a month, something like that. And that's we got Clear Creek. There's some tributaries that feed Whiskeytown. They're pretty significant. Clear Creek's we pull Whiskeytown down 10 feet for winter. That's almost 30,000 acre feet. This year it got filled because of the tributary inflows to that. So Liam, I can get back to you, but I'm thinking
say 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 a month.
For how many months?
For 12 months. You know, in the wintertime, they're probably just using natural flow. So maybe I'd say it's under 100,000 acre feet.
Which is a lot.
Yeah.
Which is a ton.
Mm-hmm.
That I would like to say, save all fish, but I think somewhere in there that 100,000 acre feet could be used more for our fish than for, we'll say, Sacramento River, Clear Creek. Not that I want to see any of those die either, but I'm up here looking out for my best interests at this time.
And I would add as a counter to that, Clear Creek is the best tributary on the whole Sacramento stem for restoration. That's the overall winner for the salmon restoration on this whole Sacramento arm for winter run.
Where does the Trinity rank on the #1 tributary to the Klamath?
I wouldn't know the answer to that.
I could tell you. It's #1.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to. We are #1 also.
Yeah, everything's important.
It's our water.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned about them, but we are the #1 tributary, as you just said.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand your concerns about them.
So
I have the same concerns about us.
No, I totally agree. So Chair, I've got one last slide and I'm done and we'll turn it over to Mike, but this is my key slide as moving on. We're in the theme of where we headed right now today on Trinity Lake. As I mentioned, there's been 5 total critically dry year designations in the 23-year history of the ROD. There had never been a back-to-back critically dry year. We just went through 3 in a row. So that sets the stage for how bad things are, why we ended up where we are. So the box, I want to point out the natural inflow to Trinity annually is 1.1 million acre feet. Add up the 3 years, we barely got above that for 3 total years. So we just did not get inflows to Trinity or Shasta. And that's why we were in such bad shape in Northern California. Restoration releases of those 3 years, 1.1 million. The diversions of CDP were still high in the first 2 years. We dialed them way back. But that's why we're going to reconsult. We cannot do that again and get ourselves in the dire situation we had on Trinity going into last fall, as Liam mentioned. So 2023, I'll conclude with the last 3 bullets. As I mentioned, because Shasta is going to be in such great shape at the end of the summer, we don't anticipate needing to pull any diversions over for next season already. That decision we know right now. If we have the worst winter on record, things could change. But right now, Shasta is going to be in very, very good shape. So 2024 projected to have minimal CDP diversions based on our Shasta end of year storage. So I just mentioned that twice. I'm sorry, but it's really, I can't overemphasize that fact. So therefore, trending forward, the last 3 years, 2022 through 2024, we're going to see the lowest CVP diversions for a 3-year period on record. So when we're asked, what are you doing about Trinity Lake? We're trending in the right direction based on conditions. And the reconsultation is going to actually add more tools in our toolbox that can help us moving forward and not just say, well, this is the rules we have. We can't change anything. That's why we reconsult, because we have to reconsult because things change. So that's my end of my part of the presentation. I hope it was helpful. I hope it was informative. The most important part of this is, I think, operations. What are we doing right now? Where are we headed? We're heading in a really good direction. And then the next really key point is, what are we going to do on the reconsultation to make sure we can safeguard the Trinity River and the Trinity Reservoir? So any last questions before I turn it over to Mike?
Don, thank you very much. You probably had a feeling this was going to be a little tough coming in, and I appreciate you answering all my questions sincerely. So thank you very much.
This is very, very important. Mike and I love what we do. That opening pictorial where I showed you what I manage out of Shasta, it's incredibly interesting, incredibly exciting, incredibly challenging, but I love what I do. And so I appreciate the opportunity to come out and present to you guys.
Thank you.
May we have a copy of the presentation?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to jump in and talk about the ongoing reconsultation under the Endangered Species Act. Before I dive into those slides, I do want to acknowledge something that Supervisor Carpenter Harris said regarding single species management. And I think that that's a really important and astute observation. And it's actually, and this could be a longer discussion, but it's one of the main reasons why we were it's a significant contributor to why we were changing our flow management through time, through the Winter Flow Project and what's being proposed in this reconsultation. It's known that by releasing water artificially late into the summer, we're actually really negatively impacting other species that use the Trinity River. Some of the species that we model are things like foothill yellow-legged frogs that require warmer water, but western pond turtles, lamprey, sturgeon downriver. There are a lot of things that are impacted by current management, which is a big motivator for changing the flows to emulate a more natural hydrograph. So anyway, sorry for a little detour there, but if we can pull up my slides. So we had a pretty good start to the conversation about this already. I'm just going to touch on what's happening through the Bay Delta office leading the reconsultation on the Central Valley project. So as the board is aware, the federal government is obligated to comply with federal law, and 2 federal laws that govern federal actions are the Endangered Species Act and the National Environmental Policy Act. And so we were already in the process of Reclamation already knew that they were going to be reconsulting on the Central Valley project. It became apparent during early discussions on this reconsultation, which has happened far more times for the rest of the CVP than it has for the Trinity River division of the CVP. It became apparent that there's a lot of new science to bring to bear on Trinity River division operations, and specifically that there's additional species that need to be considered under the Endangered Species Act that are impacted by Trinity River Division operations. And so when the notice of intent to prepare an EIS was published in early 2022, because, all right, so I'm going to back up. I'm going to explain. So there's two parallel processes going on, one to comply with the ESA and one to comply with NEPA. And so what ends up in that NEPA document is a series of alternatives and a preferred alternative. And that preferred alternative or some version of it will end up being a proposed action that will be submitted to the National Marine Fisheries Service to comply with the Endangered Species Act. So we have these two things that are happening simultaneously. So the EIS, which is the NEPA compliance portion, we recognized early on that we were going to need to consider the Trinity River Division as part of this broader Central Valley Project analysis. And so these are just some key dates that happened early on in this process. One of the more relevant ones for our purposes on the Trinity side is that in summer of last year, there was a very, unusual joint government to government meeting between both the entire tribal councils of the Hoopa Valley Tribe and the Yurok Tribe with the Commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation. And Reclamation committed to the tribes that they would be co-leads for the environmental compliance, specifically for the Trinity River Division portion of the CVP. And so what we're developing right now is a proposed action that Reclamation and our tribal co-leads will agree on for Trinity River Division operations. Next slide. And so, yeah, we already mentioned that we've had a couple interested parties meetings. The first two interested parties meetings, Supervisor Gogan was in attendance of, and actually former Supervisor Groves as well. These were largely brainstorming. We were eliciting ideas from all of these water users and recreational interests and environmental nonprofits and government agencies on what do we need to consider as alternatives for this EIS that's going to be prepared for the Central Valley Project. And then this most recent one, we presented some very skeletal conceptual alternatives to basically kick off a red flag review of like, are we missing key components or specific alternatives that need to be analyzed? And so my next slides are going to touch on what do those conceptual alternatives look like to give you an idea of where this EIS is going for the broader CVP, but specifically I'm going to focus on the Trinity relevant components. So next slide. So these alternatives, again, this is an analysis of the entire Central Valley Project. So these alternatives are, what we're going to present are the Trinity components of broader alternatives, some of which have more bearing on Central Valley Project centric or Central Valley centric stuff than others. So for the no action alternative under NEPA, what we're looking at is operations for the CVP under their 2020 ROD and operations for the Trinity River Division of the CVP under our 2000 ROD. And also incorporated in this was, with that 2000 ROD, there was a 2000 biological opinion. So while the CVP has had multiple biological opinions and multiple RODs in the last 20 some years, we have not. And so our no action is based upon a record of decision and an environmental or an Endangered Species Act document that is now getting close to 23 years old. Alternative one is largely irrelevant to the Trinity, and I think it's likely that this is actually going to be, from the Trinity's standpoint, it's going to be same as no action. This is basically looking at prior to the 2008 buy-up on the Central Valley Project. So again, not really relevant to our side of the hill. Alternative two is what we call the multi-agency deliberation. So this is the regulatory agencies and reclamation agreeing on what alternative two is basically likely to be, or some version of alternative two is likely to be the proposed action. And so this is everybody who has a direct say in this process agreeing on what we think we can actually agree on. And because the tribes are involved as co-leads on the TRD portion of this, this does include getting the tribes and reclamation on board, as well as the regulatory agencies, which for our side of the hill is the National Marine Fisheries Service. Alternative three is gives a little bit more deference to the use of water for environmental purposes. And alternative four gives a little more deference to supply of water for Central Valley Project contractors. So again, that's just kind of the framework where you're going to see, and now I'm going to hang various Trinity components onto those different alternatives in the next slides. So I think one of the components that we're looking at, and Don's already touched on this a little bit, but something that's very, very relevant to the audience here, including the board, is the recognition that we need to be able to manage minimum storage in Trinity Reservoir to be resilient to multi-year drought. We did not do that effectively in the 2020 to 2022 drought. Right now, we're operating under a biological opinion from 2000 that has a soft minimum of 600,000 acre feet, which is less than a quarter of the capacity of Trinity Lake. So what we're looking at under alternative 2, and the numbers that are thrown out there are examples. So don't get hung up on the actual number figures, because we're going to have to model and figure out where are the actual appropriate thresholds. But what we're looking at is in normal and wetter years to try and manage to some, substantially higher minimum storage threshold. And so we threw out 1.2 million acre feet as an example. There is some precedent to say that 1.2 million acre feet is kind of the minimum where there's no concern for Trinity River temperature. So we would manage to 1.2 through the first year of a drought. Maybe in the second year of a drought, there would still be some water available for diversion, and particularly for meeting temperature needs in the Trinity River. So you might manage down to 900, and then maybe you would manage down to 750. But the idea with this is to have higher minimum storage for normal and wetter years to prepare us better for a multi-year drought. And then once we're in that multi-year drought, Trinity doesn't become the source of water for the Central Valley Project. Once we're in a drought, Trinity is managed to make sure that we meet Trinity River and basically Trinity Basin centric objectives. So what that means from a practical standpoint is the only way that you get there, if you're going to lean on Trinity less during drought, as has been the case in the last couple of droughts, and Don showed you that in a table, if we're going to lean on Trinity less in a drought, that means that you need either more consistent but smaller diversions across years, or you need to lean on Trinity heavier in wetter years. The latter is a little problematic because it means that you would end up in spill probably on the other side of the Central Valley Project. If in wet years we're leaning on Trinity, well then there's a lot of water in Shasta, and as Don showed, Shasta refills. So that it's maybe not the best optimal use of water. So something that likely will come out of this through modeling is that we would look at more consistent year-to-year diversions rather than leaning really heavily in some years on Trinity.
Mike, just a question. There's a MAF after year 1. Is that a typo, or is that something different than TAF?
Million acre feet as opposed to 1,000 acre feet. Sorry, shorthand. So
And the TAF is
1,000 acre feet.
gotcha. Yeah. I was
Sorry.
I was thinking total, not 1,000. Okay.
I could have said 12,000.
Yeah. Gotcha. Thanks.
Can you give us an idea of what I look at these numbers, it doesn't mean anything. Can you give me like 1.2 million acre feet equals roughly what percent of the lake?
That's 50% storage. So our goal would be to try year to year to, if that number bears out through modeling, we would be trying to manage to not go below 50% of storage unless we ended up in a multi-year drought. Right now, our minimum is 600.
Thanks.
So those three numbers are half, 40% and probably 30%.
Yep. So another component of storage management is the transbasin diversion season. So not just how much water is in the reservoir, but when does the water leave the reservoir through the Clear Creek Tunnel to the Central Valley? I'll summarize. There's a lot of text there. That text is actually pulled out of a biological opinion, but basically the status quo, the no action alternative right now is that the transbasin diversion season happens as we divert water from the TRD to the Central Valley Project as needed to meet the needs of the Central Valley Project. So there's not a specific season. It's largely based upon balancing this much larger system. What we're looking at under alternative 2 is focusing diversions when diversions are going to be happening at the time of year when it's not only not detrimental to the Trinity, but is actually beneficial to the Trinity River. So tightening up those diversions. And again, we're going to have to model this, so I don't want to throw out hard dates, but we would be, rather than right now, historically, we move a lot of water through the diversions, really starting in April sometimes to fill Whiskeytown, but through May and June, we move water to the Central Valley Project. What we would be trying to do through alternative 2 is focus those diversions from, say July, August timeframe, or July, August, early September, when moving water through Lewiston Lake that water can go to the benefit of the Central Valley Project, but it also improves temperature conditions for holding spring Chinook salmon downstream in the Trinity River. So trying to find that sweet spot where we can move water to the Central Valley, but still meet the needs of the Trinity River. And right now we know that if we move that water too early, so in that April, May, early June timeframe, that actually brings down the release temperatures into the Trinity River at Lewiston enough that it's detrimental to fish in the Trinity River. So we're trying to make this work for both sides, but with a priority given to the Trinity River. Next slide. So this is, the variable in-stream flows, restoration flow releases, a couple of key components to this. No action is what we do right now, or what we do without winter flow variability. So what we're looking to do here is shift the timing of restoration releases earlier for reasons that have been discussed with the board. We're trying to achieve a balance of, on a long-term average, roughly 50% of our restoration allocation would be released prior to April 15th. And this would be through a combination of small synchronized releases and occasional larger synchronized geomorphic releases. We didn't do any of that this year, as well as incremental base flow increases.
Mike, one question, please. When is our water year released, the type of water year that we're in?
The water year is formally determined on April 15th. So the rule set that's being determined for alternative 2 is based upon, it's predicated on the idea that we can't overspend the April 15th water year determination.
It's, am I reading this wrong? Time of release will result in an average of 50% of volume occurring prior to the water year, we'll say, being determined, or April 15th, 15 days later. Am I
Correct.
getting that?
That's correct.
Now, I know you're going to say we're going to stay inside rod volume, but still, prior to having a water year designation, we plan on releasing 50% of the volume.
Correct.
Okay. Seems kind of rolling the dice to me.
It might, and if our rule set was ready for prime time, and it will be for the public draft EIS, it would be clearer on why it would be more or less impossible for us to overspend, but I would have to share that with you, and it's not quite there yet. That'll be sometime late this summer that'll be ready.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the overspending. I know I've heard you say dozens of times that we're going to stay within the rod volume. It's just the timing of the spending. Seems odd to me that you would spend 50% of your paycheck prior to knowing what your actual paycheck is going to be.
Right, and it sounds that way, but again, it's not as problematic as it would sound if you work through the decision tree that's associated with this alternative. So alternative 3 is similar, except, or basically it's the same as alternative 2. Except for the base flow component, which I'll get to in the next slide. So this, restoration flow release season is a major component of this. Next slide. So the key thing, probably the biggest thing to highlight on this slide is that we're not proposing to deviate from the minimum base flows. So minimum winter flows would still be 300 CFS. Minimum summer flows would be 450 CFS under alternative 2. Just the timing of when we leave minimum winter flows and the timing of when we achieve summer base flows would shift. Alternative 3 is a nod to some of the interested parties that want to see base flows that are more reflective of natural hydrology. So it is a fact that right now our base flow management on the Trinity River is, it deviates substantially from natural flows. And that's a product largely of our attempting to achieve holding temperatures for spring Chinook salmon below the dams because their holding pools above the dams are no longer accessible to them. But the product of that is that particularly in dry years, our late summer releases can be more than triple what the natural flow at Lewiston would be. During the last drought, we would have been under 100 CFS. We might have been like 70 CFS at Lewiston during the last drought. We released 450 CFS year round. And there are detrimental impacts on the ecology of the river that result from that. One of the major ones as it relates to the restoration program is we get encroachment of riparian vegetation right to the edge of the channel all summer because we're basically irrigating these plants that grow along the edge of the channel. So this is one that's challenging from a pragmatic or from a practical standpoint, from a public standpoint, from a political standpoint. It's not likely to be part of the proposed action. I don't want to be super pre-decisional. It's not likely to be part of a proposed action, but because it was proposed by interested parties and has a sound scientific basis, we said, all right, well, let's analyze base flows that are more synced to natural hydrology as a component of a different alternative. And so that's why it's there. Next slide. Fall pulse flows are something that came up early on, both in discussions with interested parties and internal discussions with the co-leads. People want to see the ability for when there are fall freshet events that would naturally bring the river up a little bit to wash, wood and leaves and such into the river at that time of year when it needs some nutrient recharge. So alternative 2, we would have synchronized flows similar to what was proposed in the winter flow variability rule set, except we're talking way, way lower magnitude. And those would be synchronized based upon some trigger at the North Fork Trinity River gauge. Again, the rule set is still being worked on for this, but these would be minor events that, a peak flow of a couple hours and then coming back down to base flow.
So Mike, where do we, when I think of pulse flows, I think of the flows that go down to offset the ick problem that could be in the Klamath because of water temperature related issues, lots of fish in certain holes, and we have to, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am, I think we have to make the Klamath run at 2,800 CFS. So this pulse flow you said would meet the temperature objectives at the North Fork gauge.
This is a different thing. And I'll actually get to the lower Klamath flows in a moment. That's a different component. This is where Don was the worst at this, and I've had to routinely correct him. So the lower Klamath flows are not, he always refers to them as fall flows, but the action window actually ends before fall. So it's a terminology conflict thing, but what we're talking about is very different than the lower Klamath flow. This is specifically for Upper Trinity River objectives, nothing related to the Klamath specifically.
Okay.
Yep. Next slide. Hey, and there it is, lower Klamath augmentation releases. So right now we have a 2017 record of decision that's independent of the restoration program, but it was a reclamation decision to use some amount of Trinity storage to ameliorate the risk of major disease outbreaks in the lower Klamath River. This is what Supervisor Gogan was just referring to. So there's a rule set that's based upon a starting point of maintaining no less than 2,800 cubic feet per second in the Klamath River gauge at Klamath. And then there's adaptive management based upon temperature and concentrations of fish and disease prevalence and all of these things. Nobody is proposing to deviate from that 2017 ROD. And so that's the no action alternative. And that would be common to any alternative that comes out of this. The thing that we've added here under alternative 2 is that what we recognized, what was very apparent during our most recent extremely severe drought was the same disease conditions that can become a problem in late summer in the lower Klamath can also be a problem in the Trinity in mid and late summer. And in fact, we had to use Trinity water to prevent a major disease outbreak and fish kill event in the lower Trinity River in 2021 or 2020 and in 2021.
How many days was that, Mike?
Now I'm confusing myself. All
You're
the years
close, so
blending.
I'll take
It
you-
was during the drought.
I'll take you the year. How many days did we do that, and what was our supplementation?
So in 1 year, we released it in 21, we released a very short pulse of, was it 1,600 acre feet or something like that? It was a very small volume, but it was basically intended to break down the thermal barrier that was trapping spring Chinook in the lower Trinity River below Willow Creek. And it did work to allow them to move. So we released a small pulse of water, dropped river temperature just enough to convince those fish to get out of the cold little holes that they were holding in and move through that otherwise warm water to get upriver to where they needed to be. And then in the second year in 2022, what we did was actually a little bit different than that, but in the lower Klamath River, conditions improved to where the 2,800 CFS minimum flow we were already achieving that in the absence of the augmentation flows that we had started out of Trinity Dam. But we had a bunch of fish in the lower Trinity River that had almost 100% prevalence of ick, and we were starting to see pre-spawn mortality of those fish. And so we actually maintained elevated base flow releases out of Trinity specifically for the purpose of Trinity River fish. Now, why this becomes relevant for this reconsultation is that the 2017 ROD is programmatic. So we analyzed a rule set that we can then implement as needed based upon conditions going forward. In both the 2021 and 2022 actions for the Trinity, we had to do emergency NEPA, where we wrote a document in a day and did a quick analysis of the relevant factors so that we could do this action to prevent a major fish kill. But that doesn't give us programmatic coverage. That doesn't give us the flexibility to prevent a major fish kill in the lower Trinity going forward. And in fact, the way that judges interpret such things, if you know that you've had to do something in an emergency situation and you do it multiple times, it ceases to be an emergency. It becomes a program. You need to look at that programmatically. And so what we're looking at here is just analyzing the potential frequency of recurrence that we would have to use a portion of Trinity storage to prevent a major fish kill in the lower Trinity River, basically to supplement the analysis that was already done for similar purposes for the lower Klamath.
In the last 10 years, what has been the amount of years used to supplement the Klamath River mortality rate?
Ooh, I don't know the answer. 5?
Half, 50%?
Yep.
So would that fall into the common occurrence rate a judge would think?
Yeah, that's how we ended up with the 2017 ROD, was the judge
Um,
told us, you guys need to do a programmatic review of this.
Does any of that water come out of the rod?
No, that's independent of the restoration flow allocation.
But it still comes out of the lake.
Comes out of the lake. And that's why when Don showed a pie chart earlier in the presentation that had in orange was the amount of water going to the Central Valley project, and in blue was the amount of water for restoration purposes. And there was that sliver of like an additional, is it like 3% or something that's other releases to the river. That's safety of dam releases, which I think is the largest single use of that water across 22 years. And then lower Klamath augmentation and ceremonial releases.
I hate to overstate this, but without knowing again what the water year type is and having a 50% chance of using extra water from our lake, it would seem less than optimal to spend half of our water year designation prior to a water year designation.
Well, we already plan for, we always assume worst case scenario when the Central Valley Operations Office is planning operations for the year. So like the slide that was really, really hard to read that Don showed that had the line of like basically Trinity storage by month, that assumes that we're going to release like 37,000 acre feet to the lower Klamath. So that money is their money. Some are using a banking analogy. That water is already banked and set aside for that purpose when they're doing the projection for the year, when they're scheduling releases to the Trinity, when they're scheduling diversions to the Central Valley. They always assume that we're going to need that water later in the summer. So it's already accounted for.
And if we don't use it?
Then it just is available as storage in the reservoir. And it becomes available for the purposes of the Central Valley project at that point. So because the action window ends at basically the third week of September and the water year ends at the end of September, it functionally becomes carryover in the reservoir.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I should ask this question too. There, the 50,000 acre feet Humboldt deal, where does that come into restoration, storage? Have we thought of a plan for that yet?
So Humboldt County's water allocation is based upon a provision of the 1955 Act that we didn't reference in the 55 Act slide, but there was a volume of water set aside for Humboldt County and downstream users, and I don't want to pretend to be a lawyer and an expert on what Congress intended when they made that somewhat ambiguous language. But there is water that Humboldt County is currently working on a contract for, or they have a contract. They're currently working on a plan to demonstrate the beneficial use of that water. But that water is independent of the restoration volume. So it would basically come out of the Central Valley Project's allocation of water. Or I should say it will come out of the water that is available for the Central Valley Project. But that would be additional water that would be released to the Trinity River on top of the other water that we've talked about.
So 50,000 acre feet more out of the lake?
Correct. And they're currently working with their consultants on developing a plan for this. And so I've seen different scenarios. You've been, I think, probably part of some of these same workshops where they've talked about their proposals for that water. But as of yet, they have not submitted a final plan to reclamation. And so Humboldt County's water is being discussed programmatically in the environmental impact statement that we're talking about here, but it's not going to be analyzed as part of this. Once they have a final plan, there's going to have to be separate compliance on what the impacts of their use of that water is in this basin and on the other side of the hill.
Thank you.
Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to, when I hear all of these numbers about the different water that needs to go down the river for different reasons, and the 50,000 acre feet for Humboldt would be in addition to, my mind has a hard time. It feels like I'm hearing both, that the Trinity River is simply a pipeline. And then on the other hand, we say we need to do all of this restoration work while we're using it as a pipeline. And it seems like at times that there may be a collision of I guess, goals and objectives. I mean, how do we manage a river and keep it healthy at the same time it's being forced to be used as a pipeline? Because really at the dam, we're just opening and closing a spigot based off of opinions and data and ideas and values at this moment in time. And who knows in 20 years that whoever's in charge of that spigot could have completely different values and ideas. And that just takes me back to my original comment that as a person who's lived on the river my life and for generations previous to me, it's just hard sometimes to hear our river be talked about as a project and as a pipeline. So from I guess from a native perspective, that's a challenge. It's a challenge to overcome. And I think it's a challenge mentally to overcome for all of the people who have lived on the river for generations. It's just difficult to hear something that we love so dearly always be talked about as a project and a pipeline.
And Supervisor, I empathize with that perspective strongly myself. And it's we get caught up in this, legal terminology and stuff and the various purposes for which we have to manage things. But I'm with you that the river is a living, breathing thing, and we tend to depersonalize it in these conversations. Thank you. Ashley, next slide, please. So temperature management, right now, we tend to manage, we attempt to manage to summer compliance targets at Douglas City and then at the North Fork Trinity River, depending upon what time of year it is. Our experience during the last drought made it very, very apparent that those temperature objectives are inadequate to be protective of salmon that are holding and then spawning in the river. And the reason for that is that we have 20 miles between Lewiston Dam and the compliance point at Douglas City, and 40 miles between there and the compliance point at the North Fork Trinity River. And you get to a point during the fall when the days are shorter and the days are cooler, and all of a sudden water can actually cool between Lewiston and our compliance points. So we can meet our temperature compliance objectives downstream while we're releasing water that is lethally warm to coho salmon in particular, which have much tighter thermal tolerances. And we experienced that in 2021, where we lost over 80% of the coho at the hatchery and presumably had significant mortality in the Trinity River immediately downstream of the dam, because in November, we released the warmest water of the entire year because we were drawing water off the surface of a reservoir that was in the midst of the worst drought on record. And so what we're proposing as part of Alternative 2 is that rather than a strict compliance point, this would be a management objective, but we would be attempting to manage to these additional temperature targets that are at the Lewiston gauge in order to be protective of those fish that are holding in those upper 20 miles that would otherwise potentially be subjected to warm water. Now, this is just an additional layer of an objective, but we actually achieve this objective by changing how we manage our storage. So if we're able to manage to a higher storage, we're going to do this by default. This isn't like a change in an operation. This is just an objective, and we have to change the knobs that we turn to get there. The only time that there would actually be, figuratively and literally a knob turned to meet this objective would be if we found ourselves faced with a situation where, in spite of best intentions to manage across a multiple years of drought, we ended up in a situation where hydrology just did not cooperate, and we found ourselves where we were last year, having to bypass power. That is kind of the last resort. We can draw the coldest water off the bottom of the reservoir in order to meet these objectives, or at least nearly meet these objectives. But that comes at the expense of power production. And it's sort of it's a blunt tool. So it would be better to be proactive in managing storage and not having to do that. So this is more of a layered objective on top of other objectives that are more directly tied to management tools.
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be. When you exceed the temperature objectives on, we'll say 1 day for 2 hours, that does not go down as 1 day of exceedance, correct? It goes down as 2 hours of exceedance?
Correct. I think they sum the degree days of exceedance, basically.
So what I gather is if you exceeded the temperature objectives for, let's just make it easy, 12 days straight, 2 hours a day, you would only had actually in the record books exceeded the water temperature for 1 day.
I see where you're going with that. And yes, I hate speaking without enough certainty that I'm saying the right thing. I think that you're correct. I would have to confirm that you're correct. Why that's not as problematic as it sounds from a fish standpoint is that fish can tolerate and actually frequently behaviorally do choose to exceed what we say as their optimal temperature ranges. And so brief exceedances are less problematic than prolonged exceedances. So if for a couple hours we pop above an objective, it's far less detrimental than if for an entire day we were above that objective. And I say this when I say fish choose, Liam, and you've seen it at tributary mouths where you'll have fish that will intentionally leave a cold water refugium to go forage in warmer water because there's more food and they grow faster in warm water. And when they start to get thermally stressed because it's above what we say their optimum is, they know better and they go back to cold water. So fish can behaviorally moderate some of this, but not at the scale that we're talking about with river releases like this.
Yeah, I just wanted to, unlike yourself, like yourself, I was unclear if that was the way it actually was measured. Just 1 hour times 24 makes 1
I
day.
can promise to follow up on that, but yeah, I'm about 60% certain that you're right.
Thank you.
Next slide. All right, so those are the major components of the alternatives. Obviously presented at a very high level. The actual descriptions of the alternatives will be published later this summer in a public draft environmental impact statement. There's going to be an earlier version of that document that's a cooperating agency draft of the environmental impact statement. Board or Trent, do you know has Trinity County signed a letter agreeing to be a cooperating agency yet? There was supposed to be a letter going to the county last fall, so I'll take for action that, and it may have gone to planning and fallen into a black hole at the planning department. I don't know, but let me make sure that you're afforded the opportunity to be a cooperating agency, because that's an earlier bite at the apple than being part of the general public review of the document. I think that's pretty important for this body. We do have a couple of public meetings coming up in the future. So a more traditional public meeting, in the sense that anybody can come and it doesn't matter who you're affiliated with, is the WIN quarterly meeting that's coming up in June. This is a meeting, it's called WIN because it's named after an act that requires us to hold these meetings, but that's anybody can attend. And I would hope that the county will have somebody representing you there. And then there is another interested parties meeting coming up later this summer. It will be, at this point, we're transitioning away from Trinity-centric interested parties meetings and merging with the broader Central Valley project, because we're getting things onto a track where we can talk about these things at the same time, because Trinity is finally catching up to the rest of the CVP. Again, public draft EIS later this year. That should allow us to submit a biological assessment with proposed action towards the end of this calendar year. And we would have a record of decision, most likely at this point, specific for the Trinity in 2024. So this will be 2 biological assessments, 1 environmental impact statement, and 2 records of decision. So it's a little bit atypical, but recognizing that the Trinity is its own beast, it seemed like most logical for us. We have different species we consult on, so we're already going to be preparing a different biological assessment. And we have different players in the basin, so we're probably going to sign a separate record of decision from the rest of the Central Valley project. And that's hopefully going to be sometime next calendar year.
Mike, one question for this July 7th interested parties meeting. I mentioned this community-driven group that's forming.
Mhm.
What steps would they have to take to be at a stage where they could reach out to you and say, I want to be in that meeting?
Well, I would say it's probably not complicated. Like I got a direct message from Amber Carmen, who asked if the Trinity River Watershed Alliance could attend our last interested parties meeting. I said, that makes sense to me. Let me run it up the chain and see if you meet the
Okay.
definition of a stakeholder group. And everybody's like, yeah, that makes sense. So that's really it. It's an informal process.
So I'll make sure that they just reach out to you and they can give you some numbers about how many people are represented by their collective, if you will, and what their plans are. Then hopefully that'll connect those dots for you. Thank you.
Sounds good.
So Mike, the Word document does mention having a official like TAMWAG type stakeholders committee. I know it hasn't been approved yet, but where are we at with that? And when do you think that will be approved? Since it seems like it's would be a good thing for the river.
Yeah. So you're talking
TCAUS or
The-
something?
TSAC, Trinity Stakeholder Advisory Committee. Is what
Mhm.
they're rebranding the TAMWAG.
Yeah.
So you know Nick Hetrick?
Who?
Nick Hetrick, he's on the Trinity Management Council as an alternate. He was
He is
was
not,
supposed to be
though.
the designated federal official for a new committee. He was the designated federal official for the TAMWAG. He has retired. And so I haven't heard from Tanya Summer with Fish and Wildlife who is going to be the new DFO, but it's Fish and Wildlife Services task for action. I would say it's going to take a while. If nobody's actively working it as a DFO behind the scenes right now, it's going to be a long time because it's a complicated thing to stand up a federal advisory committee, way more complicated than it should be. But I would guess it won't be before the end of 2024.
And then one last thing with communication or lack of communication about some of these meetings, us not hearing about things. Would it be possible to let Patrick know, who works for you and us, what is going on, if there's things that we need to be abreast of? 'Cause I know you have a lot to do, but
Yeah.
he is our conduit between.
Yep. And so Patrick attends all of our technical work group meetings. So
Mhm.
that I will say that arrangement that we came to a couple of years ago when we discussed the budget and having a designated person with Trinity County, that has been enormously beneficial, I think, for both sides. I don't think that he's been attending the interested parties meetings, although he's been on the invite list. But I can definitely make, more proactively, poke him and make sure that he's aware so that you guys are aware.
Yeah, I think he was on vacation last week.
That seems likely.
Yeah, I think I heard that somewhere. That would just be another prompt that might make it helpful for all of us.
Actually, you took away the pretty picture that was my question slide at the very end.
Don, Mike, thank you. Were you finished or you had another?
Questions?
I'm all done.
Okay.
So if you have any more questions, Chair,
I think we've exhausted ourselves. Are we?
I'm exhausted
Do
too.
you have another one?
I just wanted to make a comment. I mean, first of all, thank you very much for all this information and for taking all of our questions. I think we've gone a couple hours, but it's because it's that important to us. And to me, always looking for silver linings it was comforting to me to hear, one, that because of some decisions already being made about diversions, we will be expecting water levels to continue to increase, which is great. And it was also encouraging to me, if trying not to put words in your mouth, that while you didn't have the authority to change the way things have been done over the last 3 years, if you had the authority, you would have done it differently and it would have been more reflective of input that you've been receiving. So that's just what I'm taking away, and I hope that's realistic.
That's very accurate, what you just said.
Thank you.
I would like to, Chair, we don't want to wait a year to reconvene here. If you want us to come back in the fall to give you an update on what we're seeing, that'd be perfectly fine with us.
I would appreciate that, and you can coordinate that with our clerk of the board.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
All right. Thank you both for being here. We are going to take a short break and we will come back at 11:38.
Oh, my gosh.
No.
I would have said 11:05.
Well, like, geez, when are we gonna talk about the dog shooting?
Okay. You're the star pupil.
It's time to reconvene. We could have supervisors back at the dais.
Where are we?
All right, we will move on with back to the top of our list. Behavioral Health Services, item 1.1. We receive a presentation from the Director of Behavioral Health Services, Connie Cessna-Smith, on a program overview. Thank you for your patience, Connie. Thank you for being here. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Cox and members of the board. Good morning. I am Connie Smith. I'm from Behavioral Health, and I just have a PowerPoint presentation also, but it's relatively brief, just to give you an overview of behavioral health, the services we're providing, where we're providing them, and kind of what governs our decisions in behavioral health.
I'm trying, it's not wanting to open. The computer's slow. Can't get it to open. You want to come see? If you can?
Yeah, what are you doing? You see right click?
Getting ready.
Open web drive. It's opening up as like. Right.
Yeah. There. Yes.
Sorry, Connie.
Oh, that's okay.
This computer's slow. Okay, I gotta to do it as a PDF.
Awesome. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome.
So at Behavioral Health, it is our mission to provide sustainable and recovery-based behavioral health treatment throughout Trinity County that ensures access and equity and improves overall well-being and safety in the county. Next slide, please. So behavioral health as a department is comprised of the mental health department, the substance use disorders department, outreach and engagement programs, crisis programs, and prevention programs. Next page, please.
It's coming.
Okay. This is the page that kind of drives how much we can do. This is our revenues. The mental health revenues for the current budget year are 4.3 million. Those are primarily Medi-Cal and realignment revenues. MHSA, which is Proposition 63 revenues, substance use disorders, which is 2011 realignment, and the substance abuse block grant, which is a federal grant we get every year. That block grant includes $116,000 for substance use prevention programs in the county. And we receive just a little under $6,000 a year in county general fund. That is the bare minimum required maintenance of effort to draw down the 91 realignment. So on the next page, we have what we do. Behavioral health is contracted with the Department of Healthcare Services to be the Medi-Cal provider for the county. You'll see this in our managed care contract that comes before you every year. Medi-Cal reimburses behavioral health approximately 50% of our claims that we submit to them, and then we use the remaining We use realignment and MHSA funds to match what Medi-Cal pays to cover the difference in cost. So our state money, realignment and MHSA, the first priority for us using our state money is to match the Medi-Cal to cover the cost of providing the services. Private insurance patients are referred to local providers who can bill their insurance, and we keep a list of those providers at our office and give those to clients when they come in. Patients that we see must meet the acuity level for serious mental illness or substance use disorders. These are defined by Medi-Cal. Assessments are done to determine the diagnosis and the severity of the illness. Persons with mild to moderate diagnosis are referred to Beacon, who is a subcontractor of Partnership Healthcare. And we don't see a lot of those. Most of our Partnership Healthcare referrals are self-referrals. They don't really come into our shop. The next page has our FTEs. We have a total of 41 allocated in the current year budget. We don't really plan to fill them all in any given year. And we'd be lucky if we could fill our vacant ones. We have 36 FTEs allocated for mental health services. Of those, 5.2 are vacant. Of those, 2.6 are licensed clinicians. So in our program, our assessments and therapy that we provide in mental health must be done by a licensed clinician. Today, we have 2.3 clinicians working for the whole county. We don't even have 2.5. And right now we have one of those out. So it's a real small handful of people providing the services. We have 5 FTEs allocated for substance use disorders programs, and 2 of those are vacant solely due to the lack of funding for SUD. On our next page, I will say that we do have our primary clinic is here in Weaverville, right on Main Street, across from the DMV, I'm sure you know, and we do have a satellite clinic in Hayfork as well. We offer crisis intervention and mobile crisis 24/7 in the county. We have a 24-hour hotline that contacts us in the overnight hours, and we keep a monthly calendar updated of staffing for that 24/7 response. 5150 evaluation and psychiatric hospital placement. Our department contracts with as many acute hospitals as we can find. So all over Northern California, the Bay Area, down to Merced, we have contracts with those hospitals for psychiatric placement in the hope that when we do need one, we can find a bed somewhere. We perform screening and assessments, treatment planning with patients, medication management. We are very fortunate here in Trinity County to have a psychiatrist who lives here in Trinity County. A lot of even larger counties don't have that. We also contract with Kingsview Corporation for telepsychiatry. So we have 2 doctors on staff providing medication services. Individual and group therapy, rehabilitation and family collateral therapy, case management. And then we have a peer walk-in wellness center, which is down on Milestones, just past us here on the left on 299. That happens inside the Cedar Home, so it's the same building. The Peer Run Respite Care Center is run by mental health peers. These are employees with lived experience with behavioral health issues. And they're a really, really vital part of our workforce in behavioral health. And adult residential services, which is a 24-hour residence for persons with SMI, serious mental illness. And that's the Alpine House right next door to the Cedar Home. So those are both on the same piece of property. Substance use disorders include screening and assessment, treatment planning, medication-assisted treatment. We do that via contract with Aegis down in Redding. So those clients are actually served by them down in Redding. Individual and group counseling, prevention with a focus on youth prevention, which includes the Friday Night Live program here in Trinity. And residential detox and treatment. We also have multiple contracts for substance use detox and residential treatment with several places in Reading as well. The next chart is just a graph. We, at the point in time that the data was run, we were seeing 243 clients in behavioral health. And this is what it looks like for your districts. So of the 243 open consumers that we have, that we're serving in behavioral health, this is where they fall across the districts. Next one, please. And then of those 243, again, by district, here's the breakdown of adults versus youth.
Could we go back?
Sure.
Oh, no, this is saying the same information, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same numbers. It's just telling you how many are kids versus how many are adults in your district of the numbers that we're serving in your district. There's a large focus to continue to expand youth treatment in California. So we track them separately by age.
So I'm just curious because with our recent redistricting, theoretically, the populations of each district are pretty similar, number-wise, total number-wise. And yet District 2 has a huge percentage. Is there some learning point for us on that?
I don't think so. I think it's just always been that way. I mean, that's what we see in our data is that they fall in District 2. So that is where the majority of our clients reside.
Are there not in certain ways that we help our clientele, is there not a requirement that if they are placed in some kind of housing situation that is within a certain proximity to these services, could that be contributing?
Potentially. I think we don't have a lot of housing. We don't have a lot of people housed right now. Probably count them on one hand.
Okay.
That we're serving also, but potentially.
Okay.
And housing is definitely something that behavioral health will be moving more into, which, as you know, is not our area of expertise, but we're going to learn a lot about homeless and housing services in the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
So, we continue to work on expanding access to our services by mobilizing care. This includes efforts to mobilize telehealth and serve folks in their own communities. We are working on a mobile telehealth van that will be going to different communities throughout the county, the far reach communities on various days of the week, and connecting clients to telehealth in that van, assisted by a case manager to connect to either the doctor or their therapist without them having to find transportation to the county seat or to get a ride into one of our clinics. We have also put, a couple of years ago, we put telehealth equipment in all of the schools around the county that were interested in that, so that students could leave class, go to a private room, see their provider, and then go back to class without having to leave school to come in for treatment. So this van is our attempt now to address the adults in those other outlying communities that we put the kiosks in the schools. Behavioral health values equity and inclusion in hiring and in service access, in program planning and in treatment planning. So this is something that's an ongoing part of our cultural competency training in our department. And we have a cultural competence plan that gets updated on a regular basis. Behavioral health also funds a patient's rights advocate, full-time to help consumers navigate and solve problems and grievances if they have issues with the department. There is an advocate to help them work through that and work with the department to get them resolved quickly. We also have an advisory board. Our advisory board in statute has specific requirements for who can sit on that advisory board. At least one of those members is a member of the Board of Supervisors, and we greatly appreciate your support on that board. It's Supervisor Frazier right now. And we really appreciate that support. And always the more the merrier. So that is a committee that's open to everybody. The advisory board is, the advisory board's role falls under our performance contract with DHCS. So that's another contract that is on file with DHCS here. It by and large advises how we use the state funds that are not Medi-Cal. So the managed care governs how we provide Medi-Cal services, and the performance contract, the advisory board can advise on how we use those state dollars, of course, after we match the Medi-Cal, the amount Medi-Cal doesn't cover. So my last page kind of looks like things are blowing up, but we're hoping it doesn't. Big changes are coming to behavioral health though. And I think we all hear about it in the news every day. One of them is they are characterizing or calling MHSA modernization. So MHSA came into play in California in 2004 with the passage of Proposition 63 to meet the unserved and underserved populations in mental health. That was almost 20 years ago, and now the state of California has a huge homeless problem. About 30% of the homeless problem in California meets the SMI population criteria. So it's not all of them, and it's actually not even half, but about 30% is still a big number. And this is the state's effort to take some of the parameters off of the MHSA funding and change them and require that 30% of the MHSA funding be spent on homeless housing for the behavioral health homeless population. This will be on the November ballot. So it's going to the ballot, we know that. So we don't know for sure if it will pass, but we know it's a big problem. So we're just trying to wrap our heads around it. Care Court has already passed, as you know. Care Court is another effort of the governors to get people into treatment that need treatment, so maybe they can get off the street. This is something that we will partner with our local courts to facilitate, to just serve the best we can. Behavioral health services are voluntary unless a 5150 is written. So we cannot force people into treatment or detox unless they wish to come and they wish to go. So that's where we expect to see. Care Court will be a big learning experience, is how many people we can go scoop them up, but we can't force them to stay, is what it is. The courts can penalize, the courts have some authority to penalize our department $1,000 a day for people not complying with their treatment plans, but we can't force them to come in. So we'll see what that looks like and what the volume is. We have, I don't have recent point in time numbers right now, but the state estimates at the end of the day, Trinity County's actual number of people served under Care Court will be very low. We estimate that before we get to that point though, hundreds of people will be referred in, and the courts and behavioral health will have to process them. The courts will have to open a case and assign a worker, connect them with behavioral health. Behavioral health will have to connect with them and assess them for eligibility, connect them with social services for Medi-Cal if they don't have Medi-Cal, and then try and enroll them in a program and get them to come to services, help them with access to services. So there'll be a lot of resources taken up in the beginning of Care Court. And it just remains to be seen really how many people will ultimately be served and helped through that program. Mm-hmm. And then homeless housing, which is under MHSA, we're going to, behavioral health professionals by and large are licensed clinical social workers, marriage and family therapists, psychologists, and psychiatrists. So we are not experts in housing. There's funding being made available to us right now that we are accepting to bring into the county to purchase housing. But we have not ever in this industry run these housing programs, so it'll be all new to us. And I think we'll have a lot to learn. The DHCS is probably not going to provide a lot of support or training. So our county networks and our associations are probably our greatest resources. So in a nutshell, that is behavioral health, mental health, and substance abuse services. And I'm happy to answer any questions about our programs.
I just like to make a comment for me. When I've met with the seniors in my district, mostly predominantly Western folks, they speak to the gratitude and the hope for more teleoperations to be able to, because it's quite a trek, especially during summer months when there's so much road construction. 299 is never a straight shot. So having those opportunities come to them, I think you'll be able to, as you used, scoop up more people who just thought any kind of help was a foregone conclusion because they just can't get here. So I appreciate that.
That is super good feedback. Thank you for that. That is really what we're hoping to do, is we know there are people that just can't get here for whatever reason. And we know there are people that can't just log in and do it via Zoom either, because everybody doesn't have a computer, can't run a computer, doesn't have internet connectivity. So there are all those things. So we're budgeting for a van and Starlink equipment to try and get out to the communities. And it's a better use of our resources as a department than having a driver on full-time, going out to Burnt Ranch, picking up a person, bringing them in for their session, taking them home, and a full day's gone by. And the cost of that staff person has only been able to serve get one person into treatment. What we're hoping is the van can go to Burnt Ranch and 3 or 4 people can come and be seen in that day, and then the van can come back at the end of the day. So that's kind of what we're working toward now.
Let me know as that moves forward if you need locations to park that have parking and the ability to people come to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Connie, I would just ask, can you just speak just a minute about when you refer to 30% of MHSA funding could be reallocated to address some of this modernization? Translate that into what that could mean for your ability to deliver services that you've been delivering.
So currently, MHSA is made up of 5 components. The largest ones are community services and support, which we use to provide our outreach and match our Medi-Cal, and PEI, which is prevention and early intervention. Then there are 3 small pots of workforce education and training, and this is the pot where we're allowed to provide student loan assistance to our employees, stipends, hiring bonuses, things like that, and a small pot of capital facilities and technology. There's also a small component of innovation, which they never approve your innovation plan. So in 20 years, they want you to do something that's never been done before with that small pot of money. And it's the only pot of money that we get under MHSA that's still approved by the State Oversight and Accountability Commission. The rest of our MHSA plan comes locally before this board for approval. If that measure passes in November, those components will all go away. And we'll have 3 components under MHSA going forward. One will be full service partnerships, which again is our Medi-Cal population. Homeless and housing at 35% or 30%, and then a big, broad, general other. At this time, and for many, many years, we have MOUs with the school districts around the county, and we give the PEI money to them to do prevention and early intervention in the schools. That component's going to be cut. And 30% of our overall funding is going to be cut. So we can't say with confidence we can replace it with other until we know how much we need to provide the Medi-Cal services. But it's a really valuable program. And it's really the schools helping us identify when kids are younger, that there's problems so that maybe they don't become, suffer with them their whole lives and then become adults with even more serious problems.
And one last thing, I know I'm somewhat familiar with Human Resource Network. How closely do your two organizations work, since there seems to be a bit of overlap in the people that are being helped and the services that are being provided?
You know, primarily, we work with them on housing referrals. We send people to them for housing assistance. And I sit on the first 5 commission with them as well for the 0 to 5 population. We hardly ever see anybody in the 0 to 5 population, but we do work with their families.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for all you do.
No, I haven't read the Friday released governor's revised budget, but anticipated was that 3 areas were going to be insulated: homelessness, climate, which doesn't affect you, and mental and physical health. So hopefully the cuts that you are anticipating maybe won't be as deep as projected. Hopefully those will be covered a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a very strange day for us to have mental health money shifted over to homeless programs or homeless requirements. But we understand why, and we know that we're part of the solution. So we're hoping with our 2.3 therapists that we can see as many people as possible. We look constantly for outside contracts for clinicians as well. But our department has been recruiting since March of 2020 for a LCSW for a clinician. And we just a month ago got our first application. So over 3 years, we've been recruiting here for a therapist, and we just got an application, and I know the competition is fierce for even this one. The private sector that we were contracting with is also losing their clinicians left and right. We've had 2 of them sent to us from our contractor in the last couple of years, and then they've been stolen away from our private sector partner for more money because they're in such high demand. Sorry about my throat. I have issues.
Well, thank you for staying positive and working so hard. Thank you for creating a presentation so we can better understand all that you do, and for your patience again this morning. Appreciate you.
I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we would be looking at item 1.3, but that we timed out. And so that will be rescheduled to September 6th. Oh, I'm sorry, to June 6th. Thank you. And I'm pulling item 1.5. We will not be doing that today. So we are on item 1.6. Adopt a proclamation recognizing May 15th as National Peace Officers Day and May 15th through 21st, 2023 as National Peace Officers Week. With us, we have Sheriff Saxon and Under Sheriff Ward. Nice to see you.
Hi, thank you.
A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 15th through 21, 2023 as National Police Week. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15 as National Peace Officer Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May 15th lies as National Police Week. And whereas established by a joint resolution in Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. And whereas the brave men and women of our nation's law enforcement work long hours, often in dangerous situations, to protect the lives, liberty, and property in their communities. And whereas the safety and health of our officers must be a priority for all Americans. Every day, members of law enforcement risk their lives in service to those they have pledged to protect and defend. We must not take their devotion to duty for granted, and we must do everything in our power to ensure their physical and mental well-being. And whereas the work of law enforcement officers is essential to preserving peace in our communities and to ensuring the safety and precious lives and personal property. And whereas we solemnly acknowledge our debt to those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. These officers and their families have our prayers and unwavering gratitude. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity do hereby proclaim May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day. And further be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors proclaim the week of May 15 through 21, 2023 as National Police Week, duly passed and adopted this 16th day of May, 2023 by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity. Could I have a motion?
Move to approve.
One second.
Have a motion by Supervisor Lutwiler and second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier, Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Sure. I can stay in front of.
You'll stand beside.
Okay.
You got a lot of schooling to do these days.
Thank you for your patience, sir. Patience.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just a real quick, I know it's been a long morning. I just wanted to thank you very much for recognizing the Sheriff's Office, the officers of the Trinity County Probation Department, the marshals of Trinity County, also those members of the California Highway Patrol, and the other members of the state and federal law enforcement officers that work every day in and out of the county of Trinity to provide service and protect the people of the county. So thank you very much for recognizing us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Item 1.7, adopt a proclamation declaring May 21 through 27, 2023 as Public Works Week. And I am not certain who is receiving. There we are, Director Cox.
Okay.
Okay.
We had to work, so.
Yeah, that'd be great. Would you like to go ahead and come to the podium? We can read the proclamation and then hopefully they'll be here when it's time for the photo.
Here.
Okay.
Come on up to the podium and then by the time they're here, hopefully for the picture, they'll.
Well, like I like to say, Public Works Week includes DOT, general services, and solid waste. We're the people who take care of all the conveniences in a city, town, county. We take it for granted when we wake up in the morning and turn the water on, it comes on, flush the toilet, get in our car, and we drive somewhere safely. We also take it for granted when it snows and the roads are plowed, or there is a storm. And there's a lot of materials that are deposited on the roads, trees go across the roads. It's Public Works, DOT in our case, who cleans those roads. Those people, we have been here long before many of us were born. We're here now, and we're going to be here in the future. We do this without paying any attention or looking for glory, just their day-to-day activities. And it is the operations and maintenance personnel who are out in the front lines, in the cold, in the heat, in the rain, who make everything happen. And this week, again, next week, it's the 21st, we recognize all those unsung heroes and very little known first responders because they're the first to respond in some disasters, just like storm, snow, and so forth. I would like to say that they can use the best equipment for taking care of our disasters like they do every day. I could have said that in another organization who had very good equipment. Unfortunately, in our case, we're using older equipment that we try to use, that they have limited hours, 195 hours. If we go beyond that, they'll tell us to get rid of them so we can use them for emergencies. So those are the people who operate, maintain, and they're out there in the front lines. And hopefully they're coming in by now because I like the people who do that work to receive the proclamation, not me. I'm just sitting in the back.
I have a quick question.
That's all I have to say. I can go on, but I mean, they're the ones who have to hear it.
Got a joke? Tell a joke then.
You know, I used to know jokes, but you get old like me, the second thing to go is your memory. And I can't remember what's the first.
Excuse me, is this on? I have been having my.
This is not public comment at this time. If you are on Zoom and wondering what's happening, we are getting ready to present a proclamation and giving a few moments for our folks from DOT, General Services, and Solid Waste to make their way here.
And solid waste and general services were invited. And then I got an email this morning that they forgot all about it. They're all over the place.
Okay.
It isn't just DOT. I send the invitation to all the people.
Okay.
However, they forgot about it. I kept on reminding the DOT people that they need to be close by.
The solid waste folks have not forgot about it. They are short man today. And Diane is taking care of budgetary issues and also helping man specific locations.
Okay.
So those services stay available to the public.
Certainly, we appreciate that. And we will have them in our hearts and our thoughts while we read this. They can look back on the video, I hope, and know that we are grateful for all that they do. Do you want me to move on to reports and announcements? Or go ahead and read it.
Just read it. And then
Okay. We'll present it when they get here. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity, National Public Works Week, proclamation declaring May 21st through 27th, 2023 as Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Trinity County. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated effort of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Trinity County to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, construction, operations, and maintenance, are vitally dependent on the efforts and skill of public works staff. And whereas the efficiency and the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public works departments is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity does hereby proclaim the week, May 21st through 27th, 2023, as National Public Works Week in Trinity County, and calls upon community members and civic organizations to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Duly passed and adopted this 16th day of May, 2023, by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Gentlemen, if you would like to come forward, if anybody would like to say anything, we would be delighted to. Fair. Maybe we can come forward for a photo anyway. We are very much appreciative of all that you do. Thank you for making your way here. Thank you.
Let me in the back. You gotta get in the back. Way back. So you think we'd be doing this 25 years ago?
No.
Would you like
We're
to-
somewhere else.
Receive
Glad you're
that?
here.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Get back to work.
Thank you.
Take lunch.
Probably.
Okay. All right, it is 12:21. Let's, we have a good bit of business yet to cover. And so let's go ahead and take a lunch break. And we will adjourn until 1:20.
Okay, well.
Hope I have enough battery. I didn't think about that. I could run out of battery, but I might. Yeah, but I didn't bring it.
It is 1:20. We are back in session. Ready for public comment? This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes. They must contain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. And so we will now open the public comment.
72.
I have a very small thing on 3.3. That's the thing on the diaper program.
So if it's on 3.3, that comment will wait till we take the public comment for the consent agenda.
We're only a general public comment stuff.
Okay. Can I do it now? Because I have stuff I have to go do. It's a very simple thing. The only problem is that you have Keith Groves and Jeremy Brown on page 2. At the footnote. Page 2 on the letter itself.
Backup material?
Yeah, the backup material, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. Okay, looking for public comment in the room. Is anybody that would care to make comment?
Connor Nixon from Lewiston. This concerns one of the items on the consent calendar. It's a request for a fee
So
waiver.
again, the consent, I know it's really confusing because our day has been really long and very stretched out. This is the public comment that is about things that are not anywhere on the agenda. So when you have something that is about something that is on the consent calendar, there will be a space for that. This just isn't it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry you have to wait.
Good afternoon, Shannon White, Trinity County resident and Trinity County Clerk Recorder Assessor. I think these are some really sad times for Trinity County right now, not only for you board members, but me as a resident and me also as a department head. There's always been distrust in government, and I believe Jill's actions are not helping that any. I want to thank the board for taking an action for an investigation. But boy, I think that's a waste of money for an already financially struggling county. Jill, you know what you should do is you should step down, resign, do what's best for the county instead of costing us more money. It's been requested over and over again to bring an agenda item forward to remove Jill Cox as chair and to strip her of any committees that she's on because she is not the person to be leading our meetings nor representing our county. With her integrity, she shouldn't be leading our meetings or representing our county. Heck, I think you as the board, I don't know, would you have the authority to remove her? Maybe that's something to consider based on her actions. Jill, you and your supporters talk about your emails being your homework, your notes. Sure is funny that like you guys all collaborated and came with the same terminology, your homework. Was that probably through some BCC'd emails? Did you do homework on integrity? Did you do homework on transparency? Did you do homework on ethics? You probably should do some. I can appreciate you researching your issues because that's what we all should do as leaders. We should research things before we make decisions. But we should make those decisions based on what we researched, not use the words of somebody else to make those decisions. We all took an oath to well and faithfully discharge the duties which on we are about to enter. Do you think you're faithfully discharging the duties? I said it 2 weeks ago and I'll say it again. I hope the community doesn't look on all of us, county officials, poorly based on your actions. Jill, you should do what's right and resign. Remaining board members, you should encourage her to resign. Look what you're doing to our county. Look what our county is looking like when you have somebody like Jill sitting on the board. Also heard rumor that there's other board members involved in this non-ethical, unethical actions. And I hope that is not true. But if it is, I would hope that you would also step down. Thank you.
Okay, who will be next?
Sam Brinkley, Lewiston. There's so much I'd love to say, but there's so much anger that boils, and it's hard to kind of get it out in the words when I read your emails. I read how you, because an arts director did not follow your pet tax project, that you threatened to remove her funding to teach her a lesson. I have been shocked by the amount of people that have called me and emailed me through our website, exposetrinitycounty.com, wanting to tell me the fear that the county employees feel for you, Jill. You know, and the threats that you make, public and private, we're just seeing a part of it. And I don't want to leave you out either, Rick. The threats that you make. I confronted Rick at the pub about some of the emails that he has between you two talking about how to shut cannabis down in every part of the county. He told me, Sam, you're just hurting yourself. You're only hurting yourself. Is that because maybe the transfer I've been waiting on for almost 2 years that the last planning director helped me write has not been pushed through? What, Rick, would you like to explain to me how I'm hurting myself by exposing your fraud? You're allowed to talk if you'd like to. Perfect timing. And I wonder how we can try to get rid of Margaret Long on a secret meeting for her performance when you're undermining her performance by carbon copying the very people suing our county. And I wonder if you thought about the cost to you personally. You acted outside of the law. You caused every farmer here hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage. You've lost the trust of the community. I'm just amazed. I'm amazed. And I think Margaret should remind you while she's still here before you get rid of her. I think she should remind some of you the cost of litigation for retaliation, because y'all do it so, no big deal. I'll do what I want. And if there's a fine to be paid, guess who pays it? The county. Some of these TPUD, some of the stuff that you and Underwood should probably lose his license. And I just want to let you know, tomorrow the community will see some of these emails. I think that you and Underwood should most definitely be looking for an attorney. What you have done is illegal, unethical, and it's hard for, how are you even a part of the closed door session yesterday? You were supposed to recuse yourself, not from that meeting, from the issue of reviewing Margaret Long, the woman you undermined. How can you, you're beyond belief.
Who will be next?
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I want to start by thanking the board. I believe that each of you signed up to do this job because you have the absolute best of intentions. I really believe that. And even though we don't agree on things, I don't think there's anybody evil here. And I really want to thank you for what you do because it's thankless and exhausting. I want to thank staff, and I'm thinking about the staff here in the room. I'm also thinking about the staff, especially at the sheriff's office today. These are dedicated professionals who had no action in bringing upon them the great burden that belongs on someone's shoulders, but it isn't staff. I also want to thank members of the board who contacted me personally this week in response to my emails. Your calls and emails, regardless of what we agree or disagree on, I just really appreciate it. So I want to thank you for that. I'm a friend of law enforcement in this county. My kid spends the night at their house, and those kids who are now in law enforcement spend the night at my house. I had someone who was in the room earlier in law enforcement drive to Lewiston to talk a foster child into going on a family vacation because he was scared. He'd never been on one. Law enforcement in this county, if I call 911, I think I'm going to be helped, and I'm thankful for them. And all of my other comments, please be in that context. I'm looking to you for leadership, supervisors, because disturbing things happened in the county when we were meeting here last time. The video that's circulating with the fireman, and if I'm wrong about the identity of the shooter because it hasn't been released, please correct me. But I believe it's Jill's appointee to the Fair Board. And it's disturbing. I'd like for you supervisors to help us engage with the sheriff's office, even though I know that he operates under his own purview. Help us engage with the sheriff's office because we have questions about the militarized raid that took place in the Pines. Why was Trinity County Sheriff's Office not leading that raid? Why was a fireman leading the raid? What is the policy in Trinity County for interagency task forces? Who gets to brandish a weapon in your neighborhoods? Who gets to do that, Dan, in your neighborhood, in your district? Who comes into this county? Where were our officers who I trust? They were not there. Why was there no interpreter? Why was there no animal control? We have the best animal control in the state. They weren't invited. Why is this being framed in press releases from the sheriff's office as a cannabis enforcement issue when it may have been something else? We're looking for your leadership. Trust is at an all-time low. That's a problem.
Good afternoon, Chair. Supervisors, Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Kind of a great segue. I don't know if you have seen the abuse of power, the violent aggression, the denial of people's civil rights and liberties executed by a task force under the supervision of the Trinity County Sheriff. A major crimes task force enforcing on illegal cannabis cultivation. So in the state of California, that's not really considered a major crime anymore. We have a process in place. There are protocols with Fish and Wildlife, whom we've discussed this inappropriate action with. They were not followed by our sheriff. The protocols for the civil abatement, which is where we go with potentially unlicensed cannabis cultivation first, was not followed because the sheriff says he can do whatever he wants. Is that what we want from our leadership? I certainly do not. It's put fear into the community that doesn't need to be there. We just gave an award to peace officers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's the most disgraceful display of a peace officer action. I want to know, and put it upon you, please, the question to ask. Who provided the legal guidance that it was okay to treat the cultivation and sale of cannabis as a major crime narcotics operation? I doubt that our county council was consulted. We would have gone the civil abatement route. Very unlikely the DA was consulted. The DA did not sign the search warrant. Oh, and check the date stamps on the search warrant and when probable cause was allegedly given. Probable cause for a major narcotics crime is not present in those search warrants. It's despicable. I'm asking you to agendize an item for this board to consider to freeze all funding for operations. They're staging up. This morning they were staging up in Douglas City to go out and do what? Who knows? Probably something, again, unethical and despicable. I hope not. I pray not. I want to have trust and confidence in our law enforcement. I do not right now. And I hope that you would be concerned about this as well. Freeze the funding for the, agendize that in please, to freeze the funding for these raids. Absolutely freeze any of the funding out of the cannabis fund which none of this goes to benefit the cannabis farmers. That should be first and foremost, and proven it's been misused. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Melina from Hayfork. New to this game, been watching you guys for a couple weeks. I'm here not as a concerned citizen, but I'm here as a concerned mom. I have an 11-year-old son at home who came up to me this weekend on the verge of tears seeing that video. He's a respectful, young, happy man who gets to run into the game warden every deer season and all that good jazz, chats it up, and really was looking forward to being a game warden and being part of the change and following rules and regulations and whatnot. I am here to ask why they are raiding state licensed farms. They're going past many farms that are completely illegal. Honestly, they seem to like easier fish for you to fry, easier fish for you guys to make money off of. The point of me here is I am concerned that my son went from having respect and admiration for the Trinity County sheriffs to now afraid. He's like, Mom, they have guns. Like, we go out there and we have guns. What if they're going to think we're doing something wrong? And that scares me. He's 11. He shouldn't be thinking like that. And I know he's going to school today, talking with his friends in 5th and 6th grade about what happened this weekend. It happened in our community. It's happening in our community. And it's our job to make change, to do better. We need to come up with an easier solution. Going past gates when he's like, Mom, there's a big dog. I even know that I'm not supposed to go past a gate with a big dog. You're going to get bit. And watching him cry about that dog not being put down immediately after being obviously shot to intent to be killed, but didn't actually kill him. It was heartbreaking. And I just want some answers. There should be some answers. Thank you.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Notwithstanding all the previous conversation, I can't even allow myself to get into it. Makes me really emotional. Somebody who's fostered dogs up here for 7 years, helped clean up a lot of the messes made by people. It's a real shame to watch those messes be made by law enforcement. What I would like to do is ask for 2 agenda items. One is regular, concise, and thorough updates on the investigation that's supposedly going to be taking place. We got to know what's happening, or we're back in the same boat of lack of transparency and lack of trust. Second is a thorough report out on this raid incident. Like a little bit of an explanation about how the press release was drafted, because it surely appeared that the sum total of evidence gathered in these series of raids seemed to more or less be lumped together into a single data point. And then with this entire situation that happened, it seems that it could theoretically be leveraged against this individual. So I hope that evidence was collected and preserved individually from each site. So if there are criminal charges that come forward with this, we get to see exactly who had exactly what at exactly what site. I'd like to know what the illegal pesticides were and what the definition of an illegal pesticide is. Is that carboforin imported from Mexico, or is it Raid bought at the hardware store? Sure, it'd be illegal to use it on your cannabis plants, but if you did, you would fail your lab tests and you wouldn't be able to sell it. And then the DCC would destroy your material. So I think that's it for you today. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else in the room, is there anyone on Zoom?
Hi, my name is Pasha. I am the VP of Hmong Trinity Farmers Associations from Hayfork, representing most of the Hmong licensed farmers in the Trinity County. And I think the act that you guys have up in the Pine is unnecessary. It's the rage that you guys got going on. It's teaching the community, the licensed farmer, that it is okay. We don't need to be compliant. We don't need to go through this program, because no matter what, then it come raging in our farms. Okay, most of the licensed farmers is following the order, the compliance of the Trinity County and the cannabis programs. You guys want CEQA? We do, we follow that. You guys want, right now the ordinance changed. You guys, new things for the ordinance, we're waiting for it. How many years do we have to wait? And now, because they're already complying through the state, they have DCs, they have matrix, they have plants according to the state. Now we're raising the farms. That's violating the DCC, violation the environmental, which you are the one that want us to obey and follow the sequels to compliance with environmental law, correct? Now, we Hmong farmers are here, not just sitting around collecting government's assistance. We are here for small business. We are here, we want to contribute to the economic growth of Trinity County. In order for you to help us to grow this economic together, we need this license to be passed. We need you to do something. Stop sitting around. We've been waiting. Last year, I remember standing here talking about this the same thing. No, I'm coming back at the same time. I mean, similar to the season, before the season growing. I'm talking, still asking and begging for you guys to get this going so everybody can cultivate. There's no cultivations, no crop, no business, no revenues coming back to the Trinity County. How can we contribute to grow Trinity's economics here? We can't without your help. And please reconsider that. In order to go Trinity economics, we need you to pass this license. We need you to do something so all of the licensed farmers can do it right and not just discrimination. One thing that I like to add to it, please, I hope the act that you guys did at the Palm on May 3rd is not act upon discrimination. Thank you.
Okay, Ashley, is there anybody on Zoom?
Amber?
Thank you for unmuting me. Hello, Chairman Cox and the rest of the board. Good afternoon to everybody in the audience and watching on Zoom. My name is Amber Carmen. I am a resident of Weaverville and a local business owner and a local property owner, residential and commercial. I've been in Trinity County most of my life. We've seen highs and lows with our economy through the logging industry and then now the cannabis industry. And I came here for other reasons today, and I really just wanted to talk about our small businesses and how they're struggling, including my own. I also am in multiple community organizations. I'm a civil servant in 5 different volunteer organizations around the county. So I get an opportunity to talk with a lot of people from all reaches of the county. And I'm hearing the same thing over and over again, where people are really struggling and they don't know if they're going to be able to make it here or even, make a living to feed their families. So it's very worrisome. So I'm coming here today to relay that information to you and hopefully encourage your actions moving forward in the future to always be mindful of our small businesses that are really, I know that our federal and state agencies provide a lot of jobs for locals, but our small businesses, there's so many families that are the backbone of small businesses here in Trinity County, are small families that have kids that go to schools and are your friends probably as well. So right now I have lost a lot of business to people that have moved from the area. I've lost a lot of businesses from other businesses closing that I cannot serve water deliveries to every week. And this is throughout the county. So businesses are closing, people are moving. I have seen a 70% decrease in my total gross revenues since 2021. This is very alarming. It was only 40% this time last year. Now I'm at 70%. I don't know if I'm going to make it. So please, everybody support your local small businesses. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
iPad?
Is he able to unmute? Is that
I'm
on
working
his
on it.
end?
Hi, can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, so I'm Josh Champney. I'm from New Hampshire. I know it's a long way. And but yeah, I came across this video on Instagram. I'm a medical marijuana patient myself. I have cannabis in my house. So what's stopping police in my area from coming in, taking my cannabis and shooting my dog? Quite frankly, what's stopping them from doing that? A chained up dog, mind you. In the video, it was a chained up dog. So what's stopping someone in New Hampshire with a medical card, state license, medical card, to do that? We want answers. We want to know who the shooter is of the dog. Like, some crazy times, dude. I'm sorry, but it's just crazy. I got a whole audience up here of like 4 or 5 people. We're all watching this. We watched all day, and we're from New Hampshire. And this is disgusting. You gave him an award today. You gave the sheriff's office an award today. Shame on all of you guys. You should be all ashamed. You should all resign. And I'm not even from your county. Good day.
The real greenhouse guy.
You're muted.
All right. Thanks for having me, everybody. My name's Cody Witt. I go by the name The Real Greenhouse Guru. I cater to so many cannabis farmers in Trinity, Humboldt, Mendocino. And I just wanted to say that so many people shed so many good points on releasing the press of the shooter. I want to say that if you guys have dogs at home, how would you feel if you were trying to be completely and 100% legitimate and compliant? I know that Trinity County has been waiting multiple years for licenses to be renewed. I feel that it is collusion against mom and pop and small growers alike. I think that these guys are tyrants, and who arms a CAL FIRE, a man who's sworn in to protect and serve our community, and goes and just, murders someone's innocent animal when so many things could have been done differently. So many things. And I'm not going to sit here and get emotional and everything. I have multiple dogs, as do so many people in the audience. And I think that that answers need to be that the questions need to be answered, and that the people that had acted upon need to be held accountable and shed light on and stripped of their badges and their positions of power. I think that I know that the sheriffs do not actually answer to you, but they do take into some consideration, and there definitely needs to be something done. I don't know what, as a lot of people in here, I didn't really know what I was going to say when I hopped on here, but I just wanted to let my voice be heard and let everybody know how viral this is gone and how big of a deal this is. And you guys aren't doing anything to help the cannabis farmers. And someone had said in their previous statement that, who's going to just go legal now that you're entering legal farms and shooting people's dogs and breaking their First Amendment rights and crossing their lines? These are people who are trying to make an honest living and abide by your rules that you implemented. And then now you guys are going to renegotiate and backtrack and go in. And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the dirt. Anybody who watches this, I love you guys, but you pass so many fucking illegal farms. Pardon my language. It's very unsettling. But yeah, I just it's heartbreaking, and I feel that this dude was targeted directly, especially after passing so many county inspection codes, building ordinances, this, that. It's ridiculous and it's sickening. And I'm grateful for this platform and for Trinity County Corruption for putting this on. We'll be there tomorrow with our signs to show a peaceful protest. And I'm calling everybody to show up and just let your voice be heard and show up in numbers and show them that this does not, it's not all right, guys. And much love and respect to all my, Trinity, Humboldt, Mendocino, everybody in the whole entire industry. And thank you so much for letting my voice be heard.
Marie Peterson, District 1. This is really embarrassing, you guys. We got the whole state watching now in light of everything that's happened and the revelations of corruption that have happened recently. And now even the whole nation is watching while our leaders execute an innocent dog on a state licensed farm. Are you kidding me? While you guys literally are starving us out, the rest of the state gets to make money. Everybody's like, the cannabis industry is fine. We're not, because of this good old boy network, the corrupt politics. And Jill, you really just need to repent and resign. It's wrong. You're starving our families out, and now there's fear in our streets because of what's happening. And why is the sheriff here every day? Don't we have a lack of law enforcement resources? Don't we have a lot of unsolved murders and like bigger issues? Aren't there people probably selling meth?
So Marie, you need to make your comments to the board.
Okay, I will. This isn't going away. And right now it appears, Jill, that you are orchestrating a war against the people of this county to retaliate for us speaking up against your corrupt actions. It's time to resign.
Hello, my name is Daleen Donaldson. I have lived in this county for almost 47 years. Our family has owned the New York Saloon for 32. Jill, we've been working together on a small project that I started. And I have read your email to Nora Mounts regarding the funding for this project. And I had no idea that you would throw me under the bus. The wording was disgusting. And I want to say that you are dealing with a gentleman that I have known for a very long time. In fact, Jim Underwood helped the New York hotel properties kick me out, tried to take everything that I had, and you colluded with this man and sent him emails that had nothing to do with him regarding the CD Hall and the VA that I have been trying to restore for this county. I am just totally, I think that I have more honor and integrity in my little finger than Jim Underwood has in his whole body. And I don't want to say anything more about the double-handedness I think that you came across with in this email. I suggest you sit down as chair, stay as a supervisor, and that's my wish for you, because you need to be an example. Margaret Long, I want to address you. You have the perfect storm to make the citizens of this county believe there is.
I'm going to step in here. You can address the board through the chair. You don't get to address county staff.
I want to address, sorry, Margaret Long. I believe that she might have somewhat helped the citizens of the county to believe there's somewhat of honor, integrity, and justice. CAO, I would like to say to him, I realize you are new, Mr. Tuthill, but I humbly request a meeting regarding the CD Hall and the honest circumstances behind it, and to quote Jill, to make the necessary adjustments where I'm concerned, as it is a county property. I understand that fully. I have nothing but the purest of intentions regarding the CD Hall. I humbly request a meeting soon. Please don't let the manipulative actions of one to destroy the opportunity for the county. And as far as you supervisors, this situation has tainted you also. You can't please everyone, but regarding this situation, make a clear, firm, and honest decision. Trinity County has got to stop being tainted with poor reputation and a poor decision-making. Thank you.
My name is Mao. I'm from Hayfork. I am a legal commercial licensed farmer. And I have been farming here and I've been trying to do everything as you have ordered with all the fees and all the regulations that I have been trying to get that. And after everything, last year we waited all year because you came up with sequel. So we did not get licensed. And then this year, you come up with variances. I'm a farmer. Without that, the livelihood of my family, I can't survive here in this little town. I poured my whole life into this little town. I came here trying to help my family, trying to do the farming for my family. And now without this, I need your help to get this going. Don't just sit around. I need you guys to get this going because the variances, what is that? What is so important about the variances? We've been farming for so many years. You need to get that going so that we can start farming. It's time to plant. And like I said, this is the second year already. How do you think we're gonna survive? The livelihood of my family, where are we gonna get the money to live off? On top of that, every year, there are new fees that we have to pay. We have to do different stuff that you have to come up with regulations and ordinance that we need to follow. To pay all of that, we need money, and to get money, we need to farm. So please, open your heart and open your mind and think about us and our livelihood too. We're not here to sit around and do nothing. We're here to farm. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Walter Wood.
Hello, my name is Walter Wood. I live out on the far edge of Trinity County near Willow Creek. I don't even know how to start with this. This is all just so disturbing. Like to start to understand possibly why we all have been like without licenses for all this time. I don't know what's going on behind closed doors there, but it's a mess. This has gone on for a really long time. It is not through lack of effort that people don't have a county license. It is through lack of the county and whatever went behind closed doors and whatever happened back there, but that is not the farmer's fault. Can't have, a out of control armed gang going around with badges and uniforms going around, and like I'm scared to have my kid at my house now, right? Because I don't know what the hell's going to happen. Nobody does. So, my kid's living on the coast in town right now, so he can be safe from these armed madmen running around. We shouldn't have to feel that way. Like, especially the amount of hoops that we've gone through. It's like a whole thousands and thousands of hoops that were jumped through. And then due to some other issues, we don't have a license. It's not our issues. We've done everything. And yeah, it's really, really disgusting. We need to find out who did this. We need to make some changes. Get this through and working. We can't just keep going along like this. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words here. It's really just too much. Y'all got to get this right. Thanks.
Terry Mines, Junction City. I don't know how I can get more embarrassed. I'm embarrassed in a lot of ways. a lot of really, really good people tried to build an ordinance that was supposed to be inclusive. And our county has a real problem with division. We started an early age here too with children. And we need to go back towards inclusion and unity and stay away from division and, divisiveness towards others. Our board represents the people of this community. And I know we have this problem that happened in the Pines, and we all live here together. I'm at a loss for words right now, to be honest with you. I don't know what the bad information is that Mr. Saxon could be getting to end up over there, or what didn't happen right, why there wasn't an interpreter with him. So this gentleman had the fair opportunity to discuss what was happening maybe, or defend himself. I'm embarrassed because I really fought hard for this community to be a good place to live, and where our children could be proud to live, really seriously grow up in a good community. And we've let everyone down here. We really have, you guys. Right now we got this email scandal going wide open. I don't even know where to point. I know there's a lot of good people here still. I don't give up. We got to fight through this. We really do. But I don't even know where to start, to be honest, you guys. I'm seriously embarrassed. I am. I don't want this county to turn out any worse than it already is. I want to have a place to eat here still. I want to have people. I still want to have some friends here. You guys got to take some accountability now and really do the right thing. It's way past my pay grade. We're way deep into some things here. I think if you all are really representing our community how they want it to be represented, if you really feel you're representing your constituents correctly in this community correctly, I don't know how you could feel that, honestly. I know when I sat up there, people don't like me. They're jealous, envious, but I never got hit by the FBPC. I'm not going to get hit by the bar like Jim Underwood is. This is embarrassing. You should really look at yourself and decide if you should do this any longer.
iPhone.
Yes, hi, my name is Lana Hardesty. I am from Santa Cruz, California. And I just wanted to call in and say how very ashamed you should be of your officers and Battalion Chief Michael Thompson for the murder of the innocent dog. It is evident in the video that the dog was clearly tethered and not a threat. This is a very sick and unhealthy man, power hungry with a character of pure evil. He is a danger to your community and should not be allowed to carry a weapon. This is unacceptable, and we demand he be fired and charged with animal cruelty. Thank you.
Chris Williams.
Hi, Chris Williams from Weaverville. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thanks. I'm sad. I'm confused. I'm angry, and I'm mourning our beautiful community due to the recent senseless, ugly actions of those that are supposed to serve and protect us. These are the same individuals that get a "You Rock" proclamation every other week and a photo with our Board of Supervisors. What are they? Who do they serve? Who do they protect? And what are they protecting us from? A plant? Tax revenue? Small business owners? Have you watched the video of the raid of a legal commercial cannabis farm? If you have not, I would happily send each of you the video because you cannot unsee it. I urge you to watch it. It is your duty to watch it because it's important, because you represent all of us. Lisa mentioned earlier abuse of power, and she hit the head on the nail. Abuse of power on so many levels. We have processes, we have protocol, but what's the point? We know the Sheriff's Department barely touches the thousands of actual illegal grows and continuously goes after farms that are in the program. Why? What's the point of having a legal program if law enforcement continuously shows up to raid a farm, ending livelihoods with bogus warrants, shoots and kills pets, traumatizes families who are just doing their job, just like all of us. They're just coming to work, doing their job. You represent us, all of us, taxpayers, parents. And you know what? If you watch this video, you can see those that are charged to serve and protect us do it with smirks on their faces. On the consent calendar later on, the sheriff's department wants a new dog on their own. I say absolutely not until they can prove their humanity and that they are truly here to protect and serve all of us. They should not get the gift of a canine partner. Please, I urge you to freeze sheriff funding on all cannabis-related activities. Please investigate their actions and hold them accountable for serving and actually protecting us. Thank you very much.
Jackie?
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. This is Jackie Bell in Hayfork. And first off, I would like to say thank you to the gentleman from New Hampshire and the woman from Santa Cruz for speaking out on this. And if you guys are so clueless that you have not seen this video yet, well, at least 500,000 people have seen it so far. So, you know, that should tell you something right there. This is just disgusting. We have what? 38 states at least in the country that have legal cannabis. California used to lead the way, and you do nothing but treat us like second-class citizens here. And it's just gross. I think that the LEO that shot the dog needs to be fired immediately. I think there needs to be a full investigation here. And also, who was responsible for the press release in the Trinity Journal trying to paint a picture that there are 5 aggressive dogs encountered at once? We need better than this. We need a lot better than this. And that's all I have to say.
Jake?
Hello, Jake Grossman, Chris Hayfork. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Not really sure exactly where to start. Recently, somebody made the comment, this feels a whole lot like 2018 all over again. It does. For anybody who was here in 2018 on this, you know, in the county position, I think maybe Dan was the only one. I'm sure he will never forget that planning commission meeting. But I have had the distinct life experience of being raided by the Trinity County Sheriffs on a licensed farm, having to do a booking and release and check myself and my wife into Trinity County Jail, having to watch the body cam footage of armed officers leaning over my 6-month-old twins sleeping in their crib while they searched the house, only to have 3 years later all charges dismissed. When they cited what the reason was for dismissing the charges, they cited that they could not sustain the burden of proof through trial, meaning they had no evidence and could not prove any wrongdoing at trial. After 3 years and tens of thousands of dollars of lawyer and being in the custody of the county, we're still doing this. This county is riddled with crime that literally you can see with one eye open. This is insane. I've listened to the audio recording of the interview of the farmer with an interpreter after the arrest, and the officer clearly states multiple times that he was quote unquote there because the county license had expired. I've got a couple building permits that are open. I'm concerned that, you know, Sheriff Saxon's probably going to chuckle at this because he knows I'm not really concerned, but that if my building permit expires, which is also a civil violation, am I going to get raided? This is in the national spotlight. I know that I think KRCR and the LA Times are on Zoom right now. I know that there is more attention to this and more people realizing that this has been going on and on and on. I, for the life of me, can't understand it. I also have a great relationship with many people in law enforcement in this community. I could list endless times that I'm so grateful we have law enforcement. I'm at work today with one of my good friends who was saved by law enforcement from dying 2 years ago. We got to get past whatever bureaucratic crap is going on and get back to the real things at hand here. Thank you.
Jeff?
Hi, sorry about that. Jeff Gadella, Xenia. I'm a fully licensed farmer, but I have dogs and they're members of my family. And while I understand that you know, in the when raiding a property that it's, you know, officers need to defend themselves, but man, when you're raiding a property that's fully licensed or at least has a state license and therefore cultivation is not a felony nor a misdemeanor, you got to wonder why they're there in the first place, because you storm a property with guns, bad things can happen, accidents can happen, you know. And I think we were trying to move away from this with licensing, and giving people a path to farm on their properties legally and help the tax base of the county. A lot of people don't feel safe. You're certainly not winning many fans out there, for law enforcement, for Trinity County, for illegal cannabis, because right now all the unlicensed farmers are giggling that for some reason there's been a drastic policy change and the board needs to get that addressed by the sheriff. I know he's sitting there listening, taking notes. I hope he gets a chance to get up here and explain what happened, because a policy change from taking care of abatements and growing as a civil matter to felony raids needs to be addressed. And we always talk about the moving the goalpost on the legal cannabis industry here. Well, this is another one. You know, now we're back in the old days, and I thought that's what we were trying to get away from. I think everybody up on the board needs to think about you know, how they would feel about their family pet getting shot in front of them, especially if their property got raided accidentally, which does happen sometimes. Moving from a civil matter to a completely uncivilized matter, policy wise, needs to be addressed. Trinity County Sheriff's Office should be ashamed of themselves. The sheriff needs to step up and explain what's going on to the people who are confused and angry. I'm a bit confused. I think this is going to hurt the county more than it's going to help, because I don't think that farm was hurting anybody. Thank you.
I have no chats, no raised hands.
Do I need to make public comment from out there or here?
Pleasure. That's what you're doing.
Am I allowed to make public comment now?
It's at the chair's pleasure. If it's your turn.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm not really here to talk much about the issue with the dog. I hope that we as a board get to the bottom of the dog shooting incident and all that. Lots of great things were brought up about that. And I hope collectively we get to the bottom of that. What I would like to do is talk a little bit about the TAA issue and how it's affecting us and what happens here. So when I ran for board a couple of years ago, I was approached by TAA to help them, work with them, be part of the board with them. And at some point, they realized that that was not going to happen, and they laid off, and that was good. It was, I don't want to be under the, or you guys to be under the impression that I have any debt to TAA. But at the same time, they were doing the same to Jill. And Jill took the bait. And Jill, as you have seen through the public records, her second opinion did not come from Jim Underwood. Her first opinion came from Jim Underwood, who is TA's lawyer, which is frightening to me because we have a lawyer. If I hadn't a second opinion, maybe Jim Underwood, probably not, but certainly our counsel first. If there is no smoking gun in this Public Records Act, and I don't know if there will be or not, it's kind of inconsequential. Because all of you can connect the dots.
So I think you're supposed to be addressing the board, not the public.
Okay, so all of us can collect the dots. It's not a stretch for any of us to believe that Jill is governed by TAA. It's not a stretch. I have no preconceived thoughts that she is not. It's true. You can see that it's true. I don't want to sit up here and say these things. I don't want the board or the public to think that the rest of this board goes along with the actions of some of the members of the board. I won't speak for them at all, but I will speak for me. And I hate doing this. We shouldn't be here. This is terrible. But my opinion is one of our board members is governed and taking most of her opinions from TAA. Thank you very much.
Really quickly, Supervisor Cox, because this situation seems to never be going to end, I would suggest that we agendize on our next board meeting a discussion of the board to determine whether or not we believe that you should be removed as chair. I'm asking that you agendize that because, hold up. I'm not looking for applause. I'm looking for the truth. And I don't think that we need to do this in 3-minute snippets. I would like to have this all out in the open, and I would like to just have this discussion in public, and I would like to see it done correctly instead of 3 minutes at a time, everybody take a jab. So with that, if we could have that agendized, I would be more than happy to then have that discussion.
With that, we will close public comment. And we will take a 10-minute recess.
And people are about to see the pissed off at me because.
Me too.
You can't open the door now without her like.
Okay, it is 2:30. We're back in session. We are on reports and announcements. Starting with reports from department heads. Are there any department heads in the room wishing to report out?
Good afternoon again, Shannon White, County Clerk Recorder Assessor. Just kind of want to let the board know my team is diligently working on getting our roll done. Extended to the auditor's office. The deadline is July 1st. We extended to the auditor's office. I'm not sure if you know the process, so I'm going to go over it just fairly quickly. We extend to the auditor's office. They do their processes, and I don't know what those are because that's not my purview. Then they extend it to the tax collector. Tax collector does what they do. They send out the tax bills and they start collecting those tax bills, tax revenues. And as you guys are, I'm sure you're aware, that's where the discretionary dollars come from. We get about 32% of the tax dollars collected. Angie Bickle, the auditor, always mentions a three-legged stool. Assessor, auditor, tax collector, three-legged stool, because if one of those legs is broke, the processes don't get done, those discretionary dollars don't come in. So I just kind of wanted to give you an update on where we are with the tax roll.
Good afternoon, board. Tim Saxon, Sheriff. First thing I want to talk to you about is last week we swore in 3 new correctional deputies. So that was a good thing. We have 3 more currently in background. So we're adding to our staffing at the jail, which will enable me to pull out 2 more deputies that are currently working in the jail. So that's good news there. We currently got notification from the Board of State and Community Corrections that the grant proposal that we submitted back in December, we were successful on the Proposition 64 Public Health and Safety Cohort 3 grant. This was a follow-up on the grant that we received a couple of years ago, where we were able to put a juvenile deputy into the school system to help. We don't call it a school resource officer because they're much more flexible than that. But our deputy has been working with the schools for a couple of years now and been a very successful program. This new grant is a 5-year grant in which we have I had the number here a second ago. It's about $1.6 million. Let me get the number exactly. $1.6 million over 5 years, which will pay for a deputy, 80% of a deputy position and 80% of a probation officer to work in a school. Probation currently has a probation officer that works in the school, and that grant that funds that position is ending. So we were able to merge the 2 positions into this grant. It was recently awarded to Trinity County. So we're very happy about that. And what that is part of is the coordinated active response to ensure student safety, or we call it Trinity Cares. And that's to continue and enhance the existing program that we have. It's to target prevention and intervention activities for youth with a focus on student health, preventing substance abuse, and improving positive relationships with healthier outcomes. So, and if I could just take a minute to address a couple of the issues related to the search warrants that were put out a couple of weeks ago. There were a lot of comments today here in person and online. Those operations, and first I'll talk about the press release. I'm the one that approved the press release. It did combine 8 different search warrants as far as the number of plants and
and processed cannabis that was taken as far as the cash as well. We did combine the activities at the one location that involved the dog. The video that you saw was part of evidence. Last week, the defense attorney was provided the discovery on the evidence for this case, for all the cases, but particularly the case at that one location. And then over the weekend, a lot of that discovery evidence was released somehow to the public. I'm not going to talk a lot about the case in general because I don't want to jeopardize any of the prosecution because that case has not been adjudicated yet. But I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that you may see in that video. Number one is that was not a household pet that was at that site. That particular animal, we have evidence not in this case that's going to be prosecuted, but there was evidence at that site that this dog had been trained to attack. There were bite sleeves that are commonly used by police and military to train this animal to go after people. What's not shown in that video is the attempt to get the property owner to come out to the gate several times. And that person was moving towards the gate and then would back into the property, come out to the gate, move back to the property, almost as if to lure the deputies and the officers in there closer to the dog. So you don't see that in the video, but we tried to get him to come out. You know, the officer that fired the round didn't wake up that morning saying, I'm going to go out and shoot a dog today. This individual loves animals. He didn't want to do that. He was forced into it. He's a CAL FIRE employee, and because of the discharge of firearms, CAL FIRE is doing a full and complete investigation into it. So I just want to tell the public that it is being looked at. As far as this location being a licensed farm, it was not fully licensed. Had a state license, didn't have the county license. And while we were looking into it, yes, there were illegal pesticides there. We found packaged, processed cannabis there that was not part of the, was not enrolled in metrics. Now, somebody here previously told me that it was from last year's cultivation. Well, there were no tags on it. It was not enrolled in the system. Therefore, it was not legal. And there were several other building violations that we found while we were there. Why was CAL FIRE there? Because traditionally, when we go into a lot of these sites, we find fire violations. And in several of the locations that we went into, and I'm not going to tell you specifically which ones, but there were evidence that shacks had been burned down. There was illegal generators, propane. There were evidence of previous fires. And that's why we have CAL FIRE go with us so we can find these things. So that's just a little bit of what I want to talk to you about that. You know, another thing, we had the DA's office come with us, the victim advocate, because specifically at one location, while we were interviewing people that are employed there to work, we actually had to give them clean, dry clothing because as we were interviewing them, it was raining that day. They were wet. They hadn't had anything to eat. And so before we actually detained them to interview them, we had to get them clean clothes and put them in a location where they were dry. So, you know, militarized individuals going in there, yeah, we have to be in uniform because that's the law. We have to wear distinctive uniforms when we go in there so we can be identified as law enforcement. So without jeopardizing any more of the case on any of these properties, those are a few things that I can throw out there to just kind of tell you that things are being done. We try and do things as best we can the right way. To the individual that says that I can do whatever I want, I have never made that statement. That's not me. I don't say those types of things. The DA doesn't sign off on search warrants. That's a judge that signs off on the search warrants that we prepare. This was not anything out of code enforcement, so there were no cannabis funds that were used in this operation. And think that's all I'm going to say at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Sure. I have one follow-up question, just what you said about investigation with the CAL FIRE folks. Do you have any kind of sense from previous experience, like how long that could take, and is much detail about those shared publicly? I just don't know.
This is not my purview on that. It's
Okay.
a CAL FIRE. I'm not familiar with their structure on that. I know they have local and then regional structure on that. So if at the local level, they determine a proper discharge of firearm, then it will stop at that. If there's any question with regard to their policy, then it would go up to the regional level as far as I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You. All right, are there any department heads on Zoom wishing to report out? Looks like our Deputy Cannabis Division, our Cannabis Division Director, Plabani, has his hand up. Drew?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Trinity County Planning Department, Cannabis Division Director. Wow, a lot going on today. I just have some quick licensing stats that I would like to provide to you all. We currently have noticed 198 CEQA approved environmental documents, and we have 134 active small cultivation licenses. And unless you have any questions, that's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other department heads on Zoom?
I have no other department heads on Zoom.
All right. Report from our County Administrative Officer.
Sure. So the County Council evaluation was completed on 2 May. As part of lessons learned and best practices, the county will establish a policy to review all professional service contracts, which include services such as accountants, doctors, lawyers, consultants, etc. Contracts will have a 1-year base period with an option to renew 3 additional years. A renewal request for proposal process will then commence near the end of the contract period of performance. Exceptions will be brought to the CEO for review and approval, and if needed, the Board of Supervisors. Next topic, Liz Hamilton will continue to be the interim Human Resources Director through 31 July. Recruitment for the full-time position is getting re-energized and the salary range has been adjusted. Third topic, on 4 April, the board received a presentation from the Golden State Finance Authority on down payment assistance for homeowners. Just for your information, board to date, 1 employee has already, quote, signed the papers, and another 2 are working program details. So I would just like to thank you for bringing that topic to the county for visibility, and that is an important county benefit, and we will use that as additional recruitment benefits. So thank you.
Nice.
That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Is that, I'm sorry, Trent, was that through July 1st for Liz?
July 31st.
July 31st, thank you. Thank you, Liz.
All right. Reports from the Board of Supervisors. Start with Supervisor Frazier.
All right. I had no out of county travel this past couple of weeks. On the 9th, I did have the opportunity. CEO Tuthill and Director Kokas and Ron Hanover all came out to my area, and we took a tour of some of the South County roads so that they could see some of what I keep complaining about. So I really appreciate their time and energy to come out there and see the south part of the county. And besides that, most of my meetings will start tomorrow and be for the next several days. So I should have more to report out in our next meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Litwiler.
Okay, no out of county travel to report. With the Fire Chiefs Association, there was some interest from the chiefs when I shared about our plans for investigating or inspecting the fire safety plans for manufacturing sites of cannabis. There was some interest in the fire chiefs being trained to be certified as well. So we followed up and provided them some information about the cost of that, and that we don't have funding to help them do that, but at least they have that information in case they want to follow up on that. We had a presentation at the fire chiefs meeting about Red Cross that I wanted to share at least some highlights for the public's benefit and for the supervisors to share with others. They do provide support when homes are destroyed or severely damaged to the point they will be uninhabitable for 48 hours. And that includes immediate financial support through a debit card that can be used for pretty much anything except alcohol and cigarettes. You have nurses that can help get replacement medications, eyeglasses, dentures, spiritual care, mental health. The qualifications just have to be living in the house. There's no questions about citizenship or income. And the number for residents to call if they find themselves in that situation is 1-800-RED Cross. So I thought that was, I did not know of those specific immediate benefits that are available to people that are suffering like that. So I wanted to share that. So the SCED, or Superior California Economic Development District, has a meeting this week from on the 18th from 11 to 2 down in Redding. So I'll be there for that. The Cannabis, we'll get to that. That'll be in the other reports. Trinity Lake and River releases, I have been following up, and unless Trent or Supervisor Gogan have this, I still have not received a link to the video recording of the Congressman Huffman virtual gathering. I think I heard that he was going to, but I just haven't received that yet. So I'm following up to see if I can get that and share that with folks so that people could see. But there were, it was a good meeting. There was a lot of information covered, and I do believe they're going to share more information. And I need to do an update on the survey results, but we did a survey here. It wasn't limited to people in Trinity County, but at least interested parties for Trinity County regarding river and releases. And we have, as of today, 215 responses to that survey, including quite a few people who were interested in following up and keeping informed. So that will be shared with the people that are forming that community-based coalition, so that they want to participate in that organization, they can. Regarding Frontier Communications, got notice from Office of Emergency Service that Senator McGuire's office was reaching out for details in case they could help us. And absent any other way to get the information, I created an online survey and launched that so that people could use that, not to take the place of reporting their problems to Frontier, but if they have had extended outages and those were not being addressed, they could share that information with us, which we could then share with the Senator's office. As of this morning, there were only 3, but I'll share those 3 with OES, and then they can share it with the Senator's office. And regarding public records information, just to say, I've been told on numerous occasions that requests have been made for some of my county-related correspondence. As of today, I have not received any formal notice of that, but anticipate it. And the rest will come with ad hoc.
Okay. All right, very good. So update on PSA2 meeting yesterday. The program manager position has been filled. And so those services are continuing to move forward here in Trinity County and growing. And this is continuing to be provided through Dignity Health Connected Living through the Church of the Nazarene. So that is, I hit a little hiccup and is moving forward smoothly. They are looking, PSA2, that's Public Service Area 2 regarding the Area Agency on Aging. So you have had interest in speaking into the needs of the aging population. They are looking for 2 people to serve on the California Senior Legislator team. These individuals are voted in by the Advisory Council, but do not need to serve on the Advisory Council. So if you have interest or know of someone who does, in speaking up for the needs of the aging population, this is a chance to become a part of a legislative process. RCRC had a 2-day meeting this past week. I was in Butte County for that. Once a year, it's in the county of the chair. So update on some developing Assembly and Senate bills you may wish to follow. With regard to water, there are several bills in the packet that are all on the verge of passing to their respective House floors and making their way through the process. 3 of these you may wish to look at. AB 460 is one of the largest water rights bills. This would allow for the water board to seek conjunctive relief and pursue a version of enforcement they currently don't have under their process. AB 1337 gives the water board more expansive authority under doctrines of unreasonable use. And SB 389 would require, upon request, the user to provide the basis of their water right. So RCRC is taking a stance against all three of these. We appreciate their advocacy. Their statement is legislation should never combat due process of a property privacy rights. With regard to forest management and wildfire, I'll provide these bills to Supervisor Lutweiler to take back to the Fire Safe Council as well as the fire chiefs. There are 4 of them that we should follow and just note. And again, you know, RCRC's advocacy on all of these is really important and appreciated. Regarding the SBA fire hazard severity zone maps, April 4th was the deadline for comments on that, but they are still taking comments. So it is important to get those comments in. If you need help submitting those, Stacy Heaton at RCRC will forward those on to the fire marshal, and you can reach out to me and I can provide an email address for you.
Excuse me, was that about the fire hazard safety map?
Yes.
thing? Okay.
Yes.
I should note, I actually called their office today to follow up on my request to formally reopen the public process. And she emphasized that that was still available to us, but she also was going to try to push forward to get to finally to the right people to maybe get us a new public open forum.
Okay.
But just, I don't know where that's going to go, but just so you have that heads up.
Okay, good to know. So let's see. There are about 7 large priorities with RCRC, federal priorities as of May of 23. 4 of those I would highlight to us. They are certainly looking at the current state of the debt ceiling with regard to the governor's budget. The secure rural schools and PILT funding is high on the list of advocacy for regions such as ours. The safe cannabis bill, banking bill, there is a hearing scheduled for, it happened on May 11th. If this year there is an end of year omnibus bill associated with that. So kind of looking forward to what happens there. And then with regard to what's going on with rural hospitals and healthcare, AB 525 is really huge to watch. We are gathering our comments, the county, and we have already had our hospital CEO submit his. Our CAO is receiving comments from behavioral health to combine with those and send on, as they need to understand what the implications would be for local jurisdictions with regard to that, and it would be extensive. So that's a large one to watch. And that, there's a couple of things. If you are interested in being a part of RCRC's photo contest, it's kind of fun. You can submit up to 3 photos and it'll be used on different publications. You know, there's a little prize involved, but mostly it's for fun and some great notoriety about the beauty of our county. So if you're interested in that through the clerk of the board, you can receive information about that. And also if you're interested in seeing Friday's version of the governor's revised developing budget, you can also receive a copy of that through the clerk of the board at trinitycounty.org. That is the end of my report. Supervisor Gogan.
I have no out of county travel. I did attend, excuse me, the interested parties meeting last week that we went over extensively this morning with Don Bader and TRP. I don't think I need to say much about that. I want to thank Rick for doing the survey of the people that showed up at the 2 meetings that I was at in Lewiston. And it will be the beginning of us getting together what the impact is to the community because of the low lake levels and the winter variable flows. I think the impact is going to be severe for this county. And the topic has already been broached by TRP that that will be taken into NEPA consideration. So we're going to try to get the best information we can on that. So this is a good start, and I thank Rick for doing that. I also had a question at LAFCO a couple weeks ago about Craig Hare from the Hay Fork Water Department. Did he retire? Did he quit? Did he get fired? He just moved up a notch, I'll say. His son-in-law moved into his spot. Everything seems to be going along fine there. I'll get over there this week and have a talk with both of them just to make sure I'm getting the right information. But there does not seem to be any break of service or any change, substantial change in Hay Fork as far as water delivery, getting your guys water. I think it's going to be pretty much the same. I think Craig is going to move into more of a grant writing role. I think probably under Craig's reign, it may be the first time in Ewing Reservoir's history that I can remember, 30 something odd years, that people may actually be able to recreate in there, put a raft in there, more than just fish. So that's a big thing. I mean, it's a big thing for Hay Fork. We need it. So I don't see any interruption there. I know people are concerned, but I think everything's good on that end. I think unless Heidi has something to add, that would cover my Trinity County Water ad hoc also.
I'm very grateful for the information. I'm very grateful for the information that was provided today. And I've taken the time to do some historical reading and just trying to come along, gather information from a different perspective than I have in the past, and just keep going.
Great job.
And was that just your water ad
That
hoc
was just
report? Is
water, yeah.
Go ahead with your board report if you would like.
Okay, so no out of county travel, but I did meet with the facilitator for the Trinity County Collaborative this last week, and I'll be doing a presentation to the collaborative at the end of this week on Friday. I did also attend 2 half-day meetings with the organization of the RC&D, and that was in conjunction with the USDA NRCS. That was very interesting, changing the shape and the look of the RC&Ds and how they might be able to work better together with the USDA NRCS to improve just conservation on the ground, rural economic development, and the provision of resources that can be made available as all of us try to knit together enough of the pieces to create holistic management of our landscapes and our communities.
Hey Heidi, I'm sorry,
Sure,
what
yes,
is RCND?
It's the, well, it just changed its name, so now I might get the acronym
Oh, okay,
wrong.
sorry.
It used to be Rural Counties and Development, and it was for resource development. So in that sense, it wasn't just around conservation, it was just full resource development of jobs, opportunities, and different things like that. So we see a lot of work with our historic RC&D in conjunction with our Trinity County Resource Conservation District. So
Thank you.
they're housed together even in the same building. I think the name might be changing. I can hear in my heart that someone's laughing at me right now because I don't know exactly what they changed the whole. I think the name is changing, so I got a little confused there. I apologize for that. But anyway, there's a lot of good work going on. They have a couple jobs available within our community for summer interns, and each county kind of molds theirs to the needs of their communities. So of course, ours is heavily molded to conservation, fire resiliency, and fire preparedness, and the work to get fuels off the ground around our communities. I met on the ground with several different folks that live in my district with concerns about road issues. Walked a couple sites with different people and listened to their concerns, and that's always good. I enjoy meeting my folks where they live. I think that's important. So I'm happy to do that. And then I spent some time in the planning department in the cannabis division. I went over and met Drew's crew. So that was really nice to get to put names and faces together and just get to listen to them and hear about their goals and aspirations for the jobs that each one of them have, and hopefully just speak into a process where they are really able to just be happy in their work and also to be very productive. So I'm grateful that he opened the doors for me and that I got to meet and spend time with them. And I have a fair board meeting this week and several other meetings that are coming up as well. So.
All right. So we've covered, thank you. We've covered the water ad hoc, the cannabis ad hoc.
I think the main thing I would just say, we have something on the agenda that's today that we will have an opportunity to speak more about, and we continue the work looking for the best way forward with proposed updates as well as the best methods for public engagement in that process, because we are trying to even increase our original plans for opportunities to engage the public to make sure that there's plenty of time for input to be received before it's brought to the board. Anything else, Dan?
I don't think anything groundbreaking. Mostly, we've just been trying to do nuts and bolts stuff. It's hopefully we'll have a product soon that'll be presentable.
Okay. All right, and I have nothing to report on economic development. Do you, Supervisor Lutweiler?
The only thing I wanted to share about economic development is that I've mentioned before that there are some folks in the community that are very active and focused on trying to assist in this for Trinity County as a whole. And one of those individuals is creating a relational database that would allow us to gather information that once we had that all in there, we could start to put the pieces together and connect dots between all these different opportunities and resources. And so he created a form that I then published online to help people have a way to input their ideas for moving the county forward. So that form is out there. Reach out to me. It's on my website. It's on social media groups that I try to post to. But it's there specifically for people to share what they have as ideas or projects that they're working on because, well, a number of reasons, but one of them is that pretty soon we are, as a county, going to have the opportunity to try to put forward some ideas to get our share, or more than our fair share, hopefully, of $5 million in funding to flesh out those plans. And you do that because then the following year there will be 350 million or more. I've heard up to 600 million, but then I hear that number go down all the time. But up to $350 million of funding for implementation of those plans. So we're trying to make sure that we are really well prepared for that and don't miss that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we will move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Are there any items that any board members, actually, we need to open public comment for the consent calendar. And this is not yours either, Mr. Dixon, because you have an item that's on county matters, it will have an item all to itself.
It's a good thing, apparently.
I have no raised hands.
So I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. You have an
Okay,
item to pull?
I have a question on item, I believe it was 3.3 that John had raised questions about. Do we need to pull that to make those minor, just to get the correct names on the letterhead?
No.
That's just admin. We can change that.
Okay.
Thank you for noticing that so we can get that taken care of and we're good. Okay. All right. Any items supervisors wish to pull? All right. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve as presented.
I will second.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Does anyone have a need to change the order? All right. So item 4.1. Pursuant to a county fee waiver policy, find that Trinity Food Outreach Incorporated applications for waiver of county fees are not for the purpose of fundraising and provide a public benefit, and waive half of the solid waste fees for their spring cleaning in the Lewiston subdivision. Loss of revenue in the amount of $4,862 to the Solid Waste Department. And CAO Tuthill.
Yes, Chair. So we have had this request in. We have had the opportunity to sit down with Connor Dixon, who is running this, and with the Solid Waste Department, and make some adjustments based upon their initial request as far as timing, when the dumpsters would be needed, where they needed to be set. So that would not interfere with any existing requirements we had, and not interfere with some really high use demand times. For example, 4th of July and some other events that the county typically supports. Connor and his team have been very, very gracious, and we've actually changed some dates, changed some locations, but it's all working very well together. And based upon those dialogues and that discussion and what we've reached with Connor and the Solid Waste Department, I support this and recommend the board approves it.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions of board members? All right, with that, we will open public comment.
Connor Nixon with Trinity Food Outreach. It's a request for a reduction 50% for the dumpster costs. There are 11 dumpsters that we'll be using in this program. They'll be stationed on the different avenues in the subdivision of Lewiston. To help clean up the town is the first part of the program that we're doing. The second part of the program is to clean out the alleyways so that the emergency services and fire trucks can pass through. Our organization, Trinity Food Outreach, is a 501c corporation, nonprofit corporation, originally dedicated to supporting the 7 food pantries and soup kitchens in Trinity County. Over the last 8 years, we've raised over $320,000 to increase a county building housing the Trinity County Food Bank. We've also raised and distributed over $44,000 to the food pantries for refrigerators, freezers, tables, carts, a box truck for food deliveries and other items. Both the food bank and the food pantries are in relatively good shape now. Over the last 3 years, we've redirected our efforts to victims of fires and winter freezes, funding over $140,000 for food supplies, cash, debit cards, emergency repairs to victims in need from the disasters in Trinity County. Now we've moved into, in part of this program, is the alleyways of Trinity County. The rest, the request today is for 2 goals. The first is help the community at Lewiston Park clean up unneeded trash and items in their yards and alleyways. The second goal is to open up the alleyways currently impassable for fire trucks and emergency vehicles. Currently, we've raised most of the funds to reach the first goal from Trinity Trust, the Trinity River Mill, the Lewiston Sparkies, Smolin Foundation, Coast Central Credit Union, the Humboldt Area Foundation, and local donations from our communities. Normally, the board grants 100% waivers for dumpsters for nonprofits for their projects. Because our project is so large, 11 dumpsters, and because we're able to raise some of the funds ourselves, we're asking for a 50% waiver of that. The board is, if the board is to grant the 50% waiver for the needed dumpsters, we will then use that savings to remove appliances, electronics, tires, and other items that cannot go into the dumpsters. The dumpsters are limited to household waste and construction waste. As to the disabled cars and trucks blocking the alleyways, we will first remove the ones the owners voluntarily give us permission to do. We have at services, scrappers that'll come in and take those for free as long as it's done voluntarily. Once all voluntary attempts to open up the alleyways are exhausted, we'll be asking the county code enforcement officers to cite the vehicle owners obstructing passageways for emergency fire and medical equipment to be removed. I've lived in Lewiston for over 30 years. We've had 3 fires in our communities and nearby our communities, 2 of which have burned homes on the outskirts of Lewiston subdivision. When a fire breaks out, we're forced to evacuate, leaving only the firefighters to put out the spot fires started by embers from the fires near the town. If the alleyways are blocked, our community is in peril. If it's the last thing our community and the county needs is to have a 3rd largest community in Trinity County, a disaster similar to Paradise. We're asking the county, you folks, to join with us in this effort by reducing the fees for the dumpsters by 50%. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item?
Sam Brinkley, Lewiston resident. I would like to back Connor on this. I have a daycare in that community, and that valley is just amazingly beautiful. It's one of the reasons I decided to make this my home, and that entire neighborhood getting cleaned up would just, it's a great place with the cost of living and interest rates being so high. This is turning into a viable option for first-time home buyers to live into the community. If we clean that place up a little bit, it would encourage first-time home buyers to come in. You can see some of the homes being bought up and restored. There's money there for it. People who want to better that community, any help that the county can give with the cleanup of that neighborhood, I think would be a good thing.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I move to approve as presented.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Gokin.
I'll just make one comment in that while I was serving in the Lewiston Fire Department, I've actually had to step back to the inactive status recently. But while I was serving, we did have 2 calls in that area where we could not get to the home that we needed to via the alleyways, and just physically impossible with our vehicles. So there is a true health and safety risk associated with this.
Nice.
Right. Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Chairman Cox?
Aye. Great. And thank you.
Thank you, Connor.
Item 4.2, adopt a resolution to allow the streamlined approval of cannabis licenses that require a CCV for the calendar year 2023. Unknown impact, CAO Tuthill and Cannabis Division Director Labani.
I'll just do a quick intro here, Drew, while you're coming up. Based upon direction given at the 2 May board meeting and through some cannabis ad hoc discussions, we have developed a draft resolution that will be presented today.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Labani, Trinity County Planning Department, Cannabis Division Director. I assume, or I guess I would hope that you all had the opportunity to read the backup to this item. I imagine that most members of the public who are interested in this topic have as well. So I'll just give a brief sort of background. CAO Tuthill sort of already explained why this item is coming before you. But essentially, historically, as it relates to the setback requirement between cultivation sites and adjacent residences, staff historically, up until sometime in 2022, had measured the distance between mature canopy and the adjacent residence. sometime in 2022, staff took note of the fact that the definition of cultivation includes drying, harvesting, growing verbs. And so at that time, essentially, it was, I guess there was a bit of an internal policy shift where the setback requirement was measured, whereas formerly it was measured just from the mature canopy. It had now, it shifted to being measured from other cultivation related elements such as outbuildings, compost piles, things like that. We took an item to the Planning Commission several weeks ago in an attempt to try and remedy this problem. What we've realized in terms of, going through project specific review for the CEQA review process is that there are a large number of projects that were previously not required to obtain a variance. And essentially what that means is that previously the measurement was likely taken from the mature canopy and not from outbuildings or other cultivation related elements. There's been a bit of back and forth in terms of, various perceptions of what the intent was and the historical interpretation. And I'd like to point out that had the intent been to measure from the entirety of a cultivation site, the term that would have been used as it relates to measuring the setback requirement would have been designated area, because that is the term that is used hundreds of times throughout our EIR to reference, the whole cultivation site, essentially the disturbed footprint of the cultivation site. So essentially what we're proposing here today is a mechanism that would, waive the variance requirement for this fiscal year. I want to point out that in the staff report, I noticed after we uploaded it, there was a poor choice of terminology, and it made reference to the temporary approval of licenses, and that is not correct. It would be temporarily waiving that setback requirement for these licensed sites. Another, I think, additional important element is that historically, as it relates to the setback requirement, the function, my take on it is the function of the setback requirement was intended to minimize the impacts to adjacent residences or to sensitive receptors, such as schools or places of worship. This was all set in place prior to the CEQA review process having been initiated. And so this CCV, commercial cultivation variance concept, gave the ability for neighbors on adjacent parcels within the 350-foot setback requirement, the ability to appeal the director's decision and the approval of the license. This was all prior to CEQA evaluations being done. So I know that there's probably some concern about the fact that this is doing away somehow with people's ability to object to a cultivation license within 350 feet of their residence. That is not the case. This basically waives the requirement for staff at this point to go through what is a very time-consuming process to evaluate for the CCV, do a variance confirmation site inspection, and ultimately the mechanism that exists to mitigate the concerns that may arise from adjacent residences is built into the mitigation measures in the approved and finalized EIR. And so I could continue blabbing, but I don't know if there's additional questions related to the staff report I'm sure there will be significant discussion and a lot of public comments, so I can stop there for now, unless you have specific questions for me at this time.
Questions of board members?
I have a bunch, so I might let others go first.
Well, I'll probably have questions later once we dive into the public comment portion too. So I would, just as long as Drew's available for later, I'll probably need some follow-up, but other than that, I have nothing now. I know Rick's prepared.
Okay. At least to start, I have 13 questions. I apologize for the length of this, but I think that's important to get some of this really clear in our minds collectively. So you mentioned about the lengthy requirements for preparing things for the normal or standard process, if you will. So can you tell us on average, how many hours are required to prepare an application with CCV requirements for planning commission hearing?
I just want to clarify terminology that there's no application per se.
Okay.
But to your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the right terminology, just so I get it right?
I guess it would be a
permit.
It would be, I mean, essentially it's what staff has to do is prepare the staff report for the planning commission. But we don't prepare the application. The applicant would submit an application for a CCV. And so we would go through the process of analyzing and evaluating that and then writing a staff report. So to your question, on average, I would say it takes approximately 8 hours of staff time for each staff report, plus a site inspection to verify the distances.
And so how much time is potentially saved if this resolution is passed? Since we're talking about on average.
Are you asking for each project or for the?
Yeah, on average, because this was on average of 8 hours plus site inspection per. And so I'm just looking at, if we go this other route, there's still some efforts that you have to go through with noticing and so forth. I'm just wondering how much less time?
Well, the noticing requirements are already incorporated into our existing workload as it relates to CEQA noticing and neighbor notifications. So I interpreted this question as sort of how many total staff hours would it take to process all of these CCVs, which I think would be in excess of 500, perhaps closer to 1,000 staff hours. So roughly call that 6 months of one full-time staff devoted to processing CCVs and nothing else.
Okay. And just so it's clear for folks, the questions that I'm referring to, I shared with Drew last night so that he had a chance to prepare and give well thought out answers so that we weren't just scrambling and putting him on the spot. So your second question, and by the way, I try to do that with anything that I'm going to do. If I'm going to ask staff questions, I'd like to give them a heads up so that they can have that chance. The rest of that story to me, Drew, which wasn't clear in my question is, so it's 500 to 1,000 hours, but if you're saying from today, so let's say this doesn't pass today, and you have to go through that process that's 8 hours plus so on and so forth, what is the timing for all of those hours to be complete and all of these to have gone through a process, whether they're approved or not by the Planning Commission?
I guess if I understand
what date could you be completed with all that 1,000 hours?
6 months from now, so towards the end of the year.
Okay. This kind of speaks to that. How many of these applicants that would be covered by this resolution would likely not be approved in time for this cultivation season?
So one of the things I pointed out, in ad hoc discussions about this item was that, we have identified a large number of initial variances that would need to be processed. I can't give you a firm total number because we have not finished evaluating all of the projects for CEQA, which is really where we're catching this setback requirement not being met for projects. So the rough estimate that I've come up with is approximately 100.
Okay. And I know that you've shared in some of our meetings that some of this is you still have work to do, as you just said, to go through and even know, but there's some that you already know, and then there's others that you're just anticipating. Based on estimates used for financial forecasts, what we did earlier in the year to help us make a decision about funding the division for this year, how much tax revenue does the average cultivation permit represent for Trinity County on an annual basis?
Obviously it depends on how much, how many finished pounds they sell or they transfer through metric and then are ultimately sold, which then they're required to pay tax on. My estimate would be roughly $3,000.
Okay. And I know that I didn't specify this in the question, but I'm thinking about it. When the board last year reduced that for a 2-year period, is this 3,000 in a normal full year or in this reduced amount?
This is in the reduced amount, and I think it's $7.76, if I remember correctly.
So this would be much more if we were in the full application of the tax rate year.
Based on the calculations and assumptions that we developed for the budget, yes, it would be double that roughly.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm sorry, you're saying 3,000 is the answer or half of 3,000 is the answer?
3,000 is
the answer.
And again, I realize that it's not all just about money, but money is obviously very important, and including what we heard earlier about this is tax revenue to the county, but there's also the money to the people that actually operate the farm and are making their living that way. I'm just trying to get some facts.
May I?
Please. Oh yeah, please.
Just add a couple extra, details about, revenue related topics. I would estimate that for each of these cultivation license sites that are, unable to do business, or if they were able to do business, I think most of them gross in the in the low 6 figures. So if you, take that into account, I would say it's easily, $20 million that is lost to our local economy in terms of trickle down revenue from the cultivators to employees to local businesses. And assuming that, there are 100 CCLs that we are unable to issue because they're caught in the CCV requirement, that also equates to a 6-figure loss in revenue to the cannabis division.
6-figure loss in terms of the fees and so forth, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, sorry, I gotta make my notes. And that's all of these numbers that we're talking about are related to the number you gave up here of about 100 that likely would not get approved in time to operate this year.
It's all based on that roughly 100. Yeah.
Okay. And then I just want to confirm for myself and everyone else, this resolution that we're considering here in a minute only applies to renewals. So
that's a sticky one because I think we've sort of been missing each other in terms of terminology, perhaps. So my take on it is that this would only apply to CCL renewal projects. So if your question is, does it only apply to CCV or variance renewals? Then the answer is no. If the question is, does it only apply to pre-existing licensed sites? Yes.
Yeah.
There will be no new licenses that this will affect.
Okay, and I think the distinction that you're making here, which I think is a great one, is so yes, we are saying these were all previously approved permits,
yes, licenses,
which I know Adrian keeps telling me it's permits. I'm learning, but some of these are now are initial CCV variance requirements because of this new application of the terminology, and some they had variances before but were approved. But regardless, they were approved in the past. Now they require variance one way or the other.
Yes, the CCL was previously approved, and now they require either a variance or a variance renewal.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. All right, I wanted to confirm the process, some of the process part. So my understanding is residents will be notified by mail. So these adjacent parcels. So the homeowners of adjacent parcels would be notified by mail, and then there would be newspaper postings, and those individuals of the adjacent properties would have the opportunity to share concerns.
Correct. And so currently, all projects that are approved are sort of noticed in two distinct ways. One, the legal notice goes to the newspaper and is published in the Trinity Journal, comes out on Wednesdays. And then every residence within the 350-foot radius, adjacent residents within the 350-foot of the project site receive a neighbor notification letter that tells them specifically the APN of the project that is within that 350-foot setback, or yeah.
And just so I'm clear too, because we've said that it's 350 foot of the parcel boundary, or when we say everyone within 350 feet, I'm just trying to say from what? Sorry, since that's been an issue that we're talking about.
My understanding is that the way that staff does the mapping is that it's a 350-foot radius from the parcel boundary of the cultivation site. So the setback requirement is 350 from the residence, but the neighbor noticing requirement is 350 from the parcel.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Would increasing the notice period from 10 business days to 15 business days to allow even more time for people to respond, because I have heard concerns about notices getting there too late in the process, would that still allow sufficient time for renewal applicants to get operations underway this growing season?
So I'm kind of looking at the calendar, but to sort of answer your question, right now the way the process is set up is the ad for Trinity Journal typically goes to the Journal on Fridays, which gets in the next week's paper on Wednesday. The neighbor notices that are mailed out via mail also go to the post office on Friday. So the intended result is that the neighbor notices arrive prior to Wednesday, the same day that the legal notice is published in the Trinity Journal. I did look into, your question and try and ascertain, where this 10-day public noticing requirement comes from. And I don't know if Margaret can provide some insight, but to your question specifically, if we go with 15 business days, that's likely almost a month, because we have to prepare. So if we were talking for next week's paper, we would have to have it ready for the 19th to go to Trinity Journal. It wouldn't be published until the 24th, which then the days are business days. And so clearly that's 15 days is 3 business weeks. Mm-hmm. So it's the better part of a month that people would wait. I don't know, given the discussion that we've had and what I've suggested in terms of creating an additional sort of mechanism to enable adjacent residences, neighbors to oppose the project. My thinking would be that we'll include the ability for them to call the cannabis division on the first day that they receive that legal notice and verbally voice their opposition if that's what they would like to do, and try and, I think, address your concern or the concern of constituents that they may not have enough time to respond. I don't know that extending it to 15 business days changes the interval that someone goes to their post office box. So, if people don't check their mail frequently and they're not in the habit of looking at the Trinity Journal, I'm not sure what the extra 5 business days does. But Margaret, I don't know if you can speak to whether that's an acceptable, going to 15 days instead of the 10 days, if that works, if there's any.
If the board would like me to respond, I'm happy to, but want to make sure this is the time to respond to it.
Well, yeah, go ahead. I think the question is really more about if we basically add another week, because 5 business days, another week. And I know we are very close on the timing from my very uneducated world of when you need to plant to be active this year, that we're tight on that. And so the real question was, does adding a week that might appease some people that are concerned with it takes sometimes a week for the mail to get there, really cause an extra due problem. And I just want to know, I'm not trying to get a right answer or a specific answer, just a right answer. And so does, from your perspective first, Drew, before she says legally, what can we do? Does that extra week, do you think, cause extra concern about the ability to get operating in time?
I'm sure that it does. What I think I can speak to more effectively is the additional sort of workload that would create for staff, because now then we have two different approval timelines where folks that aren't, covered under this resolution that are going through the normal noticing sort of requirements, it's 10 days. So we'd have to create different neighbor notices, different newspaper legal ads, and also track these projects sort of separately. So that doesn't really facilitate less work from staff, but I think that's as much as I can answer your question.
And then, yeah, County Council, if you want to weigh in, I'm assuming that it's fine. If we want to make it an extra 5 days, we can, just
That is correct.
can't be less.
Can't go less, but you can always go more.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Please confirm if affected residents, and maybe the more appropriate is the adjacent parcels within 350 feet, are share concerns, then the renewal permit would go through the normal or regular planning commission process. So if these were X number of these get, quote, approved through this process, get noticed, and one of those neighbors who's qualified, if you will, to raise a concern, and that concern is raised within that time period, then they would basically be pulled back and put through the normal planning commission process.
Yes, generally I agree. I would like to sort of just point out that I would hope that they wouldn't be raising concerns per se. They would be voicing formal opposition.
Okay. All right. Good clarification. Yeah, thank you. Well, and just so I'm clear on that, so formal opposition raised rather than a concern, is there some sort of qualification of that opposition that your staff would have to go through to say, yes, we're pulling it?
I suppose if you establish those criteria, then yes, but presently, to my knowledge, as it relates to opposing CCVs, there is no criteria. And as it relates to appealing the director's decision to approve a license and the CEQA approval, there is no criteria.
Okay, so it's just once that opposition is offered, then it's pulled. Okay.
Yep.
And I know we're trying to balance what's fair to the applicant versus the resident, and does it need to be qualified? But right now we're saying there isn't any qualification. Formal opposition means it's pulled, would go through the planning commission process.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, please confirm all renewal applications that we're considering in this have completed the CEQA Appendix C process. I know I get my terms wrong. Established mitigation plans to address issues caused by variances, et cetera.
So prior to noticing the approval, prior to noticing the approval of these projects, the CEQA review has to be completed. So in the way that this question is framed, no, all of these projects currently have not received final CEQA approval, but yes, they would prior to being noticed as approved. And I can give a little more insight into that in terms of staff. No, okay.
To me, I'm fine because I get the distinction that you're making. It's there could be some in that like 175 that you haven't gone through yet. They wouldn't be approved today. But if they then met all these requirements, including that, then they could be approved.
Yes, and I'll just add.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, what we make reference to in terms of the noise and light attenuation plans as additional requirements after significant, discussion with environmental compliance staff, what we've determined to be most appropriate would be that these attenuation plans are included in their Appendix C document And so right now that would be an additional requirement that we've been working on trying to sort of clearly establish how the evaluation for projects that don't meet the 350-foot setback requirement has been done. So that's going to be something that either way, regardless of the outcome of today's item, that's going to be an expectation that those additional attenuation plans and additional discussion in the resource categories that have been identified as likely the ones, potentially impacted by being within 350 feet of an adjacent residence would be required to include in their Appendix C document.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Supervisor Carpenter Harris, were you asking for more clarification on something?
No, I just was saying I understood.
Oh, okay, good. I wasn't sure.
Sorry, I said it
No.
out loud.
Okay, help us understand why all of these particular applications have not already been approved through the normal process. And as I shared with Drew earlier, I'm in part, some of these questions are based on concerns that have been raised to me. And that's one of them is like, well, why haven't we just approved these through the normal process by now? So I know what answer I've given. I'm looking for yours.
Essentially, it boils down to staff capacity. I could be more specific if you'd like, but I think we've kind of already talked about,
Well, you and I have, but maybe go ahead with a little bit more for the benefit of others.
Well, it really comes down to, that our primary focus for almost the last year has been to perform CEQA evaluations. And so while we were working through the process of clearly, establishing the Appendix C process, we took note of the fact that the EIR only addresses impacts at greater than 350 feet. So we've spent the last several months, one of the primary reasons why CCVs have been on hold is we wanted to be certain that our evaluation and the environmental document that ultimately, we have the environmental documents that we have been approving have had sufficient analysis related to being less than 350 feet. And it's been a bit complicated because essentially the EIR doesn't evaluate at less than 350 feet. And I guess later in discussion, if you'd like, I can reference sections of the EIR that sort of give a little more framework to sort of how the analysis was done in the final EIR and how we arrived at essentially not evaluating at less than 350. But just quickly, essentially for noise, I believe it's the standard in Trinity County Code is 55 decibels at the property line. And so whether you are 5 feet from your property line, and 10 feet from the adjacent residence, or you're 350 feet, that decibel requirement still applies at the property line. As it relates to light, basically there should be no light pollution from cultivation sites because they're all required to cover their greenhouses if they're lit, and all cultivation related lighting should be downcast. And then the most difficult, I think, of all these is probably odor, since it's a subjective concern. And so looking through the details in the EIR, it makes reference to the fact that odors can be detected at, depending on the studies, they reference a few different studies, but 1 to 2 miles. So clearly, whether you're 351 feet or 340 feet, doesn't have a significant bearing on the fact that odors can can travel a significant distance, much greater than the setback requirement.
Thanks. And I know this isn't on the questions, but I do know that we've had some of the discussion about the whole issue of whether you measure from canopy or other structures. In part is that if the other things like drying and so forth that take place are done in structures that are enclosed, they require ventilation that can't be done on an open canopy. So potentially it has an even better control effect of that odor issue.
Right. The outbuildings are probably the easiest to mitigate odors from because they're fully enclosed and you can put mechanical controls in, and there's a variety of, technology options out there to reduce or entirely alleviate the odors.
Okay, almost done. What assurances can you provide that appropriate mitigations will be in place for operations that require variances? So if this process is approved, what assurances can you give?
Well, in terms of, mitigating the effects of being less than 350 feet, I've kind of already, talked about that a little bit, but essentially the odor control plan is already a required element of all the Appendix Cs. And so we would be requiring a noise and light attenuation plan as well. So getting into the broad topic of the EIR and mitigating, I think what may be the primary concern that I've heard voiced from neighbors, adjacent residences is odor. Essentially, I almost just want to jump into referencing the EIR, but we can save that for later. But essentially, all of these are going to be included in their Appendix C document. The mitigation measures apply to their project. And if odor nuisance per the EIR, if odor nuisance is documented, then that's when the sites have to go into starting to implement their odor control plan. And I think our expectation is that going forward into, cultivation season when odors are being generated, that we will have an olfactometer or a nasal ranger to quantify the levels of odors generated and that are detectable at the adjacent residence. And ultimately, without a methodology in place, it makes it really difficult to verify odor complaints and quantify them. So I think that that's an essential component to our program going forward is to have a methodology by which we can quantify these odor concerns and also quantify whatever reductions are being made through the odor control plans.
Okay. What other renewal applications with variances like what we're describing have been handled? Have other renewal applications with variances like this been handled in a different manner in the last 6 months? And if so, why?
No, they've pretty much all been on hold so that we could figure out how to fully evaluate the environmental document.
Okay, last one. If a renewal application approval is withdrawn as a result of concerns raised by, and I should say a formal, what was the word?
Formal opposition.
If formal opposition is shared by a nearby resident, adjacent resident, the renewal application will be required to go through the standard process involving review by the Planning Commission. So I think I actually asked that already.
So again, I'll just sort of clarify the terminology. If a renewal license approval is withdrawn, or the approval isn't going to be withdrawn as a result of neighbor opposition, it would mean that the waiving of the CCV requirement would be voided essentially. And so yes, if there is formal opposition from a neighbor on an adjacent parcel with a legal dwelling within 350 feet of the cultivation site, then yes, those projects that are opposed would go to the Planning Commission to have a normal, I guess, CCV hearing.
Okay. All right. So again, thank you for bearing with me, but I thought those questions, especially based on input that I've been receiving from people, helped to us at least all have the same starting point for considering what is really being done here. And then I'll save my comments for later. I know this is just questions to staff. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Rick, thank you for all those questions. I think that was really helpful. And maybe that was helpful for you to walk through the process ahead of time and kind of think about those pieces. Can you just tell me, I just kind of was drawn pictures when you were talking about where a mature canopy would be, where outbuildings, and you mentioned compost might be. Does compost take place out in the open like my compost pile does? Or if it's compost in situations like this, is that something that folks kind of house inside of structures?
I don't know that there's any requirement for where that has to take place specifically. So I believe it could take place in something that might be somewhat similar to a traditional food scrap compost pile. It probably also could be done in an enclosed building. One of the other things is that one of the other approved disposal methods by the DCC is to actually till that cannabis waste back into the soil. So not all sites necessarily have a compost pile per se, but they all are required to dispose of waste in an approved method for DCC regs.
So the reason I'm asking is to try to understand if what was closer than the 350 feet used to be measured was a compost pile. Is that, I just picture that's going to be harder to mitigate odor. What happens in a scenario like that?
You know, in my experience, I don't think that there would be significant odor concerns because what happens with organic compounds like terpenes is that they're very quickly volatilized under UV light or under sunlight.
Okay.
And so the odor goes away pretty quickly after, you know, a day or two of sitting in the sun.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had right now. You guys have, Heidi, any questions from you? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, we will open public comment.
I think three of you can't move forward on this topic until PRA cases have been made for Jill, Rick, and Heidi, based on your guys' association with Jim Underwood and TAA, because TAA made an agreement with all of us growers in this county back in the day on what the 350 variance was about and what it is. And you see, now you're moving the line on all these people that have already applied. And I see if you were doing what Rick was kind, I think, saying, making this happen for new people, you might be okay with it. But you're going to want to get with your attorney because you're moving into federal area now, because you're moving the line on a process we've already been through. No one here can afford it because of the situation you've done. You took an abatement program and you terrorized the community. You didn't educate the community. You took their money for licensing, ran out of money for licensing, took all the abatement money and put it in the general fund. That's actually highly illegal. You took our licensing money and didn't give anybody licenses. I just heard Drew sit here and say he hasn't licensed a lot of people. It's because you stole our money. You're going to be held accountable for this. We are going to PRA the three of you heavily. Jim Underwood's going to get some notices to the bar without any question. I think until that is all addressed, this has to be put on hold immediately because you're doing Bill Sharp's work for his thing against Andre up at Truth Valley North. This is not in the best interest of this county. You're doing personal deeds up here, Miss Cox, Rick, and Heidi. You can't do that. It's extremely unethical, and it's a violation of your oath of your supervisor role. You're here to do what's best for this community. That's the law. We are bringing it now. You've incited this. The emails are out on you today, sir. They're all over Facebook. We see your relationship with Jim Underwood. We're going to call everything you do into question now. Unfortunately, you guys have tarnished this community's respect for the board beyond belief. I'm sorry for Liam. I'm sorry for Dan. I don't always agree with you guys, but I know that you bring honesty and ethics with you here. The three of you, until this is decided, this really can't go forward. I'm just being honest. You guys have just totally destroyed this community. I didn't want to have to come in here because I actually personally did agree with the grand jury report. I think we have to get rid of this county council. I think there's a major conflict of interest. She's making a ton of money off of you guys creating a problem for us community members on having to sue to have a job here. Do you want me coming after your job? I don't think so. It's not okay to do that to us people either. We're people, we live here. We're community members. You people are puppets for Jim Underwood, and now we know the truth. And we're gonna come after you with the law. Get ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, Madam of the Board. My name is Jennifer Hill, District 3. I urge you to please adopt this resolution brought forth to you today by the Cannabis Department. They've been working extremely diligently, finding a comprehensive solution to this major bottleneck that fits everyone's standards. This is a very serious bottleneck. It's holding so many up, and it needs to be treated very seriously. For all the people out there that want to be pro-cannabis, citizen or board member, this is your chance. Now is your chance. It's looking like this is your chance right now. Pro-local economy, pro-local business. This is a huge chance for you to show your vested interest in our local economy and local businesses, be it a hot dog restaurant, a gas station, or a cannabis company. We all depend on this income. All of us. I just want to mention there's still most certainly a way to appeal a license, as you heard. That part will not change. Along with these mitigation measures, the farm and license holder must follow noise, air quality, aesthetics, part of the buffer zone. It ensures that many mitigation measures will be implemented and be upheld to the highest standards. Cannabis farms are always upheld to the most environmental standards. All we want to do is to be able to grow, to be able to farm. It's very clear each individual farm will have many hoops to jump through obtaining their license with all these mitigation measures. And this would not be in any way hindering those who do not want to live next to a licensed farm. Trust me, I get it. I wouldn't want to live next to a licensed farm either, but this is slowing the whole program down. It's costing everyone money, which in turn is keeping the county from gaining money. It's restricting our economy. It's restricting money the county can use for law enforcement, for schools, for transportation, the list goes on. At this point, you're restricting the economy and the local government's foreseeable revenue drastically. I'm not a mathematician, but $20 million, whoa, you're drastically restricting it. This money has to come from somewhere, and I see a pretty solid place it can come from. Not to mention it's wasting your time, the cannabis department's time, and the cultivators so patiently waiting to not be denied the right to grow yet another season. The more efficient you can make this, the faster income will come into this county. Please, I urge you to take this department's suggestion. Please give us a break. It's time to cut the growers a break. I've been part of this program since the beginning, 2017, 2018, and faced every seeming obstacle on the way. And I don't want to go into too many details, but it's my house. It's my house in question about the variance, and I can't just up and move my house. Not to mention my CEQA has been passed for months. As dead set as you are on destroying the cannabis industry in this county, I think it's time for us to catch a break. Please do the right thing here. And I don't think we need more public workshops so this can be drawn out even further. We're seasonal people. The season is now about to pass us by yet again. Please don't let that happen to us. Again, if you say you're pro-cannabis, this is your time to show it. Thank you so much.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Mostly, I just really want to back up a lot of what Drew said about the finaries, how the ordinance works. There are a few things that I picked up through that conversation I think are important to reiterate. Compost, according to ordinance, must be inside of your designated area. So it can't just be off in a field somewhere on a property line. Designated area would have been the term used if that was the intended definition of the setback of the point of origin of this setback. That designated area is a term that Trinity County generated in 2016 prior to the state drafting their final regulations. It's otherwise not part of state law. So we have our own little term, designated area, which incorporates all of those various facilities that would otherwise cause concern. Any drying building, nursery area, processing facility are already required by CEQA to provide their own odor nuisance mitigation. And as far as like an initial variance, the initial license, that was relatively confusing, but the initial variance, the county basically shut the program down somewhat over 2 years ago, 2021-ish or something. I don't believe that there are any applications that have come in since then. So anybody who's looking for a variance is pre-existing in that regard. It may be that they've never had their permit issued because we got into the situation we got into and stopped issuing permits. We're back to issuing permits. Now these people just need their variances. They'd applied for their application under a given paradigm, which was prior to 2022, when Sean Connell, need to note this really explicitly, administratively changed how that definition functions. There was no public hearing like this. There was no input. There was no comment from anyone. Just one day we all woke up and all of a sudden, we had 70 or 100 or however many applicants stuck in this new position that was not the position when they submitted their permit application. The board has the ability to use creativity in this. I know you probably heard this before, but when you're presented with the staff report, you certainly should analyze. You certainly should think about it, discuss it. You can make changes to it if you'd like, if there's some way that would make you happier without nullifying the intent of the staff report. That's doable. And lastly, I wanted to note that senior economist and professor at Sonoma State University recently, he's been doing economic studies in the North State generally and also around cannabis. This is just general. Trinity County sales tax revenues were down by 14% last year. There's a lot of correlative factors. One, inflation is not lowering our taxes. Spending. Even though prices have gone through the roof, our sales taxes have declined by 14%. So that's the greatest in the North State also, more than twice Humboldt County. Thank you.
I'd like to point out a couple things here. As far as the variance goes to buildings, this is just another opportunity put forth to slow down this process when we can't even do common sense things. For example, Jill's appointee and not so sharp, whatever you want to call him. He said in the last commissioner meeting when the suggestion was put forth that we should take the variances that are there with no one saying no, where the variance is required, but they have the variance approved by the neighbors. Why can't those just be pushed through right now? Everything that comes out from Jill or Rick, who I will remind the other supervisors here, played a part in the lawyer setting agenda, Underwood, who provided it's funny that you don't know planting season. You don't know what day we plant, but I've got an email from you giving a 30-point bulletin on how to shut down cannabis in every single part of the county when you were running for supervisor, when you were trying to kiss the ring of Jill to get on this board. And now you're going to sit up here and act like you don't know when planting season, or could this slow down the farmers? This is a charade. Jill, it's just so many questions. I'm wondering, all this free legal advice, did you claim that? Did you report that as a campaign contribution from Mr. Underwood? It seems to me that y'all can come up with all kinds of roadblocks to run this program into the road. But anything that comes to limiting this program, such as your work, Rick, with Friends of Grass Valley Creek to extend the no-grow. And another thing, when you're in this no-grow zone, this opt-out zone, if you have a license prior to that, a water board prior to that, why are they being picked on? In your letter, Rick, some of the things you said is one offense, we should shut them down. Sunset their license. Do you understand what that means? Sunset someone's license? These are all ideas of yours. Can you imagine if I bought this building over here, paid taxes on it, and you came to me and said, hey, Sam, you can pay taxes for 3 more years, but you can't sell it, and in 3 years, we're going to shut you down. That's some of the bright ideas of Rick. These two have put this county at such liability. And the people they're picking on right now over there with Friends of Grass Valley Creek.
So for your last 30 seconds, I think you need to focus your comments on this item rather than.
We are talking about variances, and this all has to do with variance. And the variances are brought apart. Friends of Grass Valley Creek plays a big part in this because the 2 farms across from them would be dramatically affected if suddenly you changed canopy to cultivation area. Maybe their $500,000 shop, suddenly they've got to ask the vineyard for permission to grow. You keep moving the bar. It's easy to see who you are.
Catherine Sidman Lewiston. I want to thank Supervisor Carpenter Harris for engaging with the Cannabis Department and seeing how hard those folks are working. I would encourage you to watch a planning commission meeting, if the Brown Act allows, with your appointed planning commissioner, Sharp, who is an absolute bully and who treats staff so disrespectfully and so shamefully. It's frightening. This room should be full right now, and it's not, because we have on record the chair of our supervisors threatening to retaliate personally if people give comments they don't like. Sierra Pacific Industries mountain is in my backyard, and I will have to come before the county at some point and ask for help. Your relationship with them frightens me. Trust is at an all-time low. Staff has spoken, staff that everyone says is doing such a good job. And although I appreciate everything that everyone has said and all of these gyrations, this isn't about fast-tracking anything. This isn't about changing something to accommodate growers. This is about the abject failure of Director Connell and a sneaky little thing he did where he changed the use of terms, cultivation and canopy. This is merely to remedy that change that was made with no public comment, with no oversight, with no vote, with no anything else. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. And in light of recent events, where there's smoke, God forbid you should call a fireman. He might show up with a gun. Right now, for a lot of reasons, we're at a lot of turning points. Livelihoods are at stake, $20 million in our tiny little economy. Goodwill, like this much goodwill, this much, Rick. Follow staff recommendation, like this much. It's all anybody's asking for. It's less than asking for a fair shake.
Ray Peterson, District 1. This seems like a pretty easy decision after everything that we've seen and heard over the last couple of months, and especially the last few weeks. Even today, we've seen one of our community members up here in tears because she is unable to feed her children who attend the local schools here. She gave up everything in other places to be here with her family, to make a life here. She's a wonderful member of the community with a lot of people who care deeply for her. This seems like an easy decision because it would, as we heard from Drew, allow an estimated $20 million of commerce into our communities, or not, based on how you guys vote today. So that's going to be really telling how this vote turns out. It's going to allow the people of our county to feed their families or not. We really, really need to get these licenses. We've seen Drew and Ed work tirelessly for weeks and perhaps the last month, really trying to bring this in front of the Planning Commission, to have it shot down, and then bring it in front of you guys. And I hope that you guys will be more unbiased in your voting. And Jill, it's obvious that you should recuse from this item and all other cannabis items forever, basically. It's not right for you to vote on any of them.
Okay, this is Pasha. All right, from Hayfork. I want you guys to consider it. This is a very important matter to many of the licensed farmers, not just my native people, but everybody else that it's a licensed farmer. They really need this. And for you to consider making the benefits for the community at large, for Trinity County, for the economic growth here. You have to consider that this is affecting everybody. It spiraled down all the way down to the farmers, and we're the little people. Now, if we need those cash taxes revenue back to the Trinity to support this economic growth, every business needs to get going, but you have to vote. You have to, based on your vote today, it's affecting everybody. So please consider the benefit of not yourself, but for the community at large. Thank you.
I'm Mao from Hayfork. I just wanted to clarify and understand, because the variances, what Drew said, that they need to talk to all of the, need to send out letters to all of the neighbors and then put it in paper. That's what has been doing all this time. I've been paying variances since 2018 when I started. Every year I turn in my application, I give them 5 stamp envelopes to send out to my neighbor and 1 back to me. So we're talking about circle, going back, circle around and back to what they did before. So I don't understand why we keep going in circles. So this is something that I don't understand at all, because the variances, you said that there's a variances, okay. So we all of my neighbors plant just like me. We're all farmers. We all do light depth or outside. There's no light. There's nothing with that. There's no noises. My plant grows very quietly. They don't make noise. And then I don't understand about the smell. How do I keep the smell of my strain from my neighbor, and how do they keep their smell from me? The smell, like Drew said, it goes a mile away. You can't keep that away. The smell's gonna go, but there is no noise, there's no light. So I don't understand why this variance you're having so much trouble with it. And all of my neighbors knows I'm growing it because they're all growing it too. That's all I have to say, thanks.
Hello, board. Dana from Hayfork. Continuing on the comments from the previous speaker, the people, any neighbors that aren't happy with their neighbor in proximity having a cultivation license will still have the option to appeal and, then go to the planning commission. So I don't really see the big change. Adrian explained how the terminology got shifted previously. We had a very thorough question and answer at the beginning, which was, I'm sure, really helpful for a lot of people, because I am also sure that most people don't have the grasp of understanding of all the details as thoroughly as somebody embedded in the program and an active advocate such as Adrian, myself, and a lot of other people in the room. But for the average person, even in the program that doesn't have to deal with variances, that was eye-opening. If there's already the opportunity to appeal and have the ordinary variance process go through, obviously it would allow more revenue to come in to the tax base of the county. Obviously the local economy through, an operating business, generating income and then being circulated throughout the communities. Win, 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 win. I don't see a downside here. It should be easy to pass this. And it will be telling if it doesn't. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to make a comment. And Dana, I just wanted to clarify because you touched on something that I think I've seen a lot of misconceptions about, and you referred to the people still have the ability to appeal, which they do, but they also have the ability to formally oppose without appealing. So they don't have to spend money to appeal. They can formally oppose, goes to the planning commission. Then if it gets approved, they still have the ability to appeal. So I'm just sharing that because some of what I've been hearing is, great, now all us residents have to, pay $500 because you're sweeping all these under the rug. And so I'm just trying to make sure that's extremely clear for people. When we make this decision, these backstops are in place for a reason. And I just didn't want people to take away the wrong outcome from that. And I know that's not what you meant, but I just wanted to clarify.
Ulube hua shomanya kuya nyata hafona kutona wacho to ne jawa lost da ja shalot pesang.
My name is Tremaine Yang from Hayfork. I'm coming here and want to thank you to all of your board supervisor who's leading and looking for the benefit of the community.
What ula hapelane.
Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Ne la ja pesang hai chan ka variance sa ka ne short jai ชอบมัวจอดใจละขีดจุนได้ชงนั้นเนี่ยจอดใจปีเดียวกงลงแล้วไปจอดเท่ารู้จารีวันที่ต่อไปตอนนั้นแหละกูใหญ่ตัวหนึ่งรอว่ากงลงรอแหละกูยอดได้เข็มรอกูจะได้เจอเนาะกูยอดวิสคอนซินระยะเท่าเจ้าชาลีอะไรเจ้กงลงจะไปจอดปูเจียส
Okay, he is a farmer. When he was little from Laos, when he lived in Wisconsin, he's also a farmer. Coming here, growing season is right around the corner, and you need to look seriously to the variance. If you don't, the growing season is going to be over soon. After the 1st of July, you can't grow anything. It's mainly crops for the cattle only, and for us to be harvest, you have to grow during the right time. And please, he's let it loose with the regulations according to the variances that make sure all of the licensed farmers are able to cultivate this year's.
จะถ่ายตัวนี้ว่าจะจ่อไปสั่งนั่นแล้วสายตัวนี้รอละทอคีเนี่ยลูเชียลูเนี่ยจะไปสั่งเนี่ยเนาะในลูใจลูรอไปลูข้างนี้เนาะที่ยอมัวจะเก็บวันมึงตอนได้แน่แต่ฉันเอาจำ business เนาะยังเนี่ยจ่อเราหล่อเนี่ยเขาเนาะไปอยู่คือตอนเนี้ยไปอยู่ป้าต่อไปลูใจลูรอไปอยู่ป้าต่อไปลูข้างนี้นะ
All of you board supervisors were elected by your constituents, and you have to represent the benefits of the community, not just yourself, considering all the financial economics into the community. So please reconsider of what you're doing today to make the benefits, and all of the businesses will be prospered with your decision today.
Can we allow more time?
Just a
because of
minute.
the
Was that
translation?
3 minutes or 6? Okay, so we need 6 when there's translator. Thank you.
因為我做到呢隻嘅話，你嚟做變成晒呢，話呢隻嘅落路變成，落車壓變成，落車壓的變成你要好呢路口里。
And thank you that you've been elected by your constituents, the community at large, from the citizens. And that's mean that you're gonna look best interest to support the economic growth here. All of the businesses, whether they're small or big, that they're looking forward for your decision today to make that happen.
我做路是係話呢話，做得古啦係，我做的呢就話做出嚟，就攞就話落做變成出嚟。
Thank you for allowing him to talk and allow me to translate. And thank you. I hope that you will make the best decisions for the community at large. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're into the afternoon. Madam Chair,
board members, Lisa Wright Lewiston. I just want to urge you to please expediently adopt staff's recommendation and provide no further delays to licensing for our farmers. We were here a year ago with a group talking to you about no food for their bellies. People are facing that again. I don't want you to be the cause of that. You don't need to be. You have a solution in front of you. Sometimes, I think directors have decision capability that they can make on their own, but out of fear of lawsuits, things might go a little bit further than necessary. I highly, value staff's commitment to the projects. To almost have 200 through is amazing, but that means you got another 200 that are in the queue that haven't completed secret review. Now, a variance, just kind of go back, these are people who have existing licenses. So how would you feel if your business has been operating for 3 or 4 years just fine, and now suddenly a new regulation has been imposed on you and you're required to stop? You don't know how you're going to support yourself or your family anymore. Is that really what government is supposed to be doing? No, I don't think so. I was an economic development director for about 8 years in a small community in Iowa. And the 20 million figure can be very powerful. It's probably on the low side. However, revenue generated by businesses turns over in an economy on average about 4 times. So we're looking at $80 to $100 million of potential economic impact. These are people who've done everything throughout the process, and you'll hear this over and over again, the goalpost keeps getting moved. This is a very easy compromise. They still have to go through CEQA review. As Director Polbani clearly stated, that there's an opportunity, and probably had we been doing CEQA initially, we wouldn't have come up with this variance idea because it's covered in the EIR, right? And we have to do site-specific analysis. Where'd the 350-foot come from? Pulled out of the air, compromise, between opposition and pro at some point. There's nothing magical even about the 350 feet. So I'm just asking you, please, no further delays. Let's move forward. Let's allow this easy solution for you to come up with to allow an industry to maybe have a chance. They're still affected by the market prices, which are still very poor. Let them make an attempt at a successful local business. Let them feed their families. Please, you don't want to come back a year from now again. Thank you.
Liza.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Liza Wisniewski, Junction City. I would like to point out that most of the structures that are now needing a variance were built or designated for use with the intention of being compliant with the ordinance. Licensees are frequently needing to adapt with the ever-changing regulations and policies of both the county and the state. Unfortunately, a building cannot be moved based on a new interpretation of the ordinance. I ask that you approve the resolution as presented and allow the Cannabis Department to continue to focus on issuing licenses. Most of us have been impacted by the economic devastation of the local cannabis industry and now the fishing industry. Please provide support to the Cannabis Department and help get our local economy back on track. Also going to add that I have a county license and have made it through the long CEQA process. My license expired soon and is pending a variance renewal. I'm actually very scared of what's going to happen if my license issuance is delayed after the recent tragedy. Again, please approve this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Matt Jefferson.
Unmute. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, board and chair. Matt Jefferson, Coffee Creek. I'm a licensed farmer. I don't need a variance, but a lot of people do. I hope you can support all the farmers and the staff in particular. I hope you can pass and approve this recommendation. It's kind of off topic a little bit, but you should really be looking at the way that your commissioners are treating your staff too. It's pretty disgusting the way that Bill Sharp and Carol Fall are treating the staff. And those are people that you appointed. You should do something about that. Thank you.
Nancy Anderson.
Yes, hi, thank you. Nancy Anderson from Lewiston. I appreciate I call it the variances for dummies conversation. I appreciated the question and answering between Drew and Rick. That really clarified a lot of things in my mind, but I didn't grasp every nuance. So I wanted to clarify, and I appreciate Rick pointing it out that the cost to object or to oppose, there is no cost. And my question is how to object, and if maybe in the discussion you all have after this, before you make a vote, if you could address these, it might help others. I believe somebody, Drew, I think, mentioned a possible phone call, but I don't know if that's in the ordinance.
Pause so I can respond to that.
Okay.
Can we pause for time? Hey, Nancy, I'm sorry. Can we?
Sure.
We're going to pause your time just so you can get an answer and then finish your question. So Drew, please.
Perfect.
Please explain if I get it wrong, but what we're trying to do with the normal, if you will, notice period with mail and legal notification in the newspaper. The mail would also include a form that could be used by the recipient to identify their reason for formal opposition and send that back in. You were also saying that you would receive phone calls that you would have to validate that phone call was from somebody that should actually be able to make this formal opposition, and the same for an email, so that you would offer those 3 ways for people to respond. All of that is without any fees. It's just simply saying, I want to file a formal objection to this particular permit being approved. And then if they did that, then it would go to the Planning Commission. If it got approved and they wanted to appeal, now they're paying the money. Am I right?
How is it that you're answering questions during public comment to a TAA president? I've never got a question answered in my entire life.
To the question, Rick, essentially, I think that there could be a potential of 4 ways that they could submit a response to the letter. So for starters, to clarify, we would draft a new form letter, assuming that this resolution is approved. We'll have it up on the website tomorrow so that everyone can see it. But essentially, it would enable them to call initially to oppose the project. They could then bring in the signed, completed opposition for consent or opposition form. They could bring it in person to the office. They could mail it, or they could submit it via email.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then Nancy, I think that we're ready to continue with the time that you had left.
There, I'm not muted anymore. The concern I heard from the audience, actually, I will out myself. Yes, I am the TAA chairman of the board. So I would offer myself as a resource for anybody that has any concerns about TAA. But let's get that aside.
How many members do you have? That'd be my first question.
I don't think we're supposed to be interacting in this way.
Well, you're not supposed to be giving questions to the
That'll do.
supervisors.
Point. I'm sorry. We're going to stop.
We're gonna stop this. This is an opportunity for the board to talk. You will get called up one by a time. If you shout out, then I believe, would you like to get the warning?
Yes.
There'll be a warning that you'll be asked to leave if you continue to do so. Just that's the initial warning. Thank you.
So back to addressing the board. And I'm sorry if I violated any rules. But basically, I appreciate this clarification because it's changing my opinion about this. I think if both sides could remain calm and open-minded, this wouldn't have gotten to this point. I appreciate the input from both sides today, especially Drew making it so very clear what's involved. And the supervisors, all your feedback and your questions are helping me get a clear understanding so that I can fairly assess, and to others who are hearing this. My only other comment or clarifying would be the notices that go out in the newspaper. My question, and maybe this could be clarified later, I don't need it now, is would they be different in any format from the CCL license approvals, or are they a separate kind of a notice? Because I wouldn't know what to look for other than just reading all that fine print in the public notices. I appreciate your time, and I thank you for all the clarification.
Walter Wood. Walter. Steve Lyon.
Hi, this is Steve Lyon from Junction City. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, first of all, I support the staff recommendation. As has just been discussed, there's an appeal process. There's a formal opposition process. I mean, we can make another process for objections, but the current processes seem quite adequate in my opinion. Secondly, as I'm starting to be on repeat here, quit changing everything on us every dang year. This is what I've been saying. Anybody who's heard me speak in these meetings, stop it. Stop changing the rules on me all the dang time. This is a rule that was changed. Hallelujah. Let's put it back the way it was since the beginning. I totally support that. Thirdly, this cannot impact existing variances. I have a variance from 2017. I believe it was one of the first variances. It was voted on by the planning commission. I am not a litigious person, but I swear if you guys mess with this variance that I have, I will file a lawsuit and I will find other people to join in with me. So you cannot impact existing variances. They must renew as they have always renewed. I've paid $751 since 2017 every dang year. I have signed notices from all my neighbors. I support the changing the definition back to canopy. I support the streamlining of these variances so that people can get their licenses, but we cannot change or impact existing variances. And lastly, I've been to 100 board meetings and it's always, you can't ask questions of the board, but conveniently the president of the TAA gets to stop and have her questions answered by a board member when I've been told dozens of times that you guys can't answer questions. So once again, it's just the favoritism over and over, and it's very frustrating. And I don't believe anything that comes from TAA that they're going to compromise. And this lady says she's going to go along with the variance issue now. But yeah, they've said that before. Give it 6 months and they'll file a lawsuit. So let's make this thing bulletproof so that when they sue us again, we have better legs to stand on because their word means nothing. Thank you for your time.
Rhoda Kane.
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane I'm here in the East or Trinity Center area. I know this has already been a really long meeting, and I'd like to thank you for taking time to discuss this extremely important and extremely urgent issue. Please support our hardworking, intelligent, and dedicated staff. please untie their hands and let them do their job effectively and efficiently. Please support our legacy cultivators who, through no fault of their own, are once again looking at an ever-moving goalpost that may put them out of work again for another year and deeper in debt, which they may never recover. These cultivators' licenses have been approved years ago. So I think it's important for you guys to remember that your words and actions matter. You are in a position of leadership. Your appointed planning commissioners, their words matter also. Cannabis is not a dirty word. I am pleading with you today. Use your position of leadership today in a positive way and say that we as a county will no longer tolerate discrimination, misinformation, and endless roadblocks that are dragging this county into the mud. Please support county staff and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Chris Williams.
Chris Williams, Weaverville. So we are looking for solutions that place less burden on county staff. We are looking for solutions to avoid jamming up the planning commission meetings. We are looking for solutions that can expedite the commercial cannabis licensing process in a way that works best for our community. We are looking for consistency. We are looking for solutions to boost our economic infrastructure in this county, and bada bing, we have it. The staff recommendations on how to deal with variances is a solution. And maybe, just maybe, we could build some much needed bridges with groups like TAA or Friends of All the Creeks. But this is a great idea. Please, once again, your words matter, your solutions matter, your votes matter. Please vote yes in favor of this.
Thank
Chair, I just want to make some clarity really quick because we've been getting this over and over and over again that asking us to support staff. And I would like to remind the public, the very beginning of this, staff developed this resolution at the direction of this board. So if that will clear up any of the concerns, it may be helpful moving forward.
Nancy.
Hi there. I wasn't going to talk. I think I've been paying for a license since 2016-17 when I first filed. And I keep paying for a license with the county and I haven't been able to grow for like 3 years. I actually had a site-specific CEQA on the state clearinghouse, and I was told by one of the previous planning department directors, probably 6 directors ago, that there was no problem. And don't worry about this lawsuit because I was covered because my site already had been approved on the state clearinghouse. And twice in 2020 and 2022, I was to go to planning commission to get approved, but there was no time to fit me in the schedule. So this year, I was told in October of 2022 that I would get my CUP variance, and I was only allowed to use a CUP variance. And 50 feet away, I don't have that issue. I'm 850 feet away. But the thought of having to have a variance and the fact of this grandfathering or the fact of changing the rules continuously, I think the biggest issue is who decided and who defined these things and who keeps changing these things and saying you don't have time to do something. And I think I'm hearing this whole thing and I feel very upset because if I have a building or I have a structure and you're going to change the rules and you've invested money state license, I'm not going to violate it. But I was told last year, you can't grow. This year, I was told, by the way, if you want to get a license at all, and I'm still waiting, I'm almost there. But I was told, oh, by the way, you have to do an Appendix C. But last year in 2022, I was told I couldn't do an Appendix C. So now I'm about to get a license, supposedly, but somebody's going to add a whole bunch of mitigation measures. And I was reading this thing, I was working today, but I was reading this thing that you're going to have a whole bunch of new mitigation measures if you're within this 350-foot setbacks. And the biggest thing I have is we're mitigating things. The way the Appendix C is even working in this mitigation measures table is also a nightmare. If I break my leg, you put a cast on it. But to sit there and say you have to mitigate something in the event that it may happen, that you may break your leg, if you have performance standards, you have performance standards. And at some point in time, you have to lock things down and just keep them the way they are and say done. Because sitting here and doing lawsuits and suing and everything, that's not the way to work. It's really a collaboration, site by site by site. And I really think I feel bad for anybody that doesn't have a license right now that's trying to grow, because there are people out there, and whether it's a controversial issue of the plant, it's one of those things that it helps some people. It's been known to help people that have cancer to eat. So anyway, all I can say is I'm just aghast that you're even here talking about it.
Thank you.
Oh, she's not done.
I have to mute
Allow her to finish. Does she have more to say?
Nancy. Hello. Nancy.
It sounds like someone thought I was done. So anyway, I'm just frustrated with the whole process. So.
Nancy, we're going to add some more time back to you. There was some other voices that we weren't able to discern yours. And so if you have some wrap up comments that you're still trying to make, we're more than happy to hear those.
I'm not even sure where you started. I did hear some noise in the background. I don't know what you heard and what you didn't hear, but basically this whole thing in terms of constant change, you know, I was grandfathered in. No, I wasn't. I was supposed to go. Now I'm doing an Appendix C, your whole mitigation measures, how you're handling those, your tables and everything else. They're totally complicated and it could be really simple, but you got to stop changing things. And anybody that's being affected, if they're growing right now, you should let them grow and you should deal with this next year because you've impacted people. It's a financial investment people have made. It's a controversial plant, but you can't do it right now, 2 weeks before planting.
Okay, thank you.
Walter Wood. Walter. Amber.
Hi, Amber Carmen from Weaverville. Thanks again for letting me. Just to let everybody know, I own the water bar in Weaverville. And from an outside perspective, listening to everything that's been going on, this all seems really unorthodox, and the division in our community is really unsettling. And the fight back and forth between the two entities, the pro and the against, really just hurts the rest of us stuck in the middle. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. It seems like there's a lot of proponents of passing this diversion on the variance, for lack of a better term. And I feel like I will need to let you know I support that as well. It is time for us to come together as a community and put the unity in community. It's really time for us to support each other. If you listen to what I said earlier, this really just hitches on the back of that. Hearing the gentleman from the Cannabis division talking about $20 million and all the spillover business. That's what I was talking about earlier. 70% of our businesses, or 70% of revenues lost across this county has contributed a lot of that to cannabis, lack of cannabis, lack of growers, lack of seasonal immigrant workers or seasonal migrant workers, excuse me, as well as people coming to the area to do tourism, shop at our local dispensaries, which bravo on getting the dispensary passed. That's great to see one open. Now we need to be able to have farms operating to serve these dispensaries so people can come and shop local. And this all brings revenues back to all our local businesses in our county. All the spillover business is so important. I can't even say that enough. The chances, let's see, please, I feel like we owe these farmers that have been working and doing their due diligence all these years something. So I hope that you can support them today by, giving them this little bit so that they can, move forward, and we can all kind of move forward into more positive direction and hopefully get something moving back in this county in a positive direction where we're all seeing better days. So thank you.
Thank you.
Walter.
Okay, let's see if we can get it work this time. Can you guys hear me?
Can hear you this time.
Woo! Okay, it was the headphones maybe. All right. So Walter Wood from the South Fork. Thanks for letting me speak, and thanks for taking the time on this. It is very important. This is people's livelihoods. You guys have heard this a million times, but it doesn't change the fact that really, it affects us very, very much so. I'm not personally up against the variance issue, but it's we can't move the bar. We can't change the rules over and over again and have a new rule to follow every week or every year. We need to support local businesses, local families, and like that one person commented, that 20 million, that's the first time the money goes into the economy. You know much about economies, that money goes in circles and circles, and like she said, that's worth 800 or whatever million. I mean, it really affects things. We need to allow these farms to get their renewals. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jake.
Hello, Jake Grossman Christ, Hayfork. I think there's an obvious answer here, and we should move forward and get people farming. I just wanted to bring a little bit of history and reality to the board because, quite frankly, the people being affected by this are the people who have the most experience here and who have been in this since some of us 16, 17, and the folks making the decision, some of which I have never seen in a board meeting before the day that they were elected. So I want to bring the reality that, I have, as most of you probably know at this point, a farm on 640 acres. And you can't even make the setbacks work on 640 acres for an acre. The answer was, well, that's what the variance is for, no problem. A lot of these properties, all these properties we're talking about are existing grows, have been for years. We've got some that are in this queue that their only adjacent properties in the pines are illegal grows. We've got folks, I know a friend who's there in the crowd today who previously his property was a commercial nursery that needed none of these requirements. It then went out of business. It sat defunct and for sale for years. He came in, bought the property, rehabbed the whole place, permitted greenhouses, even though there was unpermitted greenhouses there for a legitimate business for years and years and years. And now for the second year in a row, he is sitting here not able to farm. The only people around him are other licensed farms. I know that when we sit in this boardroom, it's so very easy to think about these different hypotheticals and the different this and the different that. And quite frankly, it terrifies me that Drew just had to explain to somebody about a compost pile. This is insanity. I think past these things, whatever it takes, I don't care if the board needs to give direction to the planning commission to sit down for a week straight. They asked for this. So especially Bill Sharp asked for this. Sit down for a week straight and bang every one of these out if you have to. Whatever it takes, it needs to get done because these businesses are failing, and that means everybody's businesses are failing. We're not going anywhere. These businesses are going to be here whether they're licensed or not. It seems like they have a better chance of being here unlicensed for a longer time. And I hope that we can get past this. We can get people operating. We can get revenue flowing through this county. We can let the cannabis program thrive, and we can move forward. This is just yet another crazy example of absurdity. For all of the farmers out there that have sat through hours and hours of this, for the board, just remember that as we just heard on the phone or on Zoom, virtually every single one of us is younger than TAA. So we will be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Brower.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, John.
I'm in support of staff's recommendation for this change. What sounds like a change is really just remaining consistent with how the program has operated for many years now, and merely allows businesses and neighbors to function as they have since 2016. The variance and setback side of the program was an instrumental compromise at the time toward the creation and launch of our program. And since 2016, it has mostly served its purpose and worked very well. Of the 700 or so cannabis licenses previously issued in the county prior to the shutdown of the program in 2021, there were really only about 4 or 5, maybe 6 total variances that were the source of conflict or controversial. The rest are mostly neighbor approved and mostly not a problem. And I think staff bringing this forward for a public hearing really shows their willingness to operate in a transparent and forthright way. It's the mission of the Board of Supervisors to encourage economic development and keep government out of the way of people trying to engage in lawful commerce. So I encourage an affirmative vote for this item, and I applaud staff for bringing this important issue to light and doing it in a way where the whole community can offer input and you guys can make an educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eddie.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Eddie Fernandez, 310 Coffin Road, Lewiston. So I'm really kind of caught off guard by all this personally. I feel like I just went through a variance myself last year, and I feel like my situation kind of highlights this very well, and I find it kind of odd that we're here after that. With all the things, all the negativity I'm hearing and all this corruption, pretty sad. But with that being said, like, I think it's crazy that you guys seem to want to change things again. I've been here since 2016 personally, and I am licensed. I do have a variance. It makes no sense to me that it would go from canopy to whatever you're trying to make it now, site. It doesn't line up with what the state does. I'm very familiar with the state. I've never had compliance issues other than when the license or the program was pulled while everyone waited to get re-licensed. And I've invested millions of dollars personally. I can't speak on everyone, but I just feel like this specifically highlights my situation. And, I personally get along with my neighbors. Like I've invited everyone to my property. Anyone's open to come to my property anytime. I have nothing to hide. The state has never told me I've done anything wrong. The county has never told me I've done anything wrong besides, like I said, when the program was pulled, it's why everyone waited to get relicensed, and it was just a long process. Personally, probably longer than it should have been for me, but I just think it's wrong. Like, for example, when you guys voted on my variance, well, not you guys, but the planning commission, they told me, like, Mr. Sharp, he voted against me, and he said, variances are forever and they're very hard to get and they're very special, and we shouldn't just jump to conclusions on this and give him his variance. That makes no sense. Like, who else did it even impede other than my neighbor, who's also a cannabis farmer, who obviously supported me and wrote a letter of support? No one else is even within 350 feet, and it's like, I feel like you guys are creating problems for yourself because you keep changing the rules, and it's like, I know I've donated probably more money than most to this community. I donate to the fire department every year. I donate to the sheriff's department every year. I've donated to search and rescue. I try to give back. I've invited everyone to my property, and it just feels like the timing of all this is very interesting. So, I urge you guys to stop changing things and, just do the same thing the state does. The state doesn't find these same problems that you guys are finding. Like, just making it more difficult. And I don't think this is going anywhere.
Thank you.
Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh from New Hampshire, I guess. I walked upstairs and my iPad was still going. I apologize about that. But I guess someone needs a lesson in the grandfather law with grandfather clause. I'll read it real quick. A grandfather clause, also known as a grandfather policy, grandfathering or grandfathered in, is a provision in which old rule continues to apply to some existing situations while a new rule will apply to some future cases. For example, they did that with a lot of power plants. They gave them 10 years to start to change their policy to zero carbon emissions. So I'm confused at what's actually going on here in this county. Is it a law? Is it a variance? Either or, like, it doesn't matter because people are already grandfathered in if they already have a license. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was a question, by the way.
So we'll have somebody answer that question in a list of questions when we're finished. Are you finished with your comments, or did you have something further?
Everyone else has had their answered. I'm kind of confused with that.
Did you want to continue with your other hour and
38 seconds? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to.
But just TAA gets their question answered. And oh, Rick, how you jumped on it so quick. Just so quick. Kiss the ring, Rick. Kiss the ring, buddy.
Like, I'm not even from Trinity County. I'm not even from California. And this is outrageous to me. The state of Maine is starting to is talking about making cannabis a right to farm produce item. That means it's protected under federal state law, not federal, state law. It's like corn. I was hearing about the compost bin too. Like, what even is that? Do you guys have a cow farmer in your town or in your county? You go by the cow farm and it smells like shit. Manure, I mean. I'm sorry. It smells like manure. How long does that last? Probably a little bit. Probably like half a mile or so. Is there a town ordinance on cow farmers? Manure for cow farmers? That's a big thing right there. And then also another thing with the grandfather clause is a good thing with that is that a good example of that is with ADA compliancy. I'm handicapped and I know ADA compliance very well because I am handicapped. And I know for sure that you cannot break that without getting sued. So you'll be facing this lawsuit if you vote on this. I'm pretty positive. So I'd look into the lawyers, contact your lawyers, the town lawyers, town attorneys, whoever you got to talk to. Make sure that you're in the right and you're not going to get sued. Because it seems like you've already wasted the town a lot of money.
Oh, it was like 120. So expensive. I know. It is, man.
Hybrid?
No, it's just Z06.
Tyler Thompson. Tyler.
No others?
All right. With that, we'll close public comment. Drew, are you on Zoom?
No, he just.
Should I go check? Take a couple minute break.
What did you need Drew for, or do we want?
I have questions.
Okay, do you want to just bring it back to the board for a second until Drew gets back in
Yes,
here?
that would be great.
All
I
right.
think you would come back to the board and then the board
And
would be able to ask
Drew,
questions.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So first off, I've been taking some notes. I could answer Josh in Wisconsin, or I believe that's where he was from. The issue with these, New Hampshire?
New
Oh,
Hampshire.
sorry. Anyway, the issue with these variances is that these variances run with the license, which is a 1-year license. So they expire every year, and there isn't a grandfathering on your variance when it expires every year. That's why, to answer another question, I think from Eddie, Bill Sharp was right in saying that we have used the wrong language. And that's one of the issues I have with this entire thing. And one of the reasons why we, as a board, asked staff to deal with this, there was nothing nefarious, nothing underhanded about Director Connell when he was here interpreting this differently. It was a lack of institutional knowledge. We have lost everyone in the cannabis department in the past however many years we've been doing this. There's no one left that was there. So he was interpreting it based on the word that was actually used in our ordinance. The difference is how that word was used when it was written. And that's what Drew brought up when he said in our EIR, it's designated area. But in the definitions, none of those things actually got flushed out completely. So this isn't an issue of us trying to bend over backwards to help cannabis industry or trying to sneak something in on someone else. This is the board and staff trying to come up with a way to say, we realize that there was an issue here in language, and it's because of the turnover in our cannabis department. It's because of the turnover in our board. It's because of the turnover in our planning commission that these things happened. So what we're trying to do as a board is remedy that. I don't really understand where all the controversy came from today in public comment, because it didn't come from the board, as far as I'm seeing.
You wanted to ask Drew questions?
Whoever, and maybe Dan, we can leave it with the board if Dan can. There was a question regarding whether this would impact someone's existing variance.
And yes, it will. In the way I understand it, and Drew can correct me if I'm wrong, but it will definitely impact someone with an existing variance, because if their existing variance meets these criteria, they don't have to go to the planning commission this year to get it renewed. Drew will do it. If they don't have to have a new variance renewal, it would be a director's use permit anyway. The way I read this, what we're considering, Drew wouldn't even necessarily have to do the director's use permit, which would only save him time and save the county money by relieving him of that burden, basically. So it could affect a new variance, or I mean, an existing variance, but it would affect them in a beneficial way to them. Am I correct there, Drew?
I agree. It would not negatively impact anyone who currently has an approved variance.
And then there was somebody, thank you. And then there was somebody who was concerned about having new mitigation measures imposed. Can you speak to that?
So specific to those comments, I think some of those comments come to, those are not directly related to this item before you at this moment. There are not new mitigation measures per se. The approved mitigation measures are all found in the final EIR. So we're not creating any new mitigation measures. What we are doing is essentially augmenting the template that was established for the Appendix C process to include additional language and the additional attenuation plans for these sites that don't meet the 350-foot setback requirement from adjacent residences.
Yeah, Drew, my understanding from this example was, if I was one of the operations that previously had not been identified as needing a variance, then my mitigation requirements could have been one thing. When I am suddenly found that I'm requiring a variance, then my mitigation requirements, what I might have to do to mitigate might change because I'm now within the 350 foot setback. Is that fair or not? No, I'm still got it wrong.
No, I don't think that that's correct.
Okay.
The mitigations apply to all projects.
I was going when you said if I was 350 feet away, but now I'm 50 feet away, it might take something different to mitigate the sound or the whatever from 50 feet away that I didn't have to do from 350 feet
The
away.
sound has to be mitigated at the property line.
Right.
So so it won't change by how far the cultivation is. And that's how I interpreted what Drew said before, is it doesn't matter if you're 50 feet or 5 feet from the neighbor's residence, because the sound and light is a constant. It doesn't matter. There can be no light. That's the per
Light,
EIR, and noise has to meet county noise level requirements, which are measured at the property line. So those won't be affected by the distance from the neighboring residence. And then don't get too into EIR stuff.
So from the EIR, essentially in impact 3.3-3, which is odor, the way that it's set up is essentially that if odor nuisance is identified, that then the odor control plan, which is a required element of all Appendix Cs, will have to be implemented. So there are no new additional mitigations, but the requirement for essentially, you could say, coming up with a plan how to address the concerns and mitigate those concerns would be enhanced, but it's not a new mitigation measure per se.
Right. Yeah. The sound one was the one I must have misunderstood, but I thought the sound was where you had said, if I'm making a certain decibel level of sound from 350 feet away, by the time I get to the property line, it's probably doesn't need to be mitigated any further. But if I'm now making that same level of decibel noise 50 feet away, I might have to do something more to make sure that at the property line, it's not as loud.
I guess perhaps what I said was, maybe I didn't communicate it clearly, or, but essentially what I was trying to say there was that for noise specifically, the decibel standard at the property line is fixed.
Right.
So whether you're 800 feet, 350 or 50, the same standard for decibel level at the property line applies.
Right. Got it. That I got. Okay.
Okay, and then the only other question I can see is somebody wanted to know if the notices will they look similar to CCL notices? How will they recognize it and be able to identify what they should do?
At this point, we have not had a discussion about the potential of modifying the legal notice that goes to the newspaper. Per the discussion that we've had, the change would be that we would include this new additional form that would be sent out to adjacent residences, neighbors, within the 350 foot of the cultivation site. So that would be the main change. As far as the newspaper noticing, for those residents that have concerns about neighboring cultivation operations, I think that they would still likely want to be diligent in reviewing what's in the newspaper to ensure that they see what's in the newspaper. But again, we will be sending out the neighbor notifications via mail with the addition of this new form for consent or opposition.
But the newspaper notices would be the same that they've been before? Same, not changing the template or format?
I suppose you could direct staff to augment that in some capacity if you feel that that's appropriate.
I think the question is more, what were you planning to do?
The plan was to notice them with the existing legal notice.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
I just wanted to make sure, Drew, you mentioned that there may need to be some correction in some verbiage regarding the word temporary. Is that something that we can deal with in a motion that you can correct that, or do we need to?
So that was just a comment related to the backup and the staff report.
Okay.
It is one correction that I would like to suggest as it relates to the resolution that's in front of you.
Okay.
So when we get there, I'm happy to provide that, or I can share it now.
Yeah, share that now. So if somebody would care to include it in their motion.
So in the now therefore be it resolved, I would say at the very minimum, we've missed the Trinity County Board of Supervisors authorizes the issuance of the license renewals. My suggested change to the language would be now therefore be it resolved, the Trinity County Board of Supervisors authorizes waiving the CCV requirement for the 2023 calendar year for all applications that meet the following requirements.
Say it again, please.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Trinity County Board of Supervisors authorizes waiving the CCV requirement for the 2023 calendar year for all applications that meet the following requirements.
I think that would.
The current construction is the Trinity County Board of Supervisors, the issuance of the license renewals for 2023 for the 2023 calendar year for all applications that meet the following requirements. So it's a poorly constructed sentence and doesn't provide sufficient clarity, I don't think.
I agree.
And county council, that would not be a problem with.
Nope.
Okay.
I think it's much cleaner because I don't want people to think we just issued their license. Thank you for that catch.
Yep.
Drew, thank you very much for being so thorough. Your department, planning department, Cannabis department, your staff. Great job. Super job.
Okay.
I really appreciate the amount of work. I know, I mean, in previous conversations that this has been an effort and I'm grateful for it.
We have a motion they want to put on the table.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion. I would like to move that we adopt this resolution with Drew's changes. And I also would like to add another bullet point under that section where I lost my, I don't know which page I'm on here, where it's listing the required CV was triggered by section. I would like to add where the required CCV was triggered by another licensed cultivation site. That way, if we have two licensed cultivators next to each other that require variances, that they would probably be captured in all the rest of this, but just to be sure. And I don't know, we can leave off the licensed if the board thinks that would be worth it. Just say if there's, I know when I was sitting on the planning commission, if the applicant was surrounded by grows, we just said, okay, you're good. So that was something I think we should consider is if the only affected residence is within 300 feet or 350 feet are also cultivating, then this should apply to that also.
But are you, I understand that might not be a desire for it, but is that removing the ability for?
No.
Okay, you're just.
I'm just saying that it would, I think they would probably all be captured anyway by this other language. But in case they aren't, those cultivations which require a variance from another cultivation, we make sure we capture them in this language. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Just, and you're adding another way that it could get onto this list.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that motion.
Actually, we were able to capture that language.
Okay. Drew, you don't have any concerns about that?
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Frazier and a second by Supervisor Lutweiler. Is there any discussion?
I would like to make a couple of comments. One, whether it was right or wrong for me to interrupt and ask for that question to be answered, I would at least like the intent to be clear. It was not in any way trying to bow to any one person. It was that I anticipated that we were hearing from an individual who represents an organization that historically has been against. And I sensed that this person was looking for ways to relieve concerns, and that if that answer could be provided, then that might relieve the concern that would allow her to then express the rest of her minutes in a way that was supportive of what we were talking about. So that was my intent. How it was taken, of course, can be taken by however it's taken. But I just wanted to be clear, and I'm not trying to manipulate, but I am trying to find ways to address concerns by all parties. That's been my goal through this entire process. And just perspective, as we've sat on the ad hoc committee and talked about these various situations, including when the proposal went to the Planning Commission about changing the actual ordinance. Again, even at that time, we were trying to figure out what is the best way that we can balance the interests of those that need to get back into operation and those that want to have, quote, protections for something that might take place next to them that they want to have that opportunity to object to. And when that failed, and I made the comment, we're not bringing that back for the board, I very specifically meant, we're not going to say, Planning Commission said, don't change the ordinance, but bring that request to change the ordinance to us and we'll approve it. So that's what, or considered, I shouldn't even say we'd approve it because who knows. But that was my message, and it was very clear and said with integrity. When we decided to put this forward, to me, it is not changing the ordinance. We were specifically saying we're not changing the ordinance. We are going to consider that when we do the whole cannabis ordinance update. And we're talking about getting rid of the word variance and whatever our terminology is going forward, so that when we use variance, we use it like it's supposed to be used. And it's applied like it's supposed to be used. But there would still be all the protections and all those sorts of things. But again, as kind of alluded to in these questions and answers, the goal was to try to find a way that you balance the two. Because in my view, we have the guesstimate of 100 applications that if we try to go through the standard process, will not be able to operate for a second year in a row. And these are properties, operators that followed the rules, got approval, were in business. Some, nothing changed. It's just that we have to go through this annual variance review process. Others, we changed how we were applying the measurements, and suddenly they need a variance. And we physically cannot get it done in time for them to operate. And that to me is patently unfair. And these are whether, and to hear numbers, whether it's the $3,000 per property times 100 that we would get in tax revenues, or whether it's the 20 million estimated of financial impact to the communities, there's lots of those kinds of dollar reasons to look at it, but also just looking at fairness, as was brought up by many people. And on the other side, listening, because everybody always knows, my district is the one that probably has the most people that raise concerns about whether residential rights are being reflected. And it's been pointed out to me, well, the people that operate are also residents, so let's not miss that. And I'm trying not to misstate things, but trying to balance that. And so that's why we looked at a lot of, I call them stopgaps, whatever, backstops, whatever, where we said, okay, it's only for ones that had been approved before. It's only for renewals. It actually doesn't take away, it adds an extra level of an ability to object without any kind of planning commission or appeal fee, can still go back. So again, and I will tell you that even with that, and with the staff report trying to explain that, with me interacting with people in my district and outside my district that had concerns, there are still many people who are coming away still very concerned that this is just not the right thing to do. And so what I've said to them, and I've said to everybody coming in, is, look, this is going to be a difficult decision, because in some ways it makes absolute perfect sense to do this. In other ways, you can understand people's concerns, and I don't want to diminish any of those, but it's finding the right balance. And so coming into this meeting, obviously I wouldn't have tried to work so hard along with the ad hoc committee to get something in place for us to look at if we didn't think that it had merit. But I wanted to remain open to what I heard in this meeting. And when I step away from that, knowing that I'm going to take a lot of heat for this in my district, I think the right thing to do is to move forward with this. I just think we've done the best that we can to protect interests on all parties, and we need to give these people a chance to get back in business.
And to add slightly to that, at that timeline that Drew mentioned, okay, 6 months to process the backlog. The way this is set up, then this has to be done every year. So it would be a continuous cycle of at least one person at the cannabis division doing nothing but renewal of variances. So this to me is okay, we realize there's a problem. We're going to do it this way for the people that aren't an issue. And then we have to address this for real, because it's not feasible to go forward with this methodology. We'll never be able to process the licenses in time. So
Meaning in the future.
In the
not the ones
future,
that
yes.
That someone has an objection to right now. And
Yes.
then the other thing I would ask is that is there capacity to increase planning commission meetings to get these through quicker? If we typically do 2 a month, can you do 3 a month or 4 a month? And how many can you put on an agenda at a time? I did listen to the planning commission meeting on this, and I recall hearing people say, we'll do it. We'll put the work in to get them through. And then shortly after that, a planning commission meeting was canceled for reasons I don't know. I'm sure they were legitimate, but or I would wish to assume so. But what's an idea to move them as quickly as possible?
So as it relates to the existing process, one of the items that we've been discussing as it relates to ordinance updates is to move from this CCV variance concept to a buffer and buffer exception, or basically to give sort of a simplistic run through. The term variance in a traditional planning sense relates to a setback requirement from a property line to within the property. And so this setback requirement, the use of the term setback is sort of erroneous, because it should be a buffer from the adjacent residence or from the cultivation site to the adjacent residence. So one of the things that we've been discussing is moving from this CCV concept to a buffer concept and an administrative approval of that buffer versus it all needing to go before the planning commission. That's one thing that we've discussed. And kind of related to your question, I just want to point out that moving away from this setback requirement, or not the setback requirement specifically, but the variance to the setback requirement is addressed in the EIR. And so modifying this process to something else is consistent with our approved EIR. And it's in volume 1, section 2.13, variances. And if you'd like, I can read an excerpt from that section, or I just want to point it out for everyone to be aware of that this is covered in our EIR. And I think the highlight would be, I think that when the EIR was written, Ascent probably took note of the fact that setback and variance were not exactly the right terminology. And so I would assume that they included this section knowing that perhaps this might become an issue for us in the future. And so essentially there's 4 paragraphs in volume 1 of the EIR. And the sentence that I have highlighted is modifications may also include a mechanism other than the use of variances to achieve the overall objectives of the cannabis program. And so including these additional attenuation plans and additional discussion of the analysis related to these potential resource categories and impacts is covered in our EIR and would be compliant with the EIR as well.
And to do with moving those that have some further discussion needed through the planning commission quickly. we can increase the number of planning commission meetings, or how can we do so to expedite those people as well?
In terms of sort of staff's capacity, the biggest issue has just been staff time, because ultimately, you know, as I said, it's on average probably 8 hours, and that might be an underestimate really, but it's 8 hours of staff time to prepare the staff, do the evaluation, prepare the staff report, not including actually the time spent at the PC. So yes, if we can schedule more meetings, we will certainly, you know, move forward through these as efficiently as humanly possible.
Okay, understood. Thank you. All right. Anybody else have anything further? All right, we have a motion and a second. Ashley, you want to call for the vote?
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Let's have a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 5:30.
actually need to, but it can be quick.
Actually,
We need to do it.
I told Margaret what it was about and she was having a side conversation with our CAO. So we might not have to, but because it basically is going to go.
Let me tell you, it would not be my choice.
Yeah, okay. Okay, all right.
It's going to be on down the line anyway, but as long as we.
Yes, so I'm just hanging out.
There isn't another one of those things.
Thank you, Joe.
Tells you how bad daycare must be.
Right. Oops. Am I good? Okay, so we are back in session. We are at item 4.3. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for Grants Administration Department 8193, increasing transfers in and interfund expenses by $28,633. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for contributions to other funds Department 1990, increasing transfers out by $28,633. And approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 for general fund contingency, Department 9901, decreasing appropriations for contingency by $28,633. Increase in general fund appropriations in the amount of $28,633. Current contingency balance is $235,050. Current cash balance in Fund 193, Grants Administration, is $253,575. And for this, I believe we're looking to our Grants Division Director, Susie Cockums, and also to our Senior Financial Analyst, Susie Hawkins.
I will take it.
Thank you.
So the $28,633 is the 5% to cover the administrative fees associated, or the administrative burden associated with administering these grants. The grant money cannot be used to cover the 5% fee. We're using the entire $253,575 of the grant to cover actual items associated with the grant. This 5% fee, statutorily, we cannot use that. So we have to use some, in this case, general fund money to fund that 5% fee. And that's all we're doing here.
Okay, understood by me. Questions of supervisors? All right, we'll open this to public comment. Any in the room? And any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
We'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Someone care
Make a
to-
motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Lutwiler.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan, Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Human Resources, item 4.4, approve the job description, set the salary range, add to the alphabetical listing of classifications, and to allocate to the Department of Transportation a Deputy Director of Transportation at range M291. Approximate cost in salary and benefits per month for a Deputy Director of Transportation at A-Step is $15,059. And we are looking to our interim HR Director, Liz Hamilton.
Good evening, Liz Hamilton, Interim HR Director. Make this short and sweet. In the Department of Transportation, we have 2 vacant Deputy Director positions. We're consolidating those into one and raising the salary schedule. So our ask is to approve the job description, set the salary range, add to the alphabetical listing of classifications, and allocate to DOT a Deputy Director of Transportation.
Thank you. Questions?
I do have, so you already have 2 allocations in DOT and you're merging those into one.
Correct.
All right, just.
Are either of them currently funded?
They're both funded and vacant. So this is.
Okay, I wasn't clear about that. So
In merging them, there will only be one position now. There will no longer be 2.
Correct.
And so the overall cost allocation, I'm guessing, would be lower than the 2 were independently.
Correct. Even though we're raising the salary, it is still less than the both of them combined.
That's what I assumed. Okay. Other questions?
to approve?
First, public comment.
Oh, sorry.
Open public comment. Anybody in the room? All right. And is there anyone on Zoom wishing to comment?
I have no raised hands.
All right. With that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board, entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Lutwiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate that. All right, with this, we will look toward closed session item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Carlson et al. Versus the County of Trinity et al. Trinity County Superior Court case number 20CV136. And we will open public comment on closed session.
Me again, Catherine, Lewiston Road, Lewiston. Supervisor Cox, I would ask that you would recuse yourself from anything that has anything to do with lawsuits, since we have emails showing that you gave county legal strategy to opposing counsel, and anything that has anything to do with any representation. I would ask that you would recuse yourself just out for an appearance of propriety. I just don't believe that we have a level of trust in your ability not to report out of closed session to other attorneys. And I would ask that you would be excluded. I'm asking other supervisors to speak up. It's not appropriate. And anything that further jeopardizes our legal standing, like you've been doing over the last few years, must stop now. So please recuse yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a raised hand, but I also got a chat that there's no sound, so I'm double checking it real quick.
Well, those sound be good here in a minute.
That's fine. Walter?
Hello, Walter Wood, South Fork. I would like to echo those comments, basically that Supervisor Jill Cox ought to recuse in these matters to prevent further legal jeopardy and conflicts of interest in all this. We have to watch out. There's a lot more attention on the county now than there ever has been before. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands, no chats.
All right. With that, we will close open session. Correct. Okay.